Hey, good morning. Hello, hi. Hey, everybody.
Good morning, Chatty House.
Michigan got the belt today. Nice job, dude. Love that for our guy. What's up, Rust Dog? What's up, Warren? We are up in here. What's up? NBA Johnny Guru is just really good. That's so goddamn good. Zabo, David, what's up? What's up, Casey Tucker? Yeah, you might fuck around and end up on second team All NBA. What's up, y'all? What's up? I hate this. What's up, DBD? Jim. Hey, represent. What's up? Yeah. Maybe they just didn't rock with each other like that. Or maybe they got the pleasantries out of the way before the game. What's up, Jose? What's up, Greg? Oh, we'll have drama for you today. Lock in, y'all. Hey, what's good? What's good, Bryce? Good morning. What's up, John? Loki, Scooter, good morning. Cut the shit. Hey, I missed someone in here. Who'd I miss? Did I get Jose? Tyler Jennings. What's good, man? What's up, Marcus? What's up, Adam? What's that? Good morning. What's up, Filthy McNasty? Here we go.
To go beyond the headlines and for the next 2 hours, go where every sports fan wants to go. Behind the scenes and into the practice facilities, locker rooms, coaches' offices, and press boxes to get the info before anyone else. This is the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Yeah, it is. Happy Tuesday, everyone. Happy Tuesday. James is there. I'm Kyle. We're hanging out with you till noon. Then we'll hand it off. D'Lo and KC will rock with you from noon to 4. The Elk Grove Kia talk line is 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 if you'd like to join the program. Again, if you want to call the show, we would love to hear from you. Keep in mind it might ring for a while because we don't have a call screener. So we're going to do our best to get to the calls when we can. So just be patient with us. We would love to hear you call in, though. Again, on the Elk Grove Kia talk line at 916-909-1320. Salute to everybody listening on the radio on ESPN 1320 AM. We appreciate you, everybody in the chatty house. That's at youtube.com/ESPN 1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. We appreciate y'all watching there, and anybody listening on the free Odyssey app, or maybe you're a podcast listener. Maybe you're on the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show.
There it is.
You can't listen live and you're listening back. Salute to you and thank you as well. We appreciate you so very much for subscribing. And if you don't subscribe, you can do so. The James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show, wherever you get your podcasts. Okay. Kings 110, Nets 96. I have some whining to do about the game, and I can do that later, because it feels like everything with the Kings right now, there's a specter of the trade market. The trade deadline just hangs over the team.
I would agree 100%.
Because they need, everybody knows they need to make a move. If they want to get, they can go to the playoffs at the team they have, and maybe they get a first round with the team they have. But, if they want to start pushing this window wider and raising their ceiling, they have to make some changes. And I think everybody's on that page. And I think the first thing, that there are so many angles on the trade market to dig into, just based around last night's game. And we can start with, I guess, two things. One, Kevin Huerter did not play.
No, he didn't play. And if I'm not mistaken, that's his first DNP CD. Did not play, coach's decision, since he joined the Kings 2.5 years ago.
So I went back and looked.
Mm-hmm.
Basketball Reference has you either as inactive, did not dress, or did not play.
Yes.
There was a stretch where he had a did not play, but it was in the middle of a bunch of inactives. So I think that's probably just a data entry error.
Yep.
The last time I could tell that he was, as far as I know, healthy, played a bunch of games before and then played the games after, was the last game of the 2020-2021 season when he was at the Hawks.
Yeah.
May 16th, 2021 was the last time I can tell that Kevin Huerter did not play coach's decision. And even then, it was like last game of the year, they were getting ready for the playoffs.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because you're going into a game against a team that you have had trade negotiations with.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't care what semantics anybody wants to say. The Sacramento Kings and Brooklyn Nets have had trade conversations regarding Cam Johnson. End of story.
Mm-hmm.
They have. And the player that would go to the Nets is Kevin Huerter, because it's the one piece that matches salary. And you're going to need Kevin Huerter's salary to make that trade.
Mm-hmm.
So that the fact that the Kings went into Brooklyn and had an opportunity to show the Brooklyn Nets what Kevin Huerter looks like as a player and chose not to, I think is a very interesting twist and turn. Cam Johnson is sitting out as well.
Right.
So the two guys that are the trade principals are sitting there watching each other from the opposing bench.
I half expected like halftime for a trade to come down. And it didn't. And there's a chance that this was a decision by Doug Christie to say, hey, this player is struggling.
Mm-hmm.
He's just not going to play tonight. We can beat the Nets with Keon Ellis and Trey Lyles and Devin Carter and Doug McDermott getting some burn and Alex Len getting some burn, although Alex Len ran a -14 in 4.5 minutes. So not too much burn. But maybe that's what that was. But given all the speculation and all the rumors and the buzz in the trade market, Kevin Huerter not playing last night is notable.
Oh, I think it's extremely notable. And like, look, I think we're to that point in the program where Kevin Huerter might not play a couple of games here until he's traded.
Mm-hmm.
And
Zach LaVine, it was announced last night, isn't going to play the Bulls next 3 games.
Yeah, he's not playing. They don't want to risk him rolling an ankle.
And hopefully it's not anything super serious with Zach LaVine.
Yeah. I mean, but you can assume that it's just the team is like trying to figure out ways to make a move.
Mm-hmm.
And like, look, the Kings could get in on a whole bunch of different trades here.
Yeah.
And the Cam Johnson situation.
Let's stick on that for a second.
Yeah, from everything I hear, it's the same exact situation that it has been for the last couple of weeks. The Nets just want an unprotected pick and probably more.
Sure.
And whatever they're asking, the Kings looked at them and said, you haven't come down. Like, this isn't a negotiation. You're just like hardlining, and that's not going to work.
Right. And frankly, so we haven't really talked about this from the Nets angle, but frankly, that's probably the right thing for the Nets to do, because there's no urgency to get this deal done. If the Kings want Cam Johnson that badly,
mm-hmm.
And maybe the Kings go make a different deal in the meantime. Maybe they go and say, all right, fine, screw that. We got this great deal for John Collins. We're just going to go do that instead. But the Nets are going to have suitors for Cam Johnson. It's not like the Kings are the only team.
No, so that's true.
But they can afford to kind of sit there and wait it out, and they don't have to pull the trigger on a deal that they don't want to pull the trigger on with 10 days to go until the deadline.
Yeah, I totally agree. And like Drew down in the chat says, King expecting the Nets just to give Cam away is laughable. That's not what they're expecting. What they're expecting is the price to come down a little bit. Yeah, because life is a negotiation, right?
Sure.
The great David Stern, life is a negotiation.
Sure.
Right. And you're hoping that, when you sit across from each other, like, can we just get this deal done?
Mm-hmm.
And the answer is they couldn't. I mean, they were there in their building last night, and whether they met or they didn't, there was an opportunity, and that opportunity did not yield anything. And for me at this point, it's probably time to move on. And it's probably a moment where if you want to wait another 8 days, that's fine. Like, if you want to run them up against the deadline, what are we, 9 days officially?
10 days.
10 days, okay.
If you count the deadline day.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you want to wait all the way up until the last second, but then potentially lose other trades, like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
But what does that yield you? And like, are you getting a great player that's going to change everything? And the answer is no. Like, I keep saying this, like, anything that the Kings are getting right now, this might change in the coming days.
No doubt.
It might change in the coming, but today, anything you're getting is probably not even a starter. So, like, whether it's Cam Johnson or it's John Collins. Neither of those guys, from what I can tell, are going to start unless you're going to bench Keegan Murray. That's always a possibility. But as of right now, I don't think you're gonna bench your one of your best two defensive players and the only guy that can defend multiple players. I don't think you're doing it. So the pieces that we're talking about here are, I don't want to call them tertiary because they're not. They're more than that. But we're talking about the 6th, 7th, 8th man in your rotation.
Right.
And you can say, well, but look at their numbers. It's like, don't worry about their numbers on the Brooklyn Nets. Yeah. The Brooklyn Nets are a bad team. We saw them last night. Like, they gave the Kings a fight, and Jordy's got them playing hard, but
they stink.
How many times did you go, who in the, I don't know who, like,
there were flashes of some brilliance surrounded mostly by ugh.
I mean,
if the Kings played a clean game last night, they played probably. I thought the Kings played like a C game last night.
Oh yeah.
If the Kings play a B-, B+ game, they win that game by 30.
Yeah. So Iwomu, which he's the guy with the silent V and B. Like, he busted them up for 9 points in like the first half.
Yeah.
Like, what is happening?
Yeah.
Like
15 and 8 for him.
How many names did we come across that were like, who is that guy and why is he scoring points? And I think that's where, again, the Kings went in there. They took care of business in the end. You wish it would have been easier. You wish that they wouldn't have had to play starters major minutes. But at the end of the day, that's what happened. Now, there's a lot going on. The distractions around this team are wild at this point. Like, if you don't think the trade deadline is a distracting point, like Marcus Thornton used to like molt. Like, he would get like patchy everywhere. Like, he could not handle the trade deadline. And he also couldn't play in the month leading up to the trade deadline. And then the deadline passes and you bust out for 30.
It also, a good indicator of how difficult the trade deadline is a story you always tell or something you always point out. Harrison Barnes is a pros pro, most media-friendly guy, most media-friendly player there is. Harrison Barnes, when he was with the Warriors, said to Marcus Thompson, who's covered the Warriors for a long time, I want to go to where you're from. Take me to where you're from, and I want to explore Oakland with you.
Okay.
Like, that's the kind of media-friendly person. Yes. Harrison Barnes, when he was with the Kings at the trade deadline, was like, I'm not doing this until after the deadline.
He said in late December, I'll see you after the deadline, when they asked him to come and do media. Right. And they're like, wait, after the deadline, like a month plus from now? And he's like, yeah, I'll see you after the deadline.
Right. It's not an easy thing.
He didn't sit at the podium for 6 weeks. And could he have been fined? Maybe. But we're talking about a media-friendly guy.
Sure, right.
Yeah. And so I'm with you. Like, the trade deadline, it brings out the worst. And because everyone on the outside is like all excited, right? I'm sitting here right now, and in my inbox while we're sitting here, Kyle, I got from this guy, Jared Kimball from GDC localmedia.com.
Ah, yeah, no, for sure.
He sends me, because he thinks it's important that he sends this to me, De'Aaron Fox trade destinations and the odds.
Oh.
So the odds of De'Aaron Fox going to the Houston Rockets are plus 1,200.
Okay.
This is fresh this morning. The Lakers plus 1,500. The Miami Heat plus 1,500. The Orlando Magic plus 2,000. The San Antonio Spurs plus 3,000. And the field / stay with the Kings is a minus 250. I mean, that's where we're at.
Sweet. Love that.
Like, look, the thing is that I hate to tell people this and remind you of this, but De'Aaron Fox is a person. He's not a team. He's not a betting odd. You would not expect that to be a betting odds, but it is. And that's what guys have to deal with during the trade deadline.
Yep.
They have to deal with odds makers literally making odds as to what team they might be playing for, if not their own team. And I don't think that feels good. I think the way that we become we've made a spectacle of it for sure. And we're always sitting here trying to figure out what's happening next. Right. And as somebody who's been a reporter forever, like, there's so many things that I've heard and know that I just can't sit here and report, because a lot of it's not true, but a lot of it's stranger than fiction.
Sure.
It's too wild to sit here and talk to you about.
Right.
And so, like, look, I think we're heading into like a really interesting time where the Kings are on the clock, man. If Monty and Wes don't understand that they're on the clock, the boost, the new coach boost that they got from Doug Christie, they got like another 2 weeks.
That's just it, man. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, and this is why I don't think we're going to see the Kings just kind of sit idly by, and Monty McNair is going to talk about maintaining roster flexibility and financial flexibility, because you don't have that anymore, man.
Nope.
The seat got hot. They fired the coach. Okay, seat cooled down for a second, but it's warming up again. And I think that this is where, whether it's Cam Johnson, whether it's John Collins, and it's not making a move just to make a move. It can't just be just do any deal just to say you did it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's why, for me, like, everything has to be on the table. The untouchable group of players, that has to go out the window. They can't, Wes Wilcox and Monty McNair can't just sit idly by now and go, okay, well, we didn't really want to give up this player or this player, and we wanted to hang on to this pick, and like that's not gonna play, dude. Given the discussion that we've been having and that the fan base has been having, and front offices shouldn't be driven by a fan base, but this is 3 years of this.
Oh yeah.
22, 23, we had the same conversations. 23, 24, same conversations this time of year, and now we're having them again. And now they go to Brooklyn. We go, oh man, hey, good chance to walk out of there. Like you just said, they're probably moving on from that Brooklyn deal. And if Brooklyn calls them and says, okay, fine, how about top 10 protected? Okay, let's talk again. But I don't think the Kings are going to go back to the Nets.
I would hope they wouldn't go back to the Nets. I would hope that they would move forward, because at this point, that's where you're at.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you couldn't get a deal done, go ahead and move forward. And the problem that I have is that, just what you said, like 2 years ago, we get to the trade deadline, and they traded for Kessler Edwards and they got a second round pick to take Kessler Edwards.
Mm-hmm.
So the Brooklyn Nets could drop lower on the salary to, and save some luxury tax money. The next year, all this buildup, all this talk. And the problem is, Kyle, that the talk that we hear, it's not just talk that they have that we hear out in the media. It's talk that they have with their players. It's Domantas Sabonis walking into his basketball camp this summer, and we ask him about the DeMar DeRozan acquisition, and he goes, "Man, I'm glad we got that one done. There were two other ones that we were supposed to get done, and then didn't happen again." Like,
that was wild.
Just didn't happen. Like, like, at least we got this one done.
Yeah.
Thanks. And it was like, oh my gosh, wait, what? Like, how many times we've heard in the media that, hey, players know something's happening, and then nothing happens. That's because they're trying to inform their players that something's about to happen, and then they don't get the job done at the end of the day. And I know there are all kinds of reasons why that doesn't happen, but like, look, there are so many mixed messages with the entire run of this team, so many of this front office group. So many mixed messages. We're going to be aggressive. And then nothing. And then, there's no way we're keeping the pick. Like, how many times that there is, I believe, like, deep down in my soul, that they're not going to draft their pick, the number 9 pick when they took Davion. That pick was on the table the entire time. Hey, just so people know, they didn't even ever talk to Davion Mitchell before they drafted him. Never spoke to him once. Didn't talk to him at the combine. Didn't invite him to Sacramento. Never spoke to him one time. Drafted him sight unseen. Of course, they saw him play at Baylor.
Sure.
This last year, Devin Carter, they were trading that pick. I know now they had deals worked out, and they fell through again. Didn't trade the pick.
Do you think they're falling through because the Kings are getting cold feet?
I don't know, for
Or if
whatever
there's a
reason,
mix-
like, look at when you
mix
get
of
to a
reasons.
certain point, you have to be able to close a deal. I mean,
Totally.
this
I
is
totally
sales,
agree.
right? It's just straight up sales.
Mhm.
Like, you gotta, it's your job as a salesperson to convince someone to say yes when they want to say no.
Sure.
And that's it.
Sure.
And they haven't been able to do that. They haven't been able to close a deal. So, like, for whatever reason, and that I've always said it, don't make a deal because you have to make a deal to appease someone like myself, or appease someone like Kyle, or appease all of the people that listen to our show. You're not making that deal because of us. You're making that deal because your team isn't good enough.
Yeah.
It's not good enough to compete for a championship. And if you're not trying to compete for a championship when you went out and signed a 35-year-old 6-time All-Star. If you're not willing to go press the button to go get that extra piece, then what are you doing?
Yeah.
I mean, that's it, Kyle. Like, you're the one who they put themselves on this path. No one else did.
Right.
When they decided to go out there and open a window, open a whatever window it is, Western Conference Finals or second round playoff window or potentially a something bigger. They opened the window when they went out and signed a 35-year-old player to a 2-year deal with a 3rd-year option. So now if you're living in that window and you can see that your team still isn't good enough, you have to go out and do whatever you have to do to make it work. And it's tough.
And then you get there's the other angle on this. You watched De'Aaron Fox last night with a bad glute and a bad back and half a hand.
Dude's duct taped together at this point.
You watch him drop 30 on 11 of 19. He goes 4 for 7 from 3. He was outstanding, dished out 7 assists. Got to the free throw line for the first time since January 22nd. Scored 20 or more for the first time since January 14th and hit the 30-point mark for the first time since Jan 1. You watch him do all that, and it's a really stark reminder of, oh, wait, that's looming over all this too.
Oh, yeah.
Because don't forget, there's meetings with the front office.
His agent came out and hung out and laid down the law.
That's out there.
It's out there.
That's the clutch way. It's like if you're winning and you're giving De'Aaron Fox an opportunity to play in the playoffs and play deep into the playoffs every year, fine. And he'll hang out in Sacramento. He'll get his all NBAs. He'll get his Supermax, and that's it. But I think last night was just, so much of the conversation around De'Aaron Fox has been like, what's wrong with him? Man, he's super banged up and he's not scoring. And like, hey, this is January swoon. And now he goes off again last night. And it just really highlights, oh yeah, on top of all this, on top of just trying to compete this year and maybe next year, you have your franchise player.
Your franchise player told the franchise a month and a half ago that they had to go out and get better players
right
now.
Right.
His agent told them, if you want him to stay, you have to go out and get better players now, not 3 months from now, not next summer, not we almost had a deal and it fell through. All of that BS is over. We need the better players now so this team can be better. And to be honest, they need those players now so the team can win more games, so De'Aaron Fox has a better chance of being All-NBA and can get max money. And I know it's like, oh, that sounds greedy and everything else. No, that's what an agent's job is to do.
That is what every agent and every player of De'Aaron Fox's caliber is trying to do every single game.
Yes.
That is not a De'Aaron Fox thing. This is a person trying to make the most money at their job thing.
Yep. Well, now, Kyle, we get to this moment, and this is like a major pivotal moment in the history of the Sacramento Kings.
That's, I think, why we're talking about it every day.
Yes.
Because if this trade deadline goes by with no action, you are going down a very, very different path for the organization.
Yes.
Which is why the urgency here is so high.
So for every action, there's a reaction?
Yeah, like equal or opposite reaction.
Yes, yeah. Inactivity is still an action, right? It's inactivity is still an action. Right. There will be hell to pay if there's inactivity. And then you get to this point like, hey, what do I do? Like if I can't pull off XYZ, but then I got some team calling and saying, hey, we heard Rich Paul talking last month. Like, is Fox available? And you're like, well, no, Fox isn't available. We're trying to build this thing. Like, okay, but you keep missing out on everything. Are you sure he's not available? Because he's probably got more value today than he does this summer. Like, what is it you want for him now? And so now you start dragging that mess in, and how are you going to deal with that question?
Basically, the situation you're laying out, and correct me if I'm wrong, please. The Kings get to Feb 5. Now, let's say February 6th. It's deadline day. It's 8 a.m. Pacific time. They're 4 hours from the deadline. Cam Johnson deal is dead. John Collins got dealt in the weird Jimmy Butler trade that happened. And the Kings are sitting there. There's no substantial move they're going to make. And they know, hey, if we don't do this, Fox wants out of here. what do you do at that point? Because to me, there's a very logical thing to do now.
Yeah.
And so underscoring that is why there's so much urgency here, because that is not a path you want to go down.
No, I mean, it's a path that's like staring at you in the face right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we have two paths. One of them then includes De'Aaron Fox, and maybe we got to pay the luxury tax. Maybe we have to give up draft picks. Maybe we have to do this and this. Or there's another path where you go, okay, what does life without De'Aaron Fox look like?
Mm-hmm.
And what do we get back in that deal? And how do we move down this path without him? And can we make other players happy, even though we just trade away the franchise player? And so you're going to be in some really, really dark waters here, man. Like, I am not somebody who would like to be in the shoes of these guys now, but self-created. Like,
no doubt.
Straight up.
No doubt.
Like we
I
talk
don't have
about this.
sympathy for the Kings front office here.
No. We've been talking, hey, you're sitting there whistling, walking down train tracks, and you can feel the rumble on the ground. You can hear the whistle blowing. And that's been coming at you for like 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And you haven't got off the tracks. You haven't got out of the way of the train. It's coming. So, like, whether you figure it out now or you got to figure it out this summer, like, there's some potential dark times if you don't do your job.
Right.
Which is improve the roster. Like, I always go back to the Jerry Reynolds-ism. If you've got a 5-year plan in the NBA, you have no plan at all.
Right.
No plan.
Right.
You have to live in the moment in the NBA, and you have to make decisions that are very difficult decisions that have long-term ramifications, but you have to do it on the fly, and you have to do it under pressure. And the key thing there is you have to do it. Whatever it is. You can't just sit there idly and go, okay, everything fell through again.
You may have to call the Nets and go, fine, here's an unprotected first.
If that's the right, if you think it's the right move.
Because I'd rather do that. I'd way rather do that than go, okay, well, we won't do an unprotected pick to the Nets. So I guess we have to move De'Aaron now because we didn't make any trades. That's crazy. That's actually crazy.
That's crazy.
Don't do that. That's insane. That's why I understand there's a limit on the F them picks thing. Mm-hmm. Like, I fully get that. And I fully understand why it's difficult for a front office that is living in the now, but also, you know what, trying to get to 2029. And you know what, there's a situation, all options are always on the table. There's a situation where in 2029, the Kings have the number 3 overall pick. I don't think it's going to happen. I wouldn't bet on that happening. But a GM in a front office has to operate as though that's a possibility. So I get why they wouldn't want to be like, yeah, hey, here's a 2029 unprotected first, just take it. But if it means going down, if that's the path to get Cam Johnson, because the John Collins thing just isn't going to happen, if that's the path, I would way rather take that and risk that I'm still going to be pretty good in 2029 instead of the alternative, which is we go down this other path and it's the cliff that doesn't have a De'Aaron Fox bridge across it.
Well, that, and you're not surviving that.
No chance.
You're not surviving that. So at what point? I
shouldn't say no chance.
Well,
it's a slim chance.
Yeah. You don't just, well, I mean, I don't think you survive a complete meltdown where the franchise has to do all of this stuff. But hey, look,
I agree. Because I also don't think we have to. We'll keep talking about this. I want to go to this hypothetical world for a moment before we jump back into reality. Kings 110, Nets 96. Ton of fallout from that game with trades that didn't happen. Players who didn't play. De'Aaron Fox had a great game. Domantas Sabonis freaking outstanding last night. We'll dive into all of that coming up here on The Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, and it is Sacramento sports leader. All right, here's what we're going to do. Underdog Fantasy, Underdogs Pick'em. It's extremely easy. You pick 2 or more players, you pick higher or lower on their stats, and then you can win up to 1,000 times your entry. It's really that easy. Like, if you think Travis Kelce is going to be awesome in the big game, you want to go like higher on his catches or his receiving yards, or maybe higher on his touchdowns. You think Saquon Barkley is going to keep having a great game. Maybe you go rushing yards or first quarter rushing yards, maybe just score a touchdown or 2 touchdowns. You can do all of that on Underdog. But here's the problem. I'm losing a lot of lineups on Underdog right now. So here's what I want everybody to do. I want you to download the Underdog app. It's the best place to play Pick'em. Download the Underdog app. Sign up with promo code KyleM. You can deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code KyleM. However, I also want you to download the Underdog app and just sift through the players that are playing tonight on January 28th. I need you to sift through all those players, and you can send me in the chatty house your best lineups for tonight, because I need help. So if everybody could do that, take a look at the Underdog app, who you think is going to go higher, who you think is going to go lower. Send me those stat projections, and I'm going to create a lineup off your suggestions, because it's got to work better than whatever the heck I've been doing. So again, download the Underdog app, sign up with promo code KyleM, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code KyleM. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Consider their play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncbgambling.org. And we're clear.
Clear. Been a wild couple of days, people. Somebody asked a question in here, and I'm trying to pull it up. Here we go. Is Vivek blocking these trades? No. I mean, Vivek is going to have ultimate say and have to give a thumbs up, but Vivek is somebody who has been, when it comes to this side of things, been pretty reasonable and usually sides with the basketball people and improving the roster. Whether he's willing to go into the luxury tax or not is something that they're going to have to discuss. That's fine. We're good. Trying to think. What else do we have in here?
Sam gets it. I am an assistant manager. People are scared of me. That's a great sketch.
Yeah. I would not be completely shocked if there was a trade today.
Oh, shoot. Oh, God, my legs.
I think there were a ton of Kings fans at MSG on Saturday, and I think the Kings did one of their deals where they invited season ticket holders over a certain threshold to go on a trip. I might be wrong with that, but I was in New Orleans one year and they did that, and it was really cool. A ton of Kings fans were there, but they were all they had the whole week set up for them, or the whole weekend. A bunch of people got to go on an alligator tour, and some people took what are those things that the swamp runners, so food tours and all that stuff.
I mean this with no disrespect to you.
You mean me personally?
You, James Ham.
Yep.
The next person that calls me James is getting an elbow in the throat.
You know what I love? When that happens to Sam Amick. Oh,
I bet it happens way more with him.
He gets so pissed.
The thing that bugs me here is yo, you and I, just in case just now. Mine, he goes, James. Justin, we talk every morning. You know who I am.
He says hello to me every single day.
James and I don't look alike.
We don't look
not,
alike.
We're very different looking people.
That's funny. If that's my real name, it's my real name. You think I would choose Ham?
Freaking Justine at our Christmas party. All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with
So
James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Somebody asked why we muted during the break, because we stay on the chatty house during breaks. We muted to discuss what the keyword for today is.
Oh, yeah. We had a keyword.
Yeah, I'm not going to give it away yet because I have not verified that it is
Up and running. Yeah.
Yeah. So as soon as I get verification on that, we'll tell you what the keyword is. You're going to go to ESPN1320.com. This is a giveaway from our friends at Jiffy Lube. You get a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate, which is excellent.
Excellent.
And then you get an exclusive Insiders hoodie that you can only get through this giveaway or if you work here.
Neither one of us are wearing today.
Neither one of us. We should probably coordinate to where one of us wear the hoodie
It's
the
always
day after a
wearing
game.
hoodie day after a game.
Yeah, it's just day after a game. So what? That's maximum like 3 times in a week.
Yeah, we have multiple colors.
That's
and,
fine.
Yeah, we have multiple looks.
At the next break, we'll just go get one.
There it is.
We'll just hold it up. All right. Thanks everybody on YouTube, everybody on Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Before we dive back into it, I want to get to the Elk Grove Kia talk line, which is 916-909-1320. It's 916-909-1320. Don, you're on the Insiders. What's up? Hey, Don.
Hey, Hammer. Hey, Hammer, Kyle, what's up?
TC, what's up, baby?
What's going on?
Hey, man, just, look, vibing. Hey, Ham, I'm with you, Ham. Kyle, it has to be done. Monty doesn't have any more favors or passes. Like, bro, you got to get it done, right? You got rid of Mike. Like, this is it, Monty. Like, the whole pump faking and, we got to move. That's out, bro. You got to get it done like today. I'm with you, Ham. Keep pushing that line, bro. It has to get done, Monty. You pump faking and saying we had to move and we can't. That's going to get you fired this all season, bro, period.
That is such an excellent way to describe what I feel like has happened over the last 5 years.
That's a great call by TC.
It is TC. You did not say anything about Kyle Shanahan.
No, it's great.
Getting demoted or anything else. But the pump fake is exactly, it's like when you go play basketball and someone just they just pump fake, and you're like, are they going to stop?
Yep.
Nope, another pump fake.
We keep jumping.
Another pump fake.
We keep jumping.
I'm pump fake. You're
Jump.
like, it's so incredibly crazy that they just keep pump faking. And anyway, eventually they'll get something done, I think.
Will they?
I don't know. Like, I shouldn't have said that. There are things that are brewing. They have so many things on the table.
I get it, and I get why that's exciting. I get the coffee pot is on. Let me know when the cup is poured.
Yeah.
Like that's where I'm at. We thought the Cam Johnson thing yesterday. Doug McDermott in before Kevin Huerter. We're 25 minutes into this game. Kevin Huerter hasn't played yet. Oh man, here we go. Nothing. All right. Well, hey, if that doesn't get done, they got plan B. Okay. Well, no, still nothing on that.
Yeah.
Hey, but it's brewing. There's buzz. All right, man. Whatever.
Yep.
Cool. There's buzz.
Well, I mean, like people like, what do we know? Look, they have had talks with the Brooklyn Nets for Cam Johnson. They have had talks with the Utah Jazz for John Collins. They have had some conversations, at least somewhat, for Jonas Valanciunas, and the Zach LaVine thing keeps popping up. It just never goes away until Zach LaVine is no longer under contract somewhere and doesn't play basketball anymore.
I believe that there is at least one person in all 30 front offices that is like, hell yeah, Zach LaVine.
I think there is one person in every room where they're like, oh, I would do that. I mean, Zach LaVine rolls through Sacramento and looks like, prime Michael Jordan.
Sure.
And you're like, hey, did you see all that? That was incredible. It's like, okay. Like, Is it $44 million incredible on surgically repaired knees?
Sure.
Maybe, but he doesn't play defense.
Yeah.
And the cost to get him, what it would take to get him, just people start doing the math out there. There's no way for the Kings to come up with $40+ million unless De'Aaron Fox or Keegan Murray, or again, they're not taking a trade of DeMar DeRozan, who was there for 3 years or whatever in Chicago. They're not taking DeMar DeRozan back, but like there's no way to get to that number without breaking up your starting five.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's it. We were talking about De'Aaron Fox in the last segment. And I think one of the issues here for the Kings is, again, that a good front office is operating with all options on the table.
Mm-hmm.
So they have laid out, I don't know if it's on a spreadsheet or on a whiteboard, they've got all these different pathways laid out where, hey, what does it look like if we don't make a trade? Okay, well, we already talked to Rich Paul and De'Aaron Fox's agent, and we know what the consequences are of us not getting a trade done. So let's start mapping that out.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't want to necessarily be calling around shopping De'Aaron Fox.
No.
At least that's not what I would do at this point. Certainly not after he drops 30 on 11 of 19.
If you're going to do that, you have to be transparent with the player.
Definitely.
And then the other thing is, like, there are teams that will call and say, hey, this is what we would give you for Fox.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, okay, I'm not listening. I wrote it all down, but I wasn't listening. That's okay. And then if somebody calls and says, hey, we got such an incredible deal for Fox that we have to consider it, then it's when you go sit down with the player and like, hey, like, I think this is like an honest conversation moment.
Yeah.
Do you want to be here or do you not want to be here? Because if you're going to give me this, if we're going to get to this summer and you don't want to be here and I've got to panic then and then go make a move, maybe that's what's best for the franchise, that you wait for the summer either way.
Sure.
And during the summer, you're able to go out and get a couple of different offers and all that stuff. But there's also a possibility that it's like, okay, no, I don't want to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, rip the Band-Aid off. Do it. That's
You'd
what it
rather
takes.
Find that out now.
Yeah.
Than when his contract is up.
As long as I'm getting the best value I think I can possibly get. You want to get enough value out of a trade. And I'm not by any means saying I would trade De'Aaron Fox.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trading De'Aaron Fox when I have to trade De'Aaron Fox, when there's no other option left.
Yeah, and
he's not signing an extension, and I've got nowhere else to go except for trade him.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I'm trading him.
Or unless, and this is something I always bring up in the NFL, one of my biggest pet peeves, and I promise this circles back to De'Aaron Fox, so hang with me. One of my biggest pet peeves in the NFL is when there's a report that comes out or a speculation that comes out or whatever you want to say.
Mm-hmm.
It's like such and such player is available for 2 first-round picks. It's like, yeah, most of the NFL is available for 2 first-round picks. If somebody called, if the Titans called the 49ers and said, hey, Christian McCaffrey, 2 first-round picks. Yep, we'll take those.
Yep.
Thanks. See ya. Like, does it? But again, first-round picks are valuable. People don't do that.
I think there's like 3 players, maybe 5 players in the league that aren't going to get. I mean, it's some of them. It could be more than 3 or 4.
It might be more than that, just with the value of quarterbacks. But still, it's not.
Yeah.
That my point is, getting this back to De'Aaron Fox, is there's a price for almost everyone. And if some team calls, the Kings may not want to trade De'Aaron Fox. They may not be making calls on De'Aaron Fox. But if the Rockets call, the Rockets who just beat Cleveland twice and then went into Boston and beat Boston. Really nice little run for the Rockets. If the Rockets called, again, I don't think this has happened, but just follow me. They said, hey, how about Amen Thompson and Jabari Smith Jr. and Cam Whitmore and Reed Shepard and 4 first-round picks and 3 pick swaps? Like, if there's just an overwhelming offer that comes in, and if that's not your idea of an overwhelming offer, make your own up. That you're just like, dude, we have to do this.
No, you have to.
Then sure.
That's it.
But I don't believe that that's necessarily happening. So all of that is to say, I think the Kings do have to weigh that when figuring out, okay, is it worth giving up an unprotected first for Cam Johnson? In a vacuum, probably not. For a guy that's going to come off the bench, who's going to play 22 minutes a night.
Maybe 27, maybe 28, but still, the point is
fewer than 30 minutes a night.
Yep.
Is it worth an unprotected first? Yeah, probably not. But if it's that player plus you're appeasing De'Aaron Fox and ensuring that he's going to stay here in Sacramento, I think it's worth it. And I think they have to factor that in to how they're going about these deals.
I totally agree, and that's an excellent point. The Kings are in a different space than they have been in the past.
1,000%. And
I'm going to bring up here, Secure in the Bagley here in the chat says, what has Fox done in the past to say he will force the Kings' hand? It's one thing. He did one thing to tell you he's going to force our hand. He moved away from Chris Gaston, his friend and longtime agent, and went to Rich Paul. That told you that all bets are off going forward.
Mm-hmm.
Rich Paul is now running the show.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. And so, yes, De'Aaron Fox did tell you that he would make a demand. And it's when he hired that guy. And when that guy went out and got him his shoe deal, where he now has a signature shoe with the Curry brand with like...
That colorway he was wearing last night was sick, by the way.
I didn't see which one he was wearing.
It was like an olive green with like a little gold on it.
Oh, he has the rose-colored ones for his little girl too. Oh yeah.
Just every De'Aaron Fox signature shoe that has come out has been excellent. Every color of it.
Yeah.
Been a big fan. Anyways.
And then I think people in the chat, they have a good question too. And it's something that everyone's asking now. Is Fox worth the Supermax? You know what? Like, look, we talk about this all the time. You think you have a $5 million house, but the most you can get for it when you go to sell it is $2 million.
Mm-hmm.
That means you have a $2 million house. I hate to tell you. Like, it doesn't matter what you think it's worth. De'Aaron Fox is going to get that money, whether you out there in the chatty house think he's going to or not.
Right.
If he's eligible for the Supermax, he's getting that money.
Correct.
So, hate to tell you, he's a Supermax player.
Yeah. This conversation happens probably a lot.
Mm-hmm.
When guys get Supermaxes. There are your obvious ones. LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, just lay up Supermax guys, right?
Yep.
There's going to be a lot of players, though, that their fan base is going to go, yeah, but is he really worth the Supermax? Like, yes. 1,000%.
Yeah. Like, to your franchise? Heck yeah, he is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean...
Not even close.
Yeah, the Kings don't have somebody out there with, like, that much talent.
And frankly, if the front office has that question, if the Kings front office, and I don't think they do. In fact, I would be almost certain they don't.
Mm-hmm.
But if the Kings front office has that question, then you should be making phone calls.
Well, and if the front office has that feeling on him, as an owner, you should also be making your own phone calls and finding someone else to run your front office.
You know what? That's a good point. Yeah.
Talent is what it is. Like,
1,000%.
Talent runs the world in the NBA.
Dude, I mean, look no further than last night, man.
Yeah.
11 of 19 from the field, 4 of 7 for 3. Granted, it's Brooklyn, not a great team, but he can score 30 in an NBA game with half a left hand and a back injury. And a glute injury. A glute injury that's become a back injury?
And a thumb injury.
That was the half a hand.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it his left thumb or his right thumb?
It's his left pinky, his right thumb. Yeah. He's like a cat. He has no opposable
8/10 of a hand.
Yeah.
Per my quick math and counting on my fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. He was super impressive last night, De'Aaron Fox was. And it's a really stark reminder of, yeah, if you had any question about how good De'Aaron Fox is.
Yeah, like 2 weeks ago, he was 6th in the NBA in scoring.
Yeah, bro. Like, this isn't...
Out of 450 players, he's 6th. So if you don't know that he's really good, he's really good.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he put 60 on the board earlier this season.
If you want to ask if Keegan Murray's worth a max rookie extension, that can be a conversation we can have.
Of course.
But De'Aaron Fox is a Supermax player, assuming he's eligible for the Supermax.
Well, that, and just so everyone knows, the Kings have offered him max extensions each of the last 2 summers.
Right.
He just won't sign them because if you're all NBA 2 years in a row, I mean, if you're all NBA in the year before, you get into you're eligible for an extension.
Yeah.
Then you can get a Supermax, which is just different. It's 35% of the salary cap, not 25 or 30%. And then 8% raises on top of that. It's a lot of money. I get it. But at the same time, like, if you trade Fox and you don't get a star level player back or a player who has star potential, you're going to be chasing that for years. Like, again, because you're going to be just good enough to not be bad.
Yep.
and not to get into the top end of the draft.
Mm-hmm.
And you may have screwed up everything to get there. And when you trade him, if let's say you get 3 first-round picks, if you get 3 first-round picks from a team like San Antonio, right? Just for instance, you get 3 first-round picks from San Antonio.
Do you still have those odds up since we're here?
Yeah.
San Antonio is what, a plus 3,000?
They were plus 3,000 for sure.
Okay. So San Antonio is a plus 3,000. What are you getting back from San Antonio?
Well, that's a problem because you're asking for Devin Vassell, Jeremy Sohan.
That phone call starts at Wemby.
Well,
they're going to say no.
They're going to say
that's
no.
where you start. But anyways,
but a realistic phone call is like, I want Sohan, I want Vassell, I want Stephon Castle, and I want a couple of firsts.
Yeah.
And the problem is that not one of those players I mentioned is anything more than a really good role player.
And your firsts are going to be back into the first round, more than likely.
Yep. And you're giving them De'Aaron Fox to pair with Victor Wembanyama, and history will be written. He'll make multiple All-Star teams playing alongside Victor Wembanyama as the number 2.
And the storyline every time they go to the finals was, look at that time they fleeced Sacramento. Here's what because this already happens with the Trey Lance trade for the 49ers, because they traded with the Dolphins, and the Dolphins turned that trade into like Tyreek Hill and like Bradley Chubb and I think Jalen Waddle, and like they built their playoff team on the back of this trade. That would be the talking point every time the Spurs have any success. Is, wow, look at these players they got rid of, and then look at what they got back. And look at all the success they've had. That's a thumbs down for me.
Yeah.
Legitimately, it feels like Houston's the only team that...
It is, but just so you know, he's going to have a say in where he goes, because that's where you're at with him. That it is where you're at with Fox. He has 1 year after this season left on his deal. All he has to say is, I'm not signing there.
Right.
So you can trade me there, but I'll play a year and I'm leaving.
Right.
And I'm not signing there.
Right.
And they'll be like, well, we hold some of the... You don't hold any cards at all. Like, because now we're dealing with...
Now when you're running up against free agents.
You already lost the Supermax. So you're going to be dealing with 8% raises versus 5% raises. And at the end of the day, any team that says that they're not going to negotiate and actually trade you at the last second isn't being honest. Mm-hmm. Because if they can get something out of trading you in a sign-and trade to get you to maximize your money, they will. Because, like, why not? Why would they not get something on the way out the door? So he's going to get his money no matter what. So he holds a lot of the cards here, and that's the problem the Kings are facing. And that's why getting down to, like, someone in the chat said, well, he didn't hire Rich Paul like last summer. It's like, no, he hired Rich Paul like 2 years ago, because this is exactly where it was going.
Yep.
This is exactly where he was then and where he knew things would potentially go. And he needed the best of the best to get him to where he wants to be. And that still could be in Sacramento. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying that like Sacramento's done, but you got to do something here if you want him to be here. You have to give him an opportunity to play for a title someday. And that should be the goal anyways.
Yeah.
But like, you got to figure out ways. You can't just sit around and be inactive for 2 years. You can't go through an entire summer and you come out of it with Chris Duarte. Like, that's it. Like what exactly just happened there?
Or if you are, because I understood it last offseason. I understood the quote-unquote run it back idea.
After the 2022-23 season. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. 2 off seasons ago, I understood it. But you have to have a plan in place when the trade deadline rolls around in early February, that if this is not continuing its upward trajectory, there's got to be pieces that move.
Yep.
And then they didn't do anything.
We were on the air talking about the same exact thing. Like, your team isn't good enough. It's not good enough.
We've had the same conversation for, how long have we been doing the show?
Yeah.
Year and a half.
Year and a half. The first year, it was like, okay, you got something. And you're right. It's okay to run.
I didn't hate it.
You still have to make some adjustments in that offseason. You still have to make some adjustments. But you get to the next, you get to that trade deadline, and you knew that team was not nearly the same team it was before.
Yep.
So,
and then you add DeMar DeRozan. Okay, great. But you still have all the same problems that you had 2 off seasons ago, last off season, last trade deadline. That's you got to do something now, because if you don't, I mean, I know it sounds dramatic and I know it sounds like we're being alarmist and all that, but I promise we're not.
No.
This is how the NBA works.
Yep.
They had these same conversations in New Orleans when Anthony Davis is going to ask out. No, Anthony Davis would never do that. He's loyal to New Orleans. Da, 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 da. Like, yeah, well.
Now he's a Laker.
Now he's a Laker. He had like 43 and 22 last night.
He was incredible. Yeah. He's doing a really nice job of going out there, sitting with Shams, and then he's making his case for his All-Star bid, making his case for All-NBA.
That's what we need Domas doing. Domas, be more of a jerk. I need Domantas Sabonis to be, I don't think I can say the word I want to say. I need him to be a mean person.
Yeah.
Go lobby. Go tell everyone how much every other center you go against stinks, except for Nikola Jokic. Let everybody know.
Mm-hmm.
Go talk to Shams. Go talk to Sam Amick.
Go sit down.
Sam Amick's there at Golden One Center. You can just go,
yeah.
Pull him aside. We'll chat. Don't let the Kings do it for you.
No.
I need Domas lobbying public. He never would.
No. Well, I mean, he did do a Netflix show, and then he went out and he's put the biggest numbers of his career. So he's been tremendous.
He has. He has, which is why I want him to be more vocal.
I'm with you.
Like, if people aren't going to notice the box scores, okay, fine.
He's up to 14.6 rebounds per game, and he's shooting 48.1% from 3. 21, 14.6, 6.5 assists, shooting 48% from 3 and 60.9 from the field, and he might not make the All-Star team.
He's going to make the All-Star team.
All right.
I will.
He didn't make it last year.
I will bet.
Uh-oh.
I don't want to bet.
You don't want to bet?
No, he has to. I don't. We did the whole, because last year the De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis were at the top of the snub conversation.
Mm-hmm.
In every article you'd read, and I did, because I wanted to. I was going to use as radio fodder on any article that didn't have them listed as snubs, and they were listed as the top 2 on like every single article. So
you were going to.
I was like, I'm ready to. I was on the most random NBA websites you've ever seen in your life.
Get the dude on the radio and just
like
ambush him. So we're going to need to know why. Why?
Some 16-year-old kid, mynbablog.wordpress.com. Like, I found him. No, but every single one. So I don't think that same mistake happens this year.
No, I hope not.
And the numbers are just absurd. And he's been really good. The Kings have been winning. He's been really good as the Kings have been winning. I think he makes the All-Star team this year.
All right.
I hope the coaches factor in the fact that Sacramento is 80 miles up the road.
They did not give us lunch boxes this year, like the All-Star. Did you see the All-Star metal lunch boxes they had made? I'll show you one time.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Last year? It had to be last season.
It was last season. And
hilarious.
Yeah, it didn't go well. They didn't make the All-Star team still, even with the cool lunchbox.
It's a big thumbs down.
Big thumbs down.
It's a big thumbs down. Yeah. We might be out at Chase Center. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
Hopefully Domas is there with us. All right. Let's we'll have the trade stuff for you. That'll stay in the conversation for sure. But the Kings beat the Nets last night 110-96. Was I wrong to not be moved by that game that much?
I mean, you can be ambivalent. It's all right.
We'll talk about it. All right. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320. It's Sacramento Sports Center.
Talking about buying out Lonzo Ball? I don't understand that. Funny. What's happening, everybody?
Got all caught up on Silo last night. It's weird because I read the first book. It's a 3-part series, the book is.
Yeah.
And I read the first book, and it's so different from the show. So I kind of know what happens, but I don't.
We started Severance like last week.
Great show.
So hadn't watched it, but then the wife and I sat down. We watched a couple episodes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, stupid Apple TV never stops where it's supposed to stop. It never like holds your place. So when you go back and watch later.
Oh, weird.
So we started watching an episode, and my wife's like, I think we saw this one. So we fast forward. He kept fast forwarding, like, yeah, we saw this one. So we skipped to the next one. We're like watching. No, we saw this one too. And we got like 4 in, and it's like, this is horrible. Like, we're sitting here combing through episodes to try to figure out where we might have stopped one other time. But it was like we had to go through like 3 or 4 episodes to get to the point.
You stopped mid-episode?
Well, I think one time we fell asleep watching an episode.
I see.
But either way, we didn't even know what episode it was.
Right.
So it was just a mess. And it didn't save the place where it's like you go and you click on, it's like, oh, episode 4. Okay, this is where we are. So, yeah, it's intriguing. That's for sure. I don't.
It's fascinating. I enjoy it so much.
Yeah. I don't know where it's going. I think that's the key.
Yeah, you got to stick it out. Like, let it really ramps up at the end of the season.
Ooh, we got a here we go from Fabrizio Romano, Patrick Dorgu to Manchester United.
Oh.
A verbal agreement in place with Lecce. Documents to be checked in 24 hours. 30 million plus a 5 million, 30 million euro plus a 5 million euro in add-ons not guaranteed. Nice. Got ourselves a left back.
I had the same reaction as you, Scooter.
Oh. Oh. Hey,
same.
The January transfer window is open.
You, James Ham, are not allowed to go. Oh, here we go. Right now, specifically for the next 10 days.
Man,
unless it's Kings related.
Do you see the Cowboys?
Hired again, all due respect, I don't give a fuck about Manchester United.
Yeah, I know.
No, what were you saying?
Eberflus is a new
DC for the Cowboys?
DC for the Cowboys.
Good for him.
I still haven't got to the waffle party. I know about the waffle party, but I haven't got to what happens at the waffle party, so I don't know. Nothing stranger than the dude opening his drawer and saying he has a whole bunch of character.
Oh, hey, we're back.
Oh.
Welcome back to hour number 2 of the ESPN 1320 Insiders. Get ready for the most up-to-date sports news and talk with the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're rocking with you until noon, and then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. Then we'll take you up to 4 o'clock right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Obviously talking a lot of Kings trade stuff today. Should the Kings be shopping De'Aaron Fox? Is that a thing that they should be doing if they expect to lose him if they don't make a trade? Would you if you were running the Kings? If you're Wes Wilcox or Monty McNair? 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. We'd love to hear from you on the Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. We'd love to hear from you in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Appreciate everybody who is watching and participating on the show there as well. Go ahead. What was your fake ass breaking news that you made everybody freak out about?
It wasn't fake breaking news. It's real breaking news. It's just not breaking news from the world of basketball.
Yeah, okay, so it's fake.
There we go. Fabrizio Romano, who is the European Woj. The Manu has acquired Patrick Dorgu from Lecce.
From Lecce?
Yeah.
Like milk?
Well, it's a team. It's a
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
I play for the
assuming.
milk team.
I'm assuming it's. I'm not sure where it's at, but the fee is 30 million euro plus 5 million euro in add-ons. So they got a left back. It's good. It's
How
good.
does this impact the Jimmy Butler market? That's what I want to know.
Well, I don't know.
Apparently, the price has come down for Jimmy Butler. That's honestly, here's the thing. Here's why I think this is worth watching for the Kings. Not because I think they're going to or should trade for Jimmy Butler, but it wouldn't surprise me if the Nets are like, you know what, internally, if the Nets are like, we'll go top 10 protected on Cam, which is, let's say that's where the Kings are.
Mhm.
Maybe it's top 50. I don't know where the Kings are, but we'll go to the Kings protection, whatever they want. But we're going to wait for this Jimmy Butler thing to shake out because that might change enough of the league that somebody will give us an unprotected first for Cam.
Maybe.
Or we might be involved in that deal in some way. Like
Yeah.
once the Jimmy Butler domino, it seems like it's holding things up a little bit.
It might be. I don't want to put too much on like what this unprotected pick means, because an unprotected pick from, like, say the Kings and an unprotected pick from the Oklahoma City Thunder are two totally different things. Two totally different things.
Mhm.
So, I mean, the Kings have a better opportunity to fall apart here in the coming years because of the current situation. And for that matter, like, I'm trying to get whatever I can from the Kings right now if I'm a team, because like the writing's on the wall that this thing could go south. I mean, we already know that you only have guaranteed one more year of DeMar DeRozan, and then you have to make a decision in the third year, right? You know that that De'Aaron Fox is teetering here. Is he going to be here? Is he not? Like, so 2027 first round pick from the Kings, even if it's top 10 protected, could be pretty good, right? Because at the end of the day, I think that's what you're asking for. Cam Johnson isn't worth like a top 5 NBA pick. He's not worth a top 10 NBA pick in my book.
No,
but is he worth like a 12 or 15 pick? Sure. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the range I would put him in. Even like this offseason, there are rumors that the Kings and the Nets were trying to finish a deal on draft night for the number 13 pick for Cam Johnson. Didn't happen. Didn't get it done. And it's because they're asking for more than that. And I get it. You have a player that you think has value. And, if you look at what they've got for some of their other players, specifically Mikal Bridges, like, you got a ton in that trade. So I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen here at the end of the day, but I do know that there's so much buzz. There, like, everywhere there's buzz, and not all of it's good. There's like a whole bunch of weird stuff going on right now, and the Kings have to figure their stuff out, and they've got to right the ship. And what they can't do is let whatever's happening during the trade deadline and all that stuff bleed into the court, because they're in a position where that could get out of control very quickly while you're on a 6-game road trip.
No doubt. The Kings beat the Nets 110-96 last night. I was not moved. And I think it's because we sat here on the radio all day and talked about how, hey, yeah, get this one over with in the middle of the third quarter, rest some starters. This is the game to just go throttle a team. And yeah, okay, they beat them by 14. But to me, that game was way too close, like, into the fourth quarter. Kings didn't really pull away until what, like the 7-minute mark of the fourth quarter?
Oh yeah, it was close.
That's uncomfortable. I don't know what to make of it. It's a good, like, you want to win that game, obviously, more than you want to lose it. And it's not like they needed a last second bucket or to come from behind after being down by 20 again. But they were behind in the first quarter, another slow start. They're behind at halftime. It was a battle into the fourth quarter. Like, I was expecting, maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe I went cart before horse again. But I really expected them to really go kind of beat the brakes off that Nets team. And they did late, to be sure. 30-18 in the final quarter, and they won the final 3 quarters. But yeah, I wasn't moved. I wasn't super impressed by that.
You weren't blown away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like Domas was awesome, De'Aaron was awesome, but just as a team, it was like sloppy. The Nets had a lot of easy buckets.
I thought Malik Monk really, really struggled in the first half. He picked up a bunch of fouls. He turned the ball over 4 times. Just loose overall.
Yeah.
And, just kind of, even when he got called for the technical, I don't even know what he was doing right there because it was like one of the most obvious fouls I've ever seen.
Clearly fouled.
Clearly just grabs a guy's arm and then he said he was yelling at the bench or something. I'm not sure. Maybe he was saying, hey, that's my 4th foul, but I'm good. Maybe that's what he was doing. But either way, like the whole thing was weird. But then when he settled in and they get to the 4th quarter, I just thought it was tremendous basketball. I thought Monk was absolutely spectacular. De'Aaron didn't score in the 4th quarter at all. And actually he had 3 assists in the 4th quarter, but he had set up the game to that point and been the guy to that point. He didn't even take a shot. But you see Keegan was huge in the 4th. Yeah. And then off the bench,
Keegan had a really nice 4th quarter.
He did. And him and Keon Ellis were a problem. Like they just kept taking the ball. Like in the 4th quarter.
Which is a little bit what I was expecting the entire game.
Oh, no, totally. Yeah, because, that's a team that is going to turn it over. In the 4th quarter, Keon Ellis, 8 points. He had 3 steals and a block, an assist, and a rebound. He was a plus 12.
Really aggressive putting the ball on the deck, too.
Yeah, I just thought like, oh, look at that. You're like, again, you need him to be that player. This team cannot go with their 6th best player just kind of taking a loose night off. And then we were talking about it too. Like Kevin Huerter doesn't play. And I think that was one of those like flags that popped up like, oh, Kevin Huerter's not playing. And I think he's having his jersey retired at his high school tonight in New York. So like Kevin is from upstate New York. I assume he had a whole bunch of family in the audience. The fact that he didn't play is like, there's like a couple of meanings there to me. And so that to me was very, very like a big red flag. But then on top of that, Trey Lyles did play. And so I was like, okay, if you're going out here and you're shopping guys, but you're not going to play a guy because he may or may not get traded, then why are you playing the other guy? Because he might get traded too. And so I just kind of like weird messaging coming out of that game. But either way, we'll see how it all plays out here in the next couple of days with trade stuff.
On the plus side, the Nets shot 36.6% from the field.
Oh, that's good. Yeah,
we'll revisit keys in a second, but I've been wanting to ask you this for the last couple of shows. And this may not be an option.
Okay.
But given how they've started some of these games, and given their defensive struggles, particularly in first quarters, do they need to make a change in their starting lineup?
I mean,
is that a thing that needs to happen?
I think it's possible that you're right with that, but I just don't see a way in which they can. Like their starting lineup is like you're kind of locked in. Like someone brought it up earlier. Well, who goes to the bench if you get Collins or Cam Johnson? And the answer is nobody.
Sure.
Like they're replacing Kevin Huerter and others on the bench. Maybe Trey Lyles if you have to give up Trey Lyles too. Like that's a problem. You're going to have to give up something to get something. But at the same time, I don't see that you're not going to bench De'Aaron Fox. I don't think you can go backwards with Malik Monk. Like
that's the one. Why?
Well,
because you've given him a taste of the starter life, and now putting him back on the bench is a problem.
Yeah, but I would even say, like Malik has been really good. So as a starter, he's averaging 19.4 points and 6.8 assists.
This is not an anti-Malik Monk take.
No, I know.
He's not a problem. It's hey, this group of players is having a really hard time stopping the Nets in the first quarter.
No, I agree.
There's a really easy way to sprinkle in a little defense. And I mentioned yesterday, you don't want your bench to get outscored. The bench got outscored by a bunch.
Horrible.
And again, it didn't. I mean, it ultimately doesn't matter because the Kings starters are so much better than whatever the Nets were rolling out. 17 points to I think 40. The Kings bench was outscored. Okay, he brings some scoring. Like the way this had all worked beforehand. I don't think the Kings are winning because Malik Monk's in the starting lineup. I think the Kings are having to come from behind in part because they don't have enough defense in that group.
Yeah.
And moving Keon Ellis into the starting lineup and moving Malik Monk back into the sixth-man role seems like a really easy thing. And I said this on the internet last night, and Matt George said, who's going to be the one to tell him? Like, I'll do it. Like, hey, you're about winning. You're really freaking good off the bench. This is what the team needs.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, he may not love it, but I think Malik probably wants to win more than play 34 minutes. And if that's it, gives them a better chance to win games.
I would just say this. I don't know. Okay, that's one pathway to get better, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Another pathway is to get off your hands and go trade for a Malik Monk type player that can come in and impact the floor. That's it. Like you made this decision, and I think you're doing a good job of using Keon. I mean, Keon played 30 minutes last night.
Yeah, Keegan foul trouble helped.
Yeah, I mean, but if you're looking at Keegan, Keon, De'Aaron, and Malik, okay, you got 3 guys. The problem is you don't really have a 4th guy. And we thought, okay, well, maybe when you get Devin Carter back, maybe he can be that guy. Right now, Devin Carter can't be that guy. Like, not this season. There's no way.
I mean, he just doesn't have enough NBA experience.
He doesn't even have his wind.
Yeah.
Like, most games, you see him, like, hands on knees, like, what's going on here? So that's a problem, that you can't rely on him for anything. But it's what we told you was going to happen, that there was a more high likelihood of him not being that player.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean you can't go get another player like that.
Mm-hmm.
And there are teams like, again, I bring it up, like Bones Highland. He can come in and score.
Big Bones Highland guy.
Just give you like a boost. I don't love him as a player, but like he comes in, like he knows what the assignment is, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you need to find one of those guys, that a lower level guy that can come in and give you some pop. And that's what I would do, as opposed to changing the starting lineup. I would go get the guy that helps complement the bench better. And I would do it for the backup point guard spot.
Mm-hmm.
I would do it for the backup 3-4 spot. And I would do it for the backup 5 spot. This team does not have the quality of depth behind their starters is not good. And that's why we have this big letdown. That's why someone brought it up earlier. Oh, what do you think about De'Aaron Fox having a 0± last night? Because De'Aaron Fox played with the bench. That's why. Look at what the bench did. Look what they did. Like they
Trey
went
Lyles,
like,
just in case anybody's in another box score in front of him. Trey Lyles, -18 in 15 minutes. You have Devin Carter. Nope. Doug McDermott, -10 in 6.5 minutes. Alex Len, -14 in 4.5 minutes.
Yeah.
And then Devin Carter was a +8 in 9.5 minutes.
Yeah, just like really, really tough, man. The second unit, when you start mixing it up, it gets out of control very quickly. And like, look, they do not run the starters out there for the entire first quarter. Like you got starters for 6 minutes, and then you change it up, and De'Aaron Fox and DeMar DeRozan go to the bench. You bring them back in later, and there's all kinds of things that they're doing when it comes to their starting lineups. But I don't believe that their starting unit is a problem. I'd have to look and see where they rank plus minus, and where they're at as far as like a group. But I don't think it's a bad group. And I think, to be honest with you, for a long time, it was one of the better groups in the NBA.
Sure. As currently constructed, whatever the Kings are doing that's making them start slow, they need to figure it out.
Yeah. And it says,
because coming back from 17 or 18 down, like I saw, Doug Christie's team has come back from 17 down and 18 down and 17 down. Like that, at some point, like that's not a great stat. You do it a couple times in a year, like, yeah, awesome. You fight till the end. That's great. The Nuggets game, you're down 1 million and got it close. The Bucks game, you're down 1 million and got it close. And then you lost those games. So whatever it is, and maybe it is, maybe it's what you're talking about. Maybe it's the bench depth. Maybe when they make that first substitution, it just all goes to hell. And that's the bigger problem. But
well, I can tell you on the season, the starting unit of Fox, Monk, Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis, and DeMar DeRozan, they're plus 2.5 points when they're in the game. And they've played the most minutes out of any 5-man group of the Kings. They've played 390 minutes together, which is a ton, right? The second next group is the same group except for no Malik Monk, Kevin Huerter in the starting lineup. They're plus 8.5.
Right.
So didn't matter how
Kevin Huerter.
Yeah, it didn't matter how bad Kevin Huerter was playing. They were still a plus 8.5, right? And that's in 184 minutes. Their next lineup is with Monk and Ellis in the backcourt. That's plus 23.6 in 123 minutes. So that's a really good lineup. And then the Keon Ellis, De'Aaron Fox backcourt is plus 18.4 in 80 minutes. So yeah, I'm not saying that it's a bad lineup.
It's the worst version of the 4 lineups you just read, though, including the one that has Kevin freaking Huerter in it.
Yeah.
Huh.
Hey, the lineup
that's pretty interesting.
With DeRozan, Sabonis, Ellis, Fox, and Monk is a plus 17.8. And I would say that most of their best lineups include Keon Ellis. Like, it is what it is. Like, Keon Ellis, their best lineup that the Kings have, a plus 35.8 is Malik Monk, Keon Ellis, Trey Lyles, Keegan Murray, and Domantas Sabonis. Yeah. But here's the problem.
I'm just a guy with a microphone.
Well, yeah, but here's the problem. You have to consider that there are other factors involved in these pluses, right?
No doubt.
So when we talk about most of these lineups that like stand out, some of those lineups are against the opposition starting unit, and some of them aren't. Does that make sense? Like, so we get to the 6-minute mark of the first quarter, they pull De'Aaron Fox out, and all of a sudden Keon Ellis is in the game, and they go up against a couple of bench players on the other team, and all of a sudden they start running up the score a little bit, and that's how we start to get some of this separation.
Sure.
So, anyway. It's complicated, Kyle. Stats.
Sorry, the last bit there. Did you see what Damian Barling tweeted 10 minutes ago?
No.
Damian Barling, who's coming up on this radio station at noon with Kenny Caraway. The Sacramento Kings are an absolute mess.
Yeah.
Can't wait for the handoff coming up in about 25 minits.
Yep.
I want to see if he'll come in earlier.
I think they are a mess.
I got to find out. Yeah. Maybe he's riffing on what we've been talking about.
I may have texted that to somebody this morning. That's the same exact thing.
Vibes are bad.
Vibes are bad.
Vibes are weird. Vibes are weird. I'm going to call them weird. I don't want to call them bad. I'm going to call them weird.
Okay, but they're on the bad side of weird, not the funny side of weird.
Yeah, trending. Right. Trending. Not weird like, hey, they're going to make this trade that nobody is thinking about or hearing about. Weird in the sense of, hey, there might be a secret doorway that they're about to go down that we had not really considered because these other two paths just seem so clear.
Yeah. Damian's out there. Yeah, he does have another tweet.
Oh, does he?
He does. Kings fans should open their minds to the very real possibility of a De'Aaron Fox trade. That was 1 minute ago.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
The Kings are an absolute mess.
Yeah, so when we've had these discussions all day, just know that, like,
I don't. Dude,
we might know that guy, Damian.
I'm gonna. Hey, is he?
Is he here?
Yeah, no, he's here.
We're just gonna leave you guys here on the radio.
I'm gonna go vamp for 4 minutes. So,
Kyle, go ahead.
You want to revisit keys from the game last night?
Yeah, let's go ahead and.
Great. Hopefully, hang on. Oh my God.
Damian just
I mean,
throws a Molotov cocktail and runs out of the room.
Should I just FaceTime him?
No, we're not gonna FaceTime. He's here somewhere. There goes Joe. We can have Joe go find Damian for us. Yeah, like, look, I think we're at a really weird spot. And like, is there a possibility that fences can be mended? Is there a possibility that all this stuff? Sure. But the reason why we've had lots of discussions today about De'Aaron Fox and where he fits with this team long term is it because we don't know, and because things have gotten murky behind the scenes. And I'm sure Damien's going to have a lot more time, a lot more to discuss about this.
Good booking by me. Damian Barling joining us in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, I would tell everybody this. The last like 12 hours have been a little wild for me, for Damien, for other people that are around this team. And we're going to have to see how it all plays out in the end. We are like, you can think one thing right now today where we sit, but you're also looking at like 8 days until the deadline or 10 days until the deadline. People can have their minds changed. People can, like deals could come up that you just can't say no to.
Mm-hmm.
Deals can come up that you have to say no to automatically and just walk away from. But I'd also say that like almost everything is on the table at this point. And that's because it's where the Kings have put themselves, the situation they put themselves with a star player who's got one more year after this year under contract. And
I am so, I don't know, man. It is going to take, let's say that happens. Again, if you're just tuning in, Damian Barling, D-Lo and KC is going to be joining us here in about 5 minutes. Tweeted, Kings fans should open up their minds to the very real possibility of a De'Aaron Fox trade.
Mhm.
The move that would have to be made for that to be something that is well received, I don't know that move is out there. Because look at all these freaking picks is not going to do it for a fan base that wants to contend for a title this year.
No.
For a fan base that has been looking and going, hey, can you get Cam Johnson? Hey, can you get John Collins? Can you get them both? Hey, what is that? Oh, can you go conference finals in the picture?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, if Oklahoma City, if Chet doesn't get right, can you? Memphis is super banged up. Houston's super young. Hey, can you make a little run? To go from that to, okay, hey, De'Aaron Fox is traded. Hey, but it didn't get a lot back player wise, but look at all these picks. That's not going to move the needle the way they want it.
And it can't be for picks. And it's where, like, again, we want to talk about San Antonio. San Antonio right now, like, they can offer picks, right? And they might even have picks from other people. I don't know what their exact like register of first round picks look like.
Mm-hmm.
But the players that they have to offer are flat out role players. Like Jeremy Sohan might be a starter,
mm-hmm.
right? And Devin Vassell might be a starter. Castle might be a starter. Not any of those guys are guaranteed to be in your starting five 2 years from now. None of them.
And would you put money on any of those guys ever being an all-star?
No. And that's the problem. Like, they don't have all-star potential. And that's where Fox does have, even though he's only made one all-star team, he's still, like, again, 2 weeks ago, he's 6th in the league in scoring. Right now, he's 12th in the league in scoring. Like, there isn't a player there that has that type of potential that I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I'm scouting them, looking at their players, I like Devin Vassell. I like Sohan. I think he'd be a great player for the Sacramento Kings.
Mm-hmm.
But not for De'Aaron Fox. Like, and that's where you're like, okay, well, what else? Go, and then I go look at the Donovan Mitchell trade, and it's like, okay, if San Antonio's offering that, all of that,
mm-hmm.
okay, maybe.
Sure.
But that it's got to be the right deal. And again, De'Aaron Fox holds a tremendous amount of power in this situation. He can say
almost
no.
all of it.
He can say no to most teams because he has 1 year left on his deal and say, I will not sign with them. I won't sign with them. And that's it.
Yep.
So
Damian Barling's going to join us next. He just tweeted that Kings fans need to open their minds to the idea of De'Aaron Fox being traded. We'll ask him what that means. And then we'll hand you over to D-Lo and KC, which is coming up at noon. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. And we are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Today.
I'm confused.
Mics are hot, FYI.
Yeah. Oh, for him, yeah. Someone just said Fox is nowhere near. Noah, Fox isn't close to All NBA. Fox was All NBA 2 years ago, and last year he was like 17th, 18th in voting out of 15 players. Like he's right there. Hi, Dame. Hi, everybody.
I really hate this shit. Like I genuinely do. I hate this stuff. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
No, it's perfectly fine.
Okay.
No, it's perfectly fine.
Hi. Oh.
Still got 2 minutes.
Hang on, mute the mics for a sec.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham, Kyle Madsen, Damian Barling in the building as well. D'Lo and KC coming up at noon. And, it's a big deal when the handoff starts a little bit early. So, Damian, you're here because you've been on the internet. You tweeted that the Sacramento Kings are a mess. And then about 10 minutes later, you said that Kings fans should open up their minds to the very real possibility of a De'Aaron Fox trade.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine this isn't, I don't think you tweet these things lightly or for engagement. So where are we at here?
Well, the Kings are a mess thing is multi-layered, and I thought you and James did a fantastic job of laying that out at the beginning of the show. Like there's a lot that seems to happen with this within this organization that doesn't make a lot of sense. And I thought James laid that out beautifully when he talked about the last draft, the Devin Carter draft. We've talked extensively about how there was a lot of noise about that pick being traded, and it's not just external noise. It wasn't just James, it wasn't just D'Lo and KC, Kyle Madsen, the Insiders, it wasn't just Jason Anderson saying, there seems to be a ton of traction regarding a trade. It's the fact that that someone in that front office was telling other people in the organization that they were trading that pick. They had a deal in place. And when I say other people, I'm talking about people like De'Aaron Fox, I'm talking about people like Domantas Sabonis, I'm talking about their respective agents hearing that this deal was being done and then it ultimately not getting done. James again laid out at the beginning of the show, that's not the first time that has happened. Right. So it's one thing for us to be out here speculating about whether deals get done or, being told yesterday the Sacramento Kings are nearing a deal. It's one thing for us to get that information and pass it along. It's one thing for us to vet that information through multiple different sources and pass that information along to you. It's a whole other thing for their front office to tell agents of their star players that, hey, we've got deals in place for these certain players and those deals not getting done. And it feels like that's where the Sacramento Kings are, where they're repeatedly telling people within their organization that deals are getting done that aren't done. And we may be nearing a point, like it's well reported that Rich Paul was in Sacramento. Rich Paul said, where are we going here? Representing his client, De'Aaron Fox. All he did was parrot a conversation that De'Aaron seemed to have with the front office himself. And it's like, I want to win. I want to win. That's what I want to do. And it wasn't just, we're not good enough to not win. It's that you've had moves in place and you have fallen short time and time again to make this team better. And you continue to march the same group out there expecting different results. So when things weren't going the way that we had all hoped that they were going to go in November, it was, I want to win. And then you have the situation with Mike Brown where Mike Brown gets fired and De'Aaron gets the blame for it, coming off of the Detroit game, coming off of that 4-point play, coming off of Mike Brown kind of throwing him under the bus for maybe the second or third time this season. All of a sudden he's fired. And what do? Well, you look at Rich Paul in the big evil empire of Clutch Sports and you look at De'Aaron Fox like, oh, it's his fault. And who was there to help him? Nobody.
Not a single person.
A canned interview with Mark Jones and Monty McNair to explain this whole thing where 10 minutes into the interview, Monty mentions Mike Brown for the first time. That's not Mark's fault. Right. That is a King's fluff piece that is put out there where James Ham can't answer questions or ask questions, where Jake Gayden can't ask questions, where Chris Biederman and Jason Anderson can't ask questions. It's where another Kings employee can ask the general manager of the team questions. And we all sat there watching that interview like this is the biggest waste of time since the decision. You're offering us nothing. And that's what's happening right now is this organization continues to take misstep after misstep after misstep. And now we've gotten to the point where at least one team has called Sacramento and asked about De'Aaron Fox and offered something, whether the idea of trading De'Aaron Fox is serious enough that they're entertaining it. It was enough for Wes Wilcox to call Rich Paul and tell him, hey, here's what's going on. How do you want to navigate this? And there was no door. That's why the line was open up your mind to the possibility of De'Aaron Fox being traded. The reason I said open up your mind is because when that call was made, the door wasn't shut.
Mm-hmm.
The door was, we're not doing this. No. We're going to do everything we can to retain De'Aaron Fox. No, Rich, we're going to build a winner here. None of that was said. It was like, okay, well, let's see if we can find something that works for everybody. It doesn't mean that the Sacramento Kings are trading De'Aaron Fox. That's not what that means. But it also doesn't mean that the door is shut on them trading De'Aaron Fox either.
He's not untouchable.
He's absolutely not untouchable.
I think untouchable in one way, it's complex, right? You're not going to go out and just trade De'Aaron Fox to trade De'Aaron Fox.
Correct.
Right? The reason why we're all in this situation, though, I don't think anyone's hands are clean in this situation. I think that there are enough things that you can stack up against, each side. When you don't make the prerequisite moves to take logical steps as a franchise, that's a problem. And the Kings they got to a point where they had a really, really good season, and then they did not make any of the logical moves after that. And you've got a player who makes All-NBA, makes an All-Star team, but then it's all predicated on wins and losses.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. It's not predicated on his stats, because his stats say last season should have been an All-Star. Number 8 in the league in scoring. The top 19 guys get in except for you. He doesn't get in. And so you get to this year where it's like all of a sudden financials are part of it. And whether he is an All-NBA player or not means the difference in it's tens of millions of dollars. And people can say, oh, well, is he being greedy? Like, no, he's not being greedy. This is the NBA. This is what happens. This is what great players get.
Mm-hmm.
They get paid. But now you've put him in a situation where, again, a coach gets fired. And, hey, who makes a decision on who's an all-star and who's not as a reserve? We'll find out on Thursday. It's the coaches.
Right.
And how many of them do you think are lining up to give a Sacramento Kings player an all-star bid when they fired one of their own a couple of weeks ago, just because?
Yeah,
it's a good point.
Right? And so, again, when De'Aaron Fox feels like he's being thrown under the bus, and a lot of national guys did. They threw him under. Well, look what Mike Brown went off on De'Aaron Fox. Next morning, he's fired. That's not what happened. Like, the Foxes were clean in this. De'Aaron's, like, the fact that they went out to dinner the next week, it's because they always had a good relationship with him.
Right.
Luke Laux and Rasay worked together with the Golden State Warriors under Mike Brown.
That doesn't mean De'Aaron was always thrilled with Mike's decisions, by the way.
Of course not.
But it's also like James isn't always thrilled with the things that I do. That doesn't mean I'm out, I'm going to 1140. That's not what it means. It means we work through those.
Yes.
We work through those differences that we have and keep it moving. It was no different than what was going on with De'Aaron Fox and Mike Brown.
Right.
Yeah, so now we're just in a really weird situation. And I did not think that we're sitting here waiting for a trade to happen. We're waiting for a trade to happen because players have been told about a trade happening.
That's right.
A week ago.
That's right.
A week ago, they were told that a trade was happening.
As were agents.
Why do they keep doing this?
I don't know. So I have a thought that I'm going to hold on to until after 12 because I don't want anyone else in the room to be guilty by what I'm saying.
Sure.
But it all goes back to the same person.
Mm-hmm.
Every time it goes back to the same person. When you search and you look like what's going when you go back to Mike Brown being fired, the very first article that was written in The Athletic was about how it was the front office's decision. Mm-hmm. 2 days later, a different article was written.
Mm-hmm.
And this one pointed the finger directly at Vivek.
Mm-hmm.
I am 1,000% certain I know who the problem is. Again, I don't want to make anyone else in this room guilty by association, so I'll wait till 12.
Andrew, a radio professional. That's a great tease.
Tune in at 12 o'clock.
Tune in at 12. We got something happening.
Speaking of which, for a quick reset, this is The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen, Damian Barling in the building. So my fear here is that James and I were just talking about this before you came in, Damian, but whatever they get back for De'Aaron Fox is not going to be an adequate return. And I'm lumping that in with B here, that I don't know how many times we've seen the door open on a trade like this where the trade ends up not happening. That's kind of my concern. Like you said, this doesn't mean they're trading him, doesn't mean they're shopping him, and that's all very clear. That makes sense in my head. But what I can't get past is I feel like once this cat is out of the bag, it's done. It's a really hard thing to kind of come back from long term. To go from, oh, hey, you've got agents being called to, how about an extension? Yeah, you're our guy. That I feel like those two things don't line up.
Do you want to weigh in or do you want me to?
I think De'Aaron Fox would stay here for the rest of his career if the situation was right.
I think so too.
Even after all this.
I think so too. Again, this isn't, I understand we're used to this like going a certain way.
Yeah.
This isn't, De'Aaron didn't ask for a trade.
Okay.
De'Aaron set his parameters for what it would take to stay here.
Mm-hmm.
The Sacramento Kings aren't necessarily seeking a trade. But De'Aaron's not untouchable. A call was made, at least one call was made that warranted a call between the front office and De'Aaron's agent to alert them of a conversation that was had, and here's where we are. Again, the door wasn't shut. The door, and at the same time, De'Aaron wasn't ushered out.
Right.
It just means there is a possibility of this happening. I don't think the Sacramento Kings are looking to trade De'Aaron Fox just for the sake of trading De'Aaron Fox. I don't think they're looking to trade De'Aaron Fox because De'Aaron Fox is unhappy. I think if there is a situation that works for Sacramento and it works for De'Aaron Fox, I think they'll make that deal. This was the argument that I made weeks ago when Mike Brown was fired, was if there is a deal that makes sense, that De'Aaron likes and Sacramento likes, you take it.
Sure.
Because if Sacramento likes it, I don't think that it blows up your team. And I think you could still be really competitive this year. My bigger issue is I'm having a really, really difficult time trusting this front office.
Sure.
The Sacramento Kings have two guys in place to do what the job of one. Most teams have one general manager and a team that works with them. This team seems to have two. One of them is called an assistant, but there's no accounts that guy's actually the assistant general manager. We say Monty a lot when we probably should be saying Wes. And so I disagree with that. I think you can continue. If Doug Christie continues to be the guy, 11-4, I think in his 15 games as the Kings.
Yeah, 11-4.
11-4. That's a hell of a clip to win at. But if he continues to win, you erase those first 30 games. You make Doug Christie your next head coach. You feel good about that. You feel good about where this team is. Hopefully they're in the playoffs somewhere, whether it's by playing or top six. Yeah, absolutely. Like there's the parameters to win. If you're winning, I feel like De'Aaron Fox could absolutely sign an extension. It's going to be for $125 million less than he had hoped for, because I don't think all NBA is going to be a thing for him.
Probably not.
But
here's my question, and this is kind of what we've been digging into today. Winning, that's just making the playoffs. So if they do nothing at the deadline, they take this team, they finish as we'll just say as the 6th seed. Let's say they finish as the 6th seed. And they're a first round exit. That constitutes winning and doing what it takes to win. Because to me, with all this buzz around Cam Johnson and John Collins, for something to not get done,
I hear you.
I don't. That's where my personal door is open to. Okay, well, if you're not getting anything else done, and this is the move you're going to have to make eventually, anyways, that's that move being the De'Aaron trade. That's where it starts to make sense. If they don't think they can go do something substantial to help them win this year.
Okay, but they have to do something substantial because De'Aaron said they have to do something substantial. Not substantial, but they have to do something to improve the wing depth. Like, it's just straight up. Like, it's not even like there is no hidden thing that De'Aaron Fox is asking for. There's not a player that he's asked for. There's not a specific, you have to get a player of this stature in order for me to stay. He wants players that will help the team win. That's it, straight up. He wants better players that will help the team win. They need wing depth. They have to go get a wing. That means you have to actively go shop and get a wing, and you can't wait it out for 2 months. And that's where we're at. We're at the waiting game stage that we're always at. And the waiting game stage typically leads to inactivity. And if this thing goes through the trade deadline and they're still inactive, I would expect after the season, as soon as the season ends, De'Aaron Fox asks for a trade.
Wes and Monty's job to me is on the line over the next 9 days.
Yes, without question.
They have 9 days to save their job, in my opinion. Because to answer your question, if the scenario that you presented in James talking about the waiting game, and you wind up just getting through this trade deadline, and the Kings wind up scrapping and clawing to a 6 seed because De'Aaron, DeMar, and Domas are playing 40 minutes a night, and Keon is scoring 12 to 15 of the 17 to 19 points that are scored off the bench.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how De'Aaron, Rich Paul, or any Kings fan would look at that and go, well, we're in a great position for next year, especially if you lose in the first round.
Right.
If you lose in the first round, you're right back to where you were when you lost to the Golden State Warriors. So you've made no progress whatsoever. I don't know how anyone in the organization or who follows the organization feels good about that scenario, other than you dug yourself out of a 6 games under 500 deficit, but that would have been 4 months ago at the time. And that'd be, the way life, that's old news at this time.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. There has to be some result greater than just making the playoffs to me. Like that just.
Well, and you have to show that you're on a path. I think that's what Fox has been asking for the whole time. It's like, look, it's fine. Like I said earlier, like it's fine that you went out and got DeMar DeRozan, but let's be honest, DeMar doesn't really fit all that well. Number one. Number two, DeMar is 35 years old and you opened a window. And now Fox is like, okay, if we're going to win, if we're in win now mode, then it's with DeMar. And but we don't have enough still. So you have to go complement what you just did. And they continuously have not been able to do that, to add that other piece. And again, when you hear Domas at a basketball camp to say, yeah, well, we had a deal. We had 2 other deals and that fell through.
That was so jarring. That was like did he mean to say that?
Did he just,
like out loud? Oh,
like their children present, Domas.
Right.
We're out of camp, man. Well, that's what, and it's supposed to be fun and light and about the camp and hey, what do you think about DeMar? Well, good. We're glad we got that done because
glad we didn't screw that one up
because we had 2 other deals that fell through.
Oh.
I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
But
just
that's the
over-promise, under-delivering just consistently. That's wild.
Yeah, and you can't do that.
Yeah.
Like you absolutely can't do that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Again, the seriousness of this, I don't know. Like we'll again, it was serious enough for the front office to call his agent. And does this have any bearing on any potential deals for John Collins or Cam Johnson or someone else? I don't think so, but I can see why it might.
And just, can you clarify how substantial of a deal that is that the front office or Wes Wilcox is calling Rich Paul? Because it's not like they do that anytime somebody calls about De'Aaron Fox.
Well, I think it's substantial because if Wes had called and said, hey, Rich, just wanted you to know San Antonio called and they offered, we told them to go to hell.
Right.
That's not what happened. Right. And you probably don't even make that call.
Right.
Because I'm sure that happens pretty regularly. I'm sure that happens when Draymond Green's podcast dropped.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Monty, Wes, whoever takes the call. Just watching the Draymond Green show, was curious what you guys is playing. Click.
Right.
It's easy. You don't call Rich and tell him about that. But you call if it's like, hey, just letting you know this happened. What do you think?
Well, and that deal is out there, that there is something tangible that they can actually say yes or no to.
Right.
And that's the difference. Like all this hypothetical stuff,
point.
It is what it is. But when we get down to it, there's a deal on the table, and Fox at this point can say yes or no.
And De'Aaron, right, and that's the thing. He can say yes or no, not in the way that Bradley Beal can, but in the way that OG Anunoby and Pascal Siakam could.
Mm-hmm.
There's all of this stuff about Miami and all of these different places. Cool. I'll go there for a year.
Yeah.
I'm not signing a contract. And Rich has we've seen it. Rich Paul has no issue. Absolutely. De'Aaron will go into Miami. I mean, South Beach with a great organization, Pat Riley, Eric Spoelstra. He'll bust his ass for a year, but he's not signing a contract extension until the offseason. So you're acquiring, knowing He might leave, but yeah, no, by all means, go ahead. Now, if it's San Antonio, we'll sign an extension there. You know, people want to wait. Oh, you can't trade Jalen Green till the offseason. Wait for Houston. That's fine. You think Houston just beat Cleveland twice and Boston. Houston looks as real could possibly be right now.
Yeah, man's game winner last night was nice.
I saw. Hold out for Amin Thompson. They're not trading him.
No chance.
He's next.
Yes.
He is one of those dudes. They are not trading that man. And so whatever you're holding out for hope with the Rockets, that's fine. But based on things that we have learned, De'Aaron Fox will go into the Rockets situation like, absolutely, I will bust my ass for Houston, my hometown team, for a year. And then I will make a decision on what I want to do after that. And Rich will convey that message to Houston and any other organization that I believe isn't San Antonio.
You remember that we had a better deal 2 days ago?
I remember that. Still don't know what he meant.
It meant that DeMarcus Cousins' agent called and said, hey, we're not signing an extension there at all.
And they lost, a draft pick?
They lost a first-round draft pick. It became a second.
All right.
And they can do that.
D'Lo and Casey coming up next. It's going to be on this stream. Don't go anywhere if you're on YouTube and Twitch. Plenty more coming up with D'Lo and Casey right here on ESPN 1320. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Can't wait. Should be a fun one. I don't know where I'm at. Drink water. Be nice to people. 10 a.m. tomorrow. D'Lo and Casey next. ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Woo! Shouty house. Appreciate you guys. See you tomorrow.
Hit
Be
thumbs
safe.
up.
Yeah, hit the thumbs up while you're in here.
Yeah, welcome, everybody.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
All right, let's hit this real quick. Let's go ahead and get this out there so you can send the hate tweets. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
That's at Damian Barling. So get all your hate tweets to me. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
All right, man. So we appreciate you being here. If you're tapping in on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, you missed out on a lot. Shout out to everybody who's here for the first time. Shout out to everybody who thinks I'm full of crap and don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just relaying information to you. That's all I'm doing.
You're definitely not full of crap, and you definitely know what you're talking about. Simple as that. Come on now. Stop playing with them.
So where are the Sacramento Kings with Cam Johnson, John Collins? Where are the Sacramento Kings with some of these other trade targets? Well, they're continuing to work. I know that. It seems Brooklyn has an asking price for Cam Johnson that they are not wavering on whatsoever. There could be something in the works for John Collins in Utah. And now the conversation with De'Aaron Fox has started. If you're just tuning in, we'll try to lay this out as plainly as possible for you. De'Aaron Fox has not asked for a trade. The Sacramento Kings are not actively shopping De'Aaron Fox. What has happened is a team reached out to the Sacramento Kings and had a conversation with them that was serious enough for assistant general manager Wes Wilcox to reach out to Rich Paul and tell them that that conversation has happened. Mm-hmm. What went on from there is anyone's guess. We do have a little bit. Can't report everything, man, but we can tell you that that happened. Mm-hmm. And, you know, again, De'Aaron, Rich Paul have been adamant about the same thing since November. We want to win. This is about winning. We want to win basketball games. There's reports that Rich Paul was just your boy. You ran into him. You talked to him. Just hanging out in Sacramento, talking to the front office. Hey, what's the plan here? That's when the Sacramento Kings weren't doing too well. De'Aaron Fox wrongfully, as we've tried to repeat over and over and over again, was left holding the bag for Mike Brown's firing. A picture of them posted at dinner later showed, oh, no, everything's fine. By all accounts, everything was fine. De'Aaron maybe didn't love every decision that Mike was making, but that's not uncommon between a star player and a coach. But because of the way this front office chose to handle themselves, because of the way that this organization chose to handle themselves, De'Aaron was left holding the bag for that. No one in the front office has been even asked about Mike Brown's firing. And so maybe frustration levels are a little bit high for De'Aaron. The man's playing through a pinky on his shooting hand that is pointing in the wrong direction. He's got a fractured, he's left-handed, so it's right hand. Mm-hmm. He's dealing with all sorts of issues right now. He took that horrible bump against Memphis. He's still out there trying to compete for this basketball team. He played the entire third quarter last night because this team doesn't have enough depth to give him, Domas, and DeMar adequate rest through the game. And the only guy who could score off the bench was Keon Ellis. And he did it in the fourth quarter to ensure the Sacramento Kings walked out of Brooklyn with a victory. So I don't know if De'Aaron Fox is frustrated or not, but laying all that out, I wouldn't blame him if he was. But again, De'Aaron Fox has not asked for a trade. The Sacramento Kings are not open for business when it comes to trading De'Aaron Fox. But there's enough conversation to be had to where I believe the Sacramento Kings are looking at it like, hey, if we find something that works for De'Aaron, that works for Sacramento, maybe we execute this. And I think that's where these two entities might be at right now.
Let me ask you, do you think that's a problem?
Absolutely not.
I don't either.
I have no problem with this. And this is what I was talking about 2 weeks ago after Mike Brown got fired. I said it in a slightly more animated way. I think the world of De'Aaron Fox. I think he's a terrific basketball player. But this whole, oh, God, if we lose him, it's all over. That's not how I feel. But I'm not trading him just to trade him. If there's a deal that works for everybody. And everybody is important in this because De'Aaron has that Pascal Siakam control. He has that OG Anunoby control. He has the ability to re-sign or not with any organization that acquires him in a trade. There is nothing wrong with finding a deal that works for everybody involved, if it works for everybody involved. Just like I told Kyle Madsen a second ago, there's nothing wrong with going, all right, like, are we on track to what? Are you comfortable with what we're doing? Are we on track to, all right, let's sign an extension. Let's keep you in Sacramento for a long time. There's nothing wrong with that either. Everything I've heard over the last, no bridges have been burned. No one is, at least I don't think, nobody is overly angry about this. I think there's a lot more. I think there are other entities involved outside of De'Aaron Fox, the player, and the Sacramento Kings, the team, which have to be factored into this as well. But there's plenty that can happen over the next 9 days. There's plenty that can happen over the next 4 months.
Yeah, I mean, I look at the situation on both sides. If you're De'Aaron Fox, you want to keep your options open. You want to potentially make All-NBA so you can get the super max and you can get as much money as possible. You also just want to maybe figure out if this is the best place for you to win. So extension time comes around, you hold off on that. I completely understand it. It makes perfect sense. I completely understand the Kings front office taking calls, having conversations, and I mean, I don't know what the procedure normally is, but telling Rich Paul, like, look, somebody called us. Somebody called us, and this is like, what do you, from everything I heard you say, perfectly fine. Somebody called us. What do you think about that, Rich? Because you know where we stand. We want to give you this money. We want to give you this contract. We want you here forever, but you said no. So we got to do what we got to do.
Maybe you didn't say no. You said not yet. And not yet leaves all the control in your hands. You said no to the initial extension, which we have outlined 1,000 times, makes financial sense. Donovan Mitchell just did it with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Tim Bontemps wanted him traded the entire season, and then he signs the extension the off season, and now they have the second best record in the NBA. There's a reason financially players go, first contract extension, nope. I'm going to wait till the off season because you add an extra year to that. When you add an extra year, it balloons in value. Donovan already done it. In De'Aaron's case, you hit all NBA, it ultra balloons. There was I think a total of 180 million reasons why you don't sign the extension when he did. It's basic math. I know math sucks and it's difficult, but it's basic math. But when you say, no, not yet, and then you go on podcast saying, yo, I want to win. Yo, I want to keep pressure on. Again, it's a Clutch Sports MO. There's nothing wrong with holding your teams accountable. You also have to, if you're the team, go, well, I got to maintain some control over this because there could come a point where I lose all control. And I might have a thought of what a deal right now looks like with the San Antonio Spurs that would make De'Aaron Fox happy, and it would make the Sacramento Kings happy. The second De'Aaron says, I'm done, I want out, get me out, that deal from San Antonio looks a lot different. Because why would San Antonio have to do it? What's the kid's name? Castle? Why the hell would I include Castle?
Well,
you might include him today. Why would I include him after De'Aaron says I'm out?
Because there's two other teams that want him. That's
Who?
why. Houston and Miami.
Oh, Houston and Miami. Terrific. You know why Miami wants him? He falls off the books.
That's fine.
You know why?
I'm telling you, San Antonio, if you want him, this is why you need to give us Castle, because you might not get him.
And that's fine. You can wait. And what's Houston's offer knowing that he's not signing an extension there?
I don't know. I mean,
well, that matters.
So it does matter, but that's different though than just saying Castle's off the table. San Antonio better know that's the only place he's gonna sign an extension. If Rich Paul tells them San Antonio is the only place,
if I know that, don't you think he does?
I don't think that, but I don't think that's the case.
I do.
You think San Antonio is the only place he'd sign an extension?
Only one. No, that's not true. I think there's two. You're sitting in the other one.
I think he'd sign. You might know better than I would.
I think
he'd sign
do.
one in Miami. I think he'd sign one in Miami.
Maybe you're right. I was told 2 names: San Antonio and Sacramento.
Okay.
I mean, Miami? I don't know why Miami's acting like they're this desolate franchise who is trying to shed salary and like all of a sudden they're in poverty or something. But they've told everybody, you send a contract back, you better send first-round picks in any of this Jimmy Butler stuff. So the idea of De'Aaron going to Miami makes a ton of sense if you just let him fall off the books. De'Aaron seems like the perfect player that you'd want there.
So what I would do, and this is dangerous. I understand this. This is dangerous. San Antonio, you don't want to give us Castle. If that's like what the hang up is, you don't want to give us Castle. All right. We ain't got to do no deal. We don't have to do no deal. And you go ahead and sign them outright with all those players you have a year from now. Fox, you stay here in Sacramento for another year. Or don't play. I don't care. But if you don't want to do the deal, we're not going to take. I
feel like you're getting worked up over a situation that's not happening.
No, but I'm just telling you, like, that's how you go about this thing. You're not going to just take any. You're not going to trade him right now, or you're not going to just take anything once he decides he wants out because he won't sign in Miami or he won't sign in Houston. You guys better reevaluate what you want to do because he'll just stay here for another year.
Okay. And then just decrease further and further in value and create an enemy in Rich Paul?
Well, maybe, but I don't want Jeremy Sohan. That's not good enough. If you offer me Jeremy Sohan and Keldon Johnson,
I think your point is you feel like they have to wait till the offseason because you have to entertain the Houston thing.
Yeah, I think Houston and Miami. But if you're saying they won't sign with Houston or Miami and it's just San Antonio, we can do a deal with San Antonio, but you're not just going to give me Keldon Johnson and Sohan and be like, there's nobody else that wants to trade with you, so take what you get. No, I'll take what I get another offseason from now.
Okay. We'll come back. We're just getting started. There's a problem in the Kings organization, and I'm 1,000% confident I know who and what it is, and I'll tell you who that is when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Y'all hit the thumbs up while you're here. Don't be mad at the messenger. Yeah, just
Please.
Thumbs up and subscribe. Thumbs up and subscribe. No, CJ's right. Kings beat the Nets.
Cares.
I saw our guy fake Kevin Huerter on ESPN the other day for the
I saw him too. I think I remember this kicker. He had a leg, the kicker from Miami, meeting with the 49ers. They need anybody. D'Lo can kick for them compared to that guy. Moody.
If I haven't made it clear, I fucking hate this stuff.
Miss P was stressed out when you sent out the tweet.
Oh, Christina Warner's never going to speak to me again. She will never talk to me again.
I just turned Woj's notifications off yesterday.
I think I did that like a couple weeks ago.
I
Hey, what is this?
I remember when you mentioned it. I don't know why I didn't do it, but then yesterday you like, St. Bonnie, he did. I was like, all right, bro. Sorry.
Who? What happened? Oh, all right.
Oh man. Come on, man. Come on.
Hey, could y'all head over to Instagram and follow at D-Lo on the radio since y'all here? Just some new followers at D-Lo and KC on Instagram. Help the IG accounts pop. Well, yeah, you're right.
Damien always working for clicks, huh?
Oh, that's what I do, man.
We all got together this morning. Hey, how do we get ratings up?
You know, I could have been at the end, like Kenny said all along, playing Sabrina Carpenter 4 times an hour.
Hell, we just do that on 102.5.
Oh man! Speaking of 102, John put the scoreboard up, and that's just Instagram. I mean, that's just Twitter.
Come on, man.
John.
Come on, man. It's
No, for real. Y'all go follow on IG. We need followers over there. Oh, there you go. I see you, Bill. Appreciate you, Bill. Bill over there following that D-Lo and KC. We got all these people watching and listening. We're begging for follows at D-Lo and KC, at D-Lo on the radio on Instagram, at King KC _916. Rolls right off the tongue.
Yes, sir.
I believe there's a problem within the Kings organization, and James did a fantastic job of laying out event after event after event that has happened. You asked me something yesterday, and I apologize because I answered one way, and now I recognize that I was wrong. We were talking about how the Kings have been so close on deals before, and we knew that they've been close on deals before. You asked me, has it ever been this loud, though, with not just with what's out there with us or media or things that are being relayed to us, but what's being relayed to players and people in and around the organization. And I was like, no, I don't think so, man. And that was wrong. It has been. So much so that when we talked about from our perspective, we've always talked about the Devin Carter draft from our perspective. The trade noise was so loud from sources to us, to Jason Anderson, to a variety of people who cover this team. Well, I don't know what happened. I guess it just fell through. Players were told, we have a deal in place for a specific player. They were told that. Not just players, the players were told, we have a deal in place to land so-and-so. Nothing happens. I've learned that that's not the first time that that's happened. Players and agents have been told, hey, we have this in place for this person. It's and James laid this out beautifully. It's why Domas's remarks at his camp were so jarring when he said, well, I'm glad we landed DeMar. We failed on the last 2. It's because they were told that those deals were done when in fact that they weren't. There are people around the Sacramento Kings and in the Sacramento Kings who have been told, hey, we've got this in place for such and such. Hey, we've got this in place for such and such. We're just, nailing out a few things. Those deals still aren't complete. And it's increasing the level of frustration within this organization. So when you asked me yesterday, has it ever been this loud? And I said, no, I was wrong. It has been this loud before. It's actually been this loud repeatedly. And so I started asking questions like, who is relaying these messages to people? Who's telling De'Aaron? Who's telling Domantas Sabonis' agent? And who the hell is constantly talking to these different people in the media? And time again, it always leads back to the same person. We've alluded to this before, and I'm fully confident in saying it on this air. Wes Wilcox is a snake. Everybody so badly wants to blame Matina. Everybody so badly wants Matina to be this boogie woman who's like pulling the strings behind the curtain. She's doing all of this stuff. And Vivek is just this incompetent jackass who doesn't know how to run a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Nope. It's Wes Wilcox. Wes Wilcox is the guy who's calling agents, who's calling different people and telling them this is happening, this is happening. He's the one relaying all these different messages. And the thing that I just couldn't figure out is what is his involvement in all of this? And multiple people have told me Wes is basically the general manager. Monty's bag is analytics and draft. That is his bag. But when it comes to free agents, we scream, Monty, do something. Monty, do something, because he's the general manager. Wes is the assistant general manager. And multiple people in multiple walks of life, including within that organization, have said, yeah, Wes is kind of the one who pulls all of the strings, though. He's the one who does all of this. Mike Brown gets fired. It is the front office's decision. Until 2 days later, Vivek is made out to be an idiot. Nothing has been written about Vivek Ranadive's allegedly Vivek Ranadive's decision to fire Mike Brown since then. Not since his new coach has gone 11-5 or 11-4. Nothing since then. It's like, all right, it's the go ahead, get the tweets ready. Here they are, right here. Shout out, Mr. Brooks. It's that snake in the grass emoji all over again. The Kings are living with this right now, and it is a problem for this organization. I don't know how you fix it, because I don't think you can just fire him, because it appears these two literally are the tag team champions when it comes to doing this job. So I don't know what you do, but I'm adamant. These guys got 9 days to save their job. Then you can GM the rest of it. You could do whatever you want to the rest of the year. Because if you go quiet through this trade deadline, or don't do something that significantly helps this basketball team going into this post All-Star break stretch, you need to start thinking about what you're doing next. Because those two guys should not be the general managers.
So let me ask a couple questions, couple follow-up questions. Like, I'm thinking of, I'm not disputing anything you're saying, obviously, but I'm saying, what's the motive? Is it just incompetence? Like when you talk about a snake, there's an ulterior motive. There's, maybe undermining somebody, wanting a bigger role, cozying up to an owner or something like that. Like what's the motive, you think?
The general manager versus the assistant general manager.
So he wants to be the one.
Yep.
So him.
Also, if this Mike Brown thing doesn't, if this Doug Christie, don't blame us. It's not our fault. So you know whose fault? I mean, look how many times he screwed this up.
Talking about
Vivek. Talking about that second story that came out from The Athletic.
But that wouldn't be that. I'm not disputing it, but that wouldn't be getting him the job. Like if you would have said, "Don't blame me, blame the general manager," that would be getting him the job. That would be putting everything on Monty and saying, we had deals, but Monty didn't pull the trigger, or I didn't think this was right, but Monty didn't do it. Get him out. Let me be the guy. If you blaming, not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying if you're blaming the owner, you're just getting yourself out of a job, maybe preparing for your next job.
Unless that he could be doing that, or unless that's what he's telling Vivek. All I ask is you find me someone in the organization who trusts Wes Wilcox. I have not heard a good thing about that man since he's been here.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe he's a nice guy. From a business perspective, I haven't heard a good thing about him.
Well, somebody needs to step up, though. Somebody needs to step up. Like, I don't. If Wes Wilcox is out here feeding others in the organization and bad information, that, and not saying that you're saying this, but that don't excuse that nothing ain't getting done. Monty McNair, make a deal. Like you said, you're about to get fired. So you're just gonna sit up there, let me crunch the numbers. All right, crunch the numbers at home. Like somebody's got to step up and get a deal done. And whether it's Wes, whether it's Monty, whoever's in control, somebody's got to step up, or else they're going to be gone. Or Monty, hem him up in the office. Say, bro, you about to get me fired if you don't make a deal. Somebody got to do something. And everything that you're saying is it leads to a bigger issue and all this other stuff. But the bottom line is still the bottom line. Like, are we getting W's or not? Are we making these moves or not? I'm not worried about the who, when, and where and why. Is it happening? And regardless of like you said, they both can go because it's not happening. If he's saying all this other stuff and like, hey, we got a deal done and and it's wrong, and then something happens tomorrow, I'm not saying I don't care about all that stuff that happened before, but I almost don't care because the deal's done. So if Monty's hearing this and he's like, damn, I'm about to get fired, I'm going to just pull the trigger because fine, pull the trigger. All that other stuff is inconsequential if you're getting it done. And right now, nobody's getting it done. They ain't getting it done. They sitting on their hands. And that could go to Wes. If Wes is the GM guy, if he's the one, the mover and shaker, bro, stop running your mouth and get a deal done. Get a deal done. Because we just sitting here just we all waiting and twiddling our thumbs. These starters are playing 45 minutes a night. Man, get a deal done, man.
And now Kevin Huerter's not playing. Cam Johnson's not playing. Zach LaVine's not playing.
Oh,
John Collins is in and out of the line. It's like, all right, man, what's happening out here? Like, what is going on?
Right.
And maybe, I mean, obviously Cam is injured. He'll be reevaluated in a week. John Collins has been in and out of the lineup, it feels like, for a month now. And so it's like, all right, y'all better do something because you seem to have a lot riding on this. And you have a star player who has told you, I'm about winning. Maybe De'Aaron should have said, hey, I'm about winning, but I sure as hell would like to be in one piece when this season's over. And he's already failed at that. His hands are in two pieces each. And God knows
that's
if,
not funny, but that's funny how you put that.
Well, am I wrong? Like, he
No,
has
that's not
fractures
wrong.
on each hand in some way, shape, or form. He's going to need off-season surgery, and that's not even counting what visually was the worst thing to happen to him all year, and it's that fall in the Memphis game. Man had his best game in a couple of days, had to play 12 minutes in the third quarter to ensure they didn't lose to the goddamn Brooklyn Nets. You had Domas, De'Aaron, and DeMar all separately played an entire quarter. Hey, and kudos to Doug for riding it out and letting these guys cook, because if I had to guess, that's what De'Aaron would prefer. If I'm cooking in the third quarter, let me cook.
Right.
Let me stay out there and do what I do. I'm confident DeMar feels the same way and Domas feels the same way. If they need out, they'll do the old tug on the jersey if they need out. And I know, I would guess that would be Kings fans. Used to drive Kings fans crazy. Why is Mike pulling out De'Aaron when he just hit his last 3 shots? Well, you don't have to worry about that anymore because that's not how Doug coaches. But it's also, Doug ain't got a choice anymore. Because he's looking over there at 9 like, I don't know. At least we were laughing yesterday in the first half. Doug McDermott is sprinting all over the floor. Doug McDermott is going to find a shot. Now he going to get that joint up.
Yes.
There's 10,000 people watching this show right now,
Man,
and I'm
salute,
bugging out a
man.
little bit.
Salute, man. Come on, man. Shout out to our people. And our new people.
Joke's on you. This was all the clickbait.
And look,
we did it. We got y'all to click on the link.
and look, for those asking, yes, we are sober.
Yeah.
Wait till they find out we're talking about the Royal Rumble for 30 minutes later.
Oh man, wait till they get really confused and a commercial break hits and they're like, what is going on here?
We start cursing. Like, what
That's-
kind of,
we did it.
Oh, it's a podcast. Oh, okay. Okay, got it.
We get it.
Not a radio show.
Chris says it was D-Lo the whole time. Oh,
But
goodness.
yeah, I mean, it's like, man, execute something, man. Execute something. Or don't for whatever reason, but much like you just spoke to, stop running your mouth. Stop running your mouth and telling people things are done or things are going to happen when they're not done and they haven't happened. Like, just don't do that.
Stop over promising your star players or to your star players. Stop. Like, if you, the deal needs to, we just sent this to the league.
Right.
That's when you tell De'Aaron. That's when you tell Rich. That's when you tell Domas. That's when you tell his agent. That's when you tell DeMar. Whoever you feel like you need to tell your committee of stars or whatever, tell them when the deal has been sent to the front office. Don't tell them to where they're like, yo, what would this look like with Cam Johnson here, John Collins here, whoever? How can we work them into the offense? Hey, why hasn't this gotten done yet? Oh, there's a hang up. What the hell is the hang up? The deal's not done. This organization needs to run itself better, because you might be able to repair this thing with De'Aaron Fox, and we'll pass this message along here shortly. But you might be able to get everything all nice and comfy with De'Aaron Fox again. Perfect. It doesn't change the fact that man and his agent told you he wants to win, and you've got to do more to it. Doug is doing a hell of a job. He is doing a hell of a job as the head coach. I want to see him as the Sacramento Kings head coach moving forward, but you got to give him more to work with.
Well, the whole thing is, I don't want to say like it's over, but he did his job. He got you life. You know what I'm saying? He got you back above water, as we like to say. That's kind of what you asked him to do. Hey, save this thing. And he saved it. The season has been saved. Now don't let it die again. Don't let it die again. If there are moves to be made, make the moves. Make the moves. What are we doing? And just get it done instead of talking about what you're going to do. Nobody want to hear that. Well, nobody want to hear that. Bottom line is what we worried about here. Are you making the moves and all this other stuff? It's the same thing that I talk about, like with the team as a whole. Like, I understand. I completely understand. You talk about, trust me, I understand the whole press conference and all this other stuff. I get all that. What I saying, are you winning or not? If you're winning, that'll take care of itself. If you have a press conference and you're losing, I don't really give a damn. You're still losing. Same thing here in this situation. I don't want to hear all the talk about, hey, we talking to this and talks are going here. Are you getting the deal done or not? Are you closing the deal or not? Because if you're not closing the deal and it's not done, don't talk to me. I don't want to hear from you right now. I don't want to hear what you got in place. I want to see this guy walk through the door. That's what I want to see. Stop talking. Stop running your mouth. Stop being a chatty patty.
There's a whole lot of people that need to stop being chatty patties, and they're not just in the Kings front office. Just let that live out there. Hey, Kings beat the Nets last night, huh? Oh, man.
I hit the right the billion.
Hey! That's my bad. Kings gets his job last night. Y'all know what it is, Young Zell. Let's go.
That's a sack count thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Plus they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us then, ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam now.
We can go verse 2. Why not? Young Zell.
Sack crowd, make sure everyone knows. Let me tell you how this thing really goes. Yeah, we travel deep, whether we home or on the road, we lit. You don't want that smoke, we the team of the year. We shaking things over here, don't doubt, we believe over here. We don't bleed over here. And let me just speak real clear, I only deal with real kings over here. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look toward the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now.
Hold on. Did I just read Young Zell's album came out today.
Hey,
Young Zell, that
I didn't
album
even
dropped
know that.
today. All right, Young
Yo, they
Zell.
sneak that out?
Y'all, I just my album came out today. It was supposed to be a great day. Now the Kings front office want to F it up. Well, go check out Young Zell's album. All on DSPs.
Yes, indeed, man.
My man work.
We celebrate, but still, there's one other thing I wanted to address. With your tweet, you said Kings fans need to open up their mind to the thought of De'Aaron Fox being traded.
Yeah.
Yes. When Mike Brown was fired, your mind should have been open to anything being a possibility at that point. Not saying, like we've said a number of different times. And look, we've said it a number of different times. I know De'Aaron Fox and everybody feels like they got to defend themselves or whatever. We've done our job as local media, as people who are in tune, to tell people, no, De'Aaron Fox had nothing to do with this. Had nothing to do with this. If people choose to be stupid, there's nothing that we can do about that. We've said it a number of different times. So if the national media or national basketball followers continue to be ignorant to what people on the ground are telling them, that I can't do nothing about that. They're just going to be ignorant. But we've said a number of different times for the people who will listen, De'Aaron Fox had nothing to do with this.
Nope.
But once that move happened, you opened up the door to the possibility of anything. De'Aaron Fox may be traded. He may be traded. And really, I always believed that unless he said, I want out, they wouldn't trade him. I still feel that way. Even though they got to listen to everything. Somebody calls him until he commits, until he put a ring on that thing. They got to listen. That's their job. They got to listen. But I don't believe, I think they'll have some come to Jesus conversations. Like, not, hey, what's up? Like, what are we doing? Like, no, what are we doing? Do you want to stay or not? They're going to have those conversations in the summer. And if he doesn't tell them, I want to be traded, I don't think they'll trade him. But with everything that goes on, it is on the table that he says, man, I want out of here. That's a possibility as well. And once that's out there, now the Kings got to do what they got to do.
And what that is remains to be seen. De'Aaron Fox may be a Sacramento King for a few more days. De'Aaron Fox might be a Sacramento King for 4 more years.
Now, that would be malpractice if he was traded before the summer. That would be stupid. Like,
maybe
that would be dumb. In my opinion. I'm just speaking for me on that one. That would be ridiculous to even if he said I want out before the trade deadline. All right, we'll take care of this in the summer. That would be
hell no, Shams. You better go take a lap.
Wait. Oh man.
No, hey, get the hell out of here, Shams. Are you tripping? Hey, someone on the chat house better say sorry too.
Hey. Go ahead. Go ahead. Every one of you little bitches apologize. Go ahead.
Put some respect on that man's name.
Y'all got something to say?
Hey, man, come on.
Y'all got something to say?
About an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, my man had this.
Yeah.
Y'all got something to say?
Stop playing with him.
Say it.
Stop playing with him.
Oh, yeah, D-Lo out here engagement farming. Hey, bitch, it worked. There's 11,000 people watching. Y'all got something to say? Go ahead. For those that don't have their phones in front of you, hold on. Somebody go into Aaron's office and give me a drink. Yeah, give me a drink and an edible, Kyle. Let's read this. Hey, get Eddie on the chat. From Sham Sharania. The Sacramento Kings are expected to open talks to potentially deal all-star De'Aaron Fox ahead of the February 6th trade deadline, sources tell ESPN. There will be plenty of suitors, but it's believed that Fox has a target destination in mind ahead of 2026 free agency. In 2 minutes, he's going to tweet that target destination is San Antonio. 100%. I'll wait.
100%.
No, everybody sit in silence.
Really quick, that person, run back that message about us getting the ratings up. Run that back in the chat house one more time.
Go ahead, talk to me.
Run that message back one more time.
Talk to me.
Where they at, though?
Y'all come talk to me.
Go take a lap. Go take a lap.
all of you. I'm talking to all of you local people. I swear to God, every single one of you. Every single one of you. All right. Yeah, go ahead. Y'all keep playing with me. Keep playing with me. Keep playing with me.
So, okay. So this.
Even my best friend quote, is this right? And screen captures the notification. My best friend of 30 years just sent that in the group chat. Cold game, man. This is an ugly game right here.
So let me
game.
Let me ask this. What does this tell you? Do you think they're looking to trade him rogue? Like, was I saying wrong in your opinion? Like they wouldn't. I just said I don't think they would actively trade him unless he told him I want out. Do you think that's wrong?
Yes.
You think they would just trade him even though he was like, I want to stay here?
No. No. Okay, you just said two different things.
No.
God damn it.
Do you think? And are we gonna zoom past?
No.
Keep it moving. Keep moving.
Okay.
Keep moving. Go.
All right.
So what I was saying is, do you believe that the Kings front office ownership would try to trade him if he said, no, I still want to stay?
No. I don't think they'd trade him if he said I wanted to stay. I don't think they would do that. What I think, I think the edict was in not the edict, the parameters were in place.
Mm-hmm.
I want to win. Then you do the podcast and you do all of these different things. Team is struggling. You've turned things around with Doug Christie. You still have depth issues.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if the Sacramento Kings had the idea of a trade request in the back of their head and the idea that we're not blowing up our season if we do the right deal. We've got Malik, we've got Domas, we've got DeMar, we've got Keegan, we got Cam. We've got enough in place. We can't replace De'Aaron, but can we add to the depth of this roster? We've got a call. Let's just see what Rich and De'Aaron think about this. Let's inform them of what's going on. Not, hey, we're trading you two. Just, hey, this call has come in. Let's discuss this. That's not rogue.
Right.
Rogue would be De'Aaron Fox has been traded to Chicago for Zach LaVine. That's rogue. But I think it was just kind of a unique circumstance of they got a call. This is already in the back of their mind because De'Aaron put it out there. Not just, it wasn't just private between Rich and the front office. It was very public, both from Rich and De'Aaron. The Athletic was all over the Rich Paul meeting. And then De'Aaron just confirmed it himself. Hey, I want to win. I want to keep the pressure on. And we all knew in the back of our mind, he's got a contract to sign that would be worth more money if he hit certain incentives this year. So I think that just kind of lives in the back of your brain a little bit.
So let me ask you another question. What just happened here? What, in your opinion, not saying that you know the answer, but what just happened? Did the Kings go rogue with this situation? Or was this because I said this maybe around the Draymond podcast? We talked privately. I've talked to people. We know you've talked to people that at that time, we said, yo, the play's in motion. The play is in motion. The clutch, Rich Paul, it's in motion. Whether they execute it or not, whether they go all the way through with it or not, we'll see. But the play is in motion. And when I'm talking about the play, I'm talking about the play to get him out of here. We said that at the Draymond podcast. In this situation, is Shams reporting this? Is this the Kings getting in front of it, or is this part of the play?
The clutch play. I think that's clutch.
I think so too.
I don't think the Kings' first preference is to trade De'Aaron Fox, but Sacramento Kings are expected to open talks to potentially deal All-Star guard De'Aaron Fox.
Somebody, Jason Jones retweeted somebody had Fox and Alex Lynn to Indiana for Tyrese Halliburton. Trade successful. They got a little trade machine. But the reason why I ask if it's clutch is if they were already angling towards either putting pressure or trying to get him out of here, a private conversation becomes public to make it even more messy.
I don't know. We beat Shams' ass like 4 times in life. Like
We've been low key running up the score on Shams like since Malik signed here a few years ago.
Someone tell him he with us now. He with us moving forward.
Shams, we've been talking about that for about an hour now, pal. Like keep up.
Your game up.
Even got Shams up there on TV. Man, oh man.
Shams is on the desk right now?
No, I meant the Shams report.
Because sometimes he on there, so I didn't know.
He might be.
Oh,
no, he ain't. He ain't. That's all right. I guess it just here broadcast journaling. Don't mind us. Just engagement farming. Up to 12,000. Don't mind Lolo, D-Lo, and KC.
Hey guys, how do we go from being number 1 to number 1?
Yeah. How do we go from being number 1 and 2 to number 1 and 2? Goodness gracious.
Yeah, man. And I don't know, man. It's a dirty game right now. It's a dirty game because I don't know. My first thought is that shouldn't be put out there. It shouldn't be put out there. And it's kind of foul if it is.
I can't figure.
And I rock.
We know another. I think what's throwing maybe us off a little bit is we know another piece. The text I sent you.
Mm-hmm.
And
I
don't know.
To a lot of people in the chat who's saying, it's clutch, it's their MO. We rock with clutch and we rock with Rich Paul, but I can't front. This is like what they do.
Okay.
This is how they move.
And I agree, but I also think your boy. I also think there are people in the Kings front office that's got. I think there are people in the Kings front office that got Shams on speed dial.
That's true too.
The Kings, from what we understand, the Kings and De'Aaron have talked today. So that is a piece of information that we have not relayed yet. The Kings and De'Aaron Fox have talked today. It was a positive conversation. So we got that note before Shams tweeted. So that's why we're kind of looking at Shams' tweet like,
what's
who
the deal?
came? Who? Okay, because it's one thing for us to get it. You could discount, D-Lo and KC as quickly as you want to. It's a lot more difficult now because it's on ESPN now.
Right.
It's on the TV. It's going to be like De'Aaron now is a focal point of conversation for the next 9 days, whether it's real or it's not. Like the next 9 days, De'Aaron Fox will be a focal point of conversation regarding regarding the NBA trade deadline.
It's ridiculous. I'm not even here to put blame right on anybody when I say this, but it's just ridiculous that something like that comes out. Like, who does it serve? Who benefits from something like that getting out? I can't figure out anybody that benefits. If you're the Kings and you put it out there, like, how does that help you out? You're trying to win games. You're trying to, even if you are trying to trade them, like, you probably want to do that on the low a little bit. If you're Clutch and De'Aaron Fox, it adds chaos to what you're doing. I don't think right now that benefits anybody.
I'm just taking quick note of people who are making the list. Deuce Mason just made the list.
Oh no.
Jason Anderson just made the list.
Oh no.
No, I'm just looking to see who else was real quick to retweet Shams Charania. Oh, look at that. Chris Biederman. Chris Biederman just made the list. Hey, tell your boy he just made the list. No, I see all.
No, did you see who didn't make the list?
Who didn't?
I'm retweeting my man right here. At Kyle A. Madsen, quote, the Kings and De'Aaron Fox have talked today. It was a positive conversation. At Damian Barley.
The good news is
he's looking out.
Good. The good news is I don't think Sean Cunningham is awake yet. I don't think Sean is awake yet.
I'm gonna text Sean. Hey, you know what to do when you wake up.
Yep.
You know who to retweet, Sean.
Okay. No, y'all just Deuce. I see y'all. You on the list. Jason Anderson, Chris Biederman. Y'all are on the list. It's all good, man. It's all good.
Yeah, I gotta figure out who did this. I gotta figure out who did this. Who put
the Shams leak?
Yeah. I gotta figure out who did this.
It could have been us.
Shams listening to
yeah. Eddie could have hit up Shams and said, hey, check out my guys. Check out my guys. They ain't missed.
We're the source. Delos the source.
Man, Shams waited on that one too. We got Shams by minutes in Malik. We got Shams by 9 minutes. Oh, we got Shams by seconds, Malik. We got Shams by 9 minutes in the DeMar DeRozan will be in Sacramento thing. And then this one we got by like an hour.
Yeah.
Hour and a half.
Well.
Okay. All right, Deuce. I see you, Deuce. Shout out to my boy Deuce. I see you. All right. I'm gonna take Deuce off the list. Deuce Mason off the list.
Scratch them off the list.
He good to go. He good to go in my book.
Man. All right, man. Well, all right. So
would you trade De'Aaron Fox?
I wouldn't trade him right now, unless even if he did tell me he wanted to leave, I wouldn't trade him.
Because you think there might be something better in the offseason?
Yeah, I'm waiting. You guys know I've stayed pretty consistent with this. I'm waiting for Houston.
Let me ask you: do you think they would know? Could you have a conversation with Houston today?
Yes.
And in my mildly educated opinion, hey Houston, what would it take to get De'Aaron Fox? He might not sign right away. Do you think you get because I think you have an offer in your head.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get that same offer if he doesn't sign there? Like when the deal is done.
If he doesn't sign, probably not. Yeah, probably not. And the deal that I'm thinking of, just for clear, I know everybody wants a man, and by the day, you guys see why I say that's not happening. This guy's a monster. This guy's gonna be a problem.
Yeah.
So
he's incredible.
No, that's not happening. I don't think you're getting Jabari. I think you're getting either or both of Jalen Green, Reed Shepherd. You might get Cam Whitmore, and maybe one pick. I know James is talking like multiple first rounders. I don't think that happens. I don't think De'Aaron Fox commands that. I know Rudy Gobert got something like that. That's one guy that you would point to when you say, yeah, you could get multiple first. I don't think you get multiple first for De'Aaron Fox. So especially if you're getting that young of players. So that's the deal I'm thinking of. Would that be there in the summer if he's not going to sign? My first thought is probably not. The only way I would really entertain trading him right now is if you could sucker Miami into a deal. Because you could say, Miami, you'll have him this year and next year. He's saying he won't sign, but let him get there for a couple years and see what you can do. You get Tyler Hero out of that deal and, whatever, maybe Jaime Jaquez or something like that, and you come back and cook. I'm not here to say who's better or who's not better. I'm going to just tell you I really, really like Tyler Hero. I think Tyler Hero will be really good here in Sacramento.
And you think De'Aaron signs there?
I don't know. But what I'm saying is you could maybe sell Miami on you'll get him for a year and a half. As opposed to in the summer, you just have him for 1 year. You get him for a year and a half with Heat culture, maybe 2 postseasons out of him. Maybe you can convince him to stay. You got Bam there and everything else like that. So that's the only way I would really consider moving him before the deadline. Is maybe you could sucker Miami into taking a deal without a promise that he would resign.
I don't think you can sucker Miami into doing anything. That has to be something they'd just be willing to do.
True.
I think Tyler Hero's a good ball player. I think there's, and I guess there will be, James, I'll paraphrase Hammer. This is going to be a thing till the end of time. I think Zach LaVine is still very much a conversation for Sacramento. And the only way I think that works is a De'Aaron Fox deal. And I don't know how, like, I know there's like Jimmy Butler theories, 4-team trades and all of this different stuff out there. But I know Zach LaVine is still of interest to Sacramento. So how that works, I can only imagine it involves De'Aaron.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they're
like
trading
40
tomorrow.
something
Right.
$1 million.
They don't even, they just don't have those contracts that work like other teams do. And they certainly don't have the, I use the DeAnthony Melton, like that was $17 million of a player who's not going to play. Yeah. You literally just moved the guy's contract. Yeah. And he probably just continued to rehab where he was. The Kings don't have that. So the only way that it really works is LaVine. So, or I'm sorry, is Fox. The only way LaVine works is Fox. I don't know, but maybe there is a Miami tie-in.
There's
somewhere.
a Chris Haynes tweet out there now. Chris Haynes, sources: King star De'Aaron Fox is zeroed in on landing spot as franchise looks to possibly move him. Interested teams will likely be discouraged from trading for him, being he's set to become an unrestricted free agent in 2026.
The landing spot is San Antonio. Does he say that?
He doesn't say it. Fox's unwillingness to sign extension has positioned the situation here. But as you mentioned,
it's San Antonio. The landing spot is San Antonio, and it's brilliant for De'Aaron. I don't think it's horrible for the Kings, to be honest with you, but I do think it's brilliant for San Antonio. De'Aaron, in that situation, is clearly the second best player on that team, and I think he will thrive in that role. I think he'll be incredible in that role, where he'll be just as good as he is today. He'll be great. He'll get far more recognition because he'll be with San Antonio, and he'll be with the biggest player we've seen in the league, to use a wrestling term, the most pushed player we've ever seen since LeBron James. And Wemby's the one, like, he deserves it all. But De'Aaron, with him in that situation, it's brilliant. We'll step out. Is that what you're going to tell me? We got to step out. Okay, we'll step out. We'll come back. There's obviously a lot happened today. Trysta Krick at the top of the 2:00 hour. It's Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Okay. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, that's a good call. That's a good call. If you're new here, man, please hit the thumbs up. 1,400 people on the YouTube page. 12,000 on Twitter. We appreciate you guys, man. Over 13,000 and counting, man. Thank you so much for watching. But particularly YouTube, thumbs up, subscribe, all of that stuff. Jump in the comment section. Jump into the chatty house. We appreciate you so much. Oh, that subscriber number popped. God bless y'all, man. Keep that going. Oh, thoughts and prayers to our brother across the street. He's a good dude. He's a good dude, man. He's fighting for his life right now. That's my man. He's fighting for his life right now.
For my life out here.
It's my man.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
As much shit as I talk, that is a fucking relief. Oh, thank God. My man.
You already know where to come. You already know where to go to.
Well, pause.
Well,
yeah, come on, man.
Well,
come on, man. What are we doing?
New to the show, it's a flag. Call that a holding. Sick.
Holding. Oh, that's
Well,
That's crazy.
I'm making the call. You can't call a flag on me calling a flag.
Well, I just pointed. I said, "Yo, that's great."
What if I said pass interference or something?
That would have been better. Well, that could have connotation.
That's what I'm saying.
God bless you, Shams. John Wilson, this is not how I wanted to open up minutes for Keon Ellis. I don't like them new Cactus Jack joints. I don't like the ones with the straps over it.
Kind of
cool. I mean, they're not bad. I like the color. I just don't think I really like the shoe that much. I thought that was like a running shoe.
Only Cactus Jack we acknowledge is McFoley. You ever see McFoley talking about how he wants to do one last match?
Yeah, man. Let's not do
What?
that.
Said he's lost like 60 pounds.
Again. Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
All these guys want one more match, and the one person we want to see doesn't want to get in the ring no more. Stone Cold.
Right.
Throw all those old guys in the ring and do last one survives wins. Last one standing.
You guys see the Shams tweet about
No, thanks. Yeah, just saw it. Just saw it. It's crazy. Crazy.
I'm gonna go to Dutch Bros.
I've never had a Dutch Bros.
Me neither.
What kind of you do like sugar-free vanilla latte type thing?
Wow, that sounded sure. That's fine. Yes.
Isn't that what you get?
No, I don't.
Almond milk.
Yeah.
Almond, I knew there was something different about
Yeah.
almond milk, like a vanilla
Yeah.
almond milk
Yeah.
latte.
I'll try that. Sure.
Okay, great.
Can we do ice?
Yes.
I do,
Excellent.
I do almost.
All right. No, we're
Yeah, don't worry. The guys are getting their Dutch Bros orders right now.
Yeah, it's Dutch Bros. It's been a busy day. Also, I need some bourbon. I need somebody go. I need someone to go.
Somebody get Damien a cigarette.
The exact opposite.
You are left to determine what the exact opposite of whatever you're going to order me is.
No sugar.
Yep.
Almond. Like,
Kenny wants extra sugar.
Thank you.
He's scared to say it, but he wants extra pumps.
Whoa.
He's scared to say it, but that's what he wants.
Hey,
No,
I'm
hey.
Oh,
And that's one of those like
wow.
65-yard down the field pass
Wow.
interferences too.
You think I'm going to act out?
Casey's football down at the 1 yard line next to the goal line. That's half the distance to the goal.
Wow.
It was in the end zone.
Wow.
Yeah. You know what? Just take the 7 points. Dude makes a little noise and thinks he can just talk however.
And for the record, I stopped getting extra pumps.
Well,
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. For the record.
You're out of here. You're gone. You're gone.
Try Blue Chew. Just go head over to bluechew.com and see if it'll work for you.
I stopped like a year
It'll
ago.
help. Well, look, that happens with age. You're over 40 now.
That was our second Malice at the Palace right there.
Just try some Blue Chew, man. It works. Man.
Oh, that's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's
D'Lo-
a crazy day, man.
Well, D'Lo and Gay C just here engagement farming until old Shams Charania starts tweeting.
Bro, I saw we were the worldwide leader, starting stuff. We were instigating, I saw.
Oh, man. Want to be starting something. Got to be starting something.
Put some respect on his name. You understand me? You say his name, put some respect on it. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's so I'll ask you this. Now, I know we've gotten information. We haven't gotten any information since Shams' tweet came out.
Yeah.
But I'll ask you, can this be salvaged? Is this the point of no return here?
No. I don't know.
No.
I don't think we're at the point of no return.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I do not.
Even with this is all like just everyone is team he wants to go to. It's all like there. Like this isn't too out there now at this point.
I don't know. Like De'Aaron, it's just so weird. if a team is willing to listen, is that the worst thing? Is it the worst thing ever?
What you mean?
If
the Kings are willing to listen?
Yes.
No, it shouldn't be.
Okay. All right. De'Aaron is probably the most, and you and De'Aaron are like the two most level-headed guys. I don't know that anything pisses either of you off. Except, I mean, maybe Dylan Brooks pisses off De'Aaron, but that's it. Like that, it feels like that's about it. Like we literally beg for De'Aaron to get mad. We beg for you to get mad. When you get mad, stuff gets done. But okay, so if I went to De'Aaron and said, okay, San Antonio's the team, right? All right, San Antonio's the team. Here's what the deal looks like. Here's who comes back to Sacramento. You go to San Antonio. This is what it looks like. Now, to be clear, as we're having this conversation, De'Aaron, you don't want to re-sign anywhere else. Only San Antonio. Mm-hmm. You're our guy. We want to work with you. We don't necessarily want to trade you. But here's what the deal looks like. This is what the team looks like when you leave. Mm-hmm. You good with that? And then we have to ask ourselves, look, De'Aaron, this was the return. We hate this. We are not comfortable with this deal whatsoever. We would much rather you be with us for the long term. To be clear, we never wanted to trade you. Mm-hmm. We obviously you have ideas, you have destinations, you have a thought process. You and Rich have a thought process. You and your family have a thought. That's all great. We've entertained this. We don't like this. We would like for you to stay. I feel like De'Aaron would be the type of guy. It's like, cool. Are we moving in the right direction? Because if De'Aaron can say, I feel like we're moving in the right direction, I'm good with that. Mm-hmm. I also feel like De'Aaron can say, no, I'm playing 45 minutes a night with two busted hands. No, I'm not good with that. I want to go to San Antonio. If you can't trade me wherever you have to. Mm-hmm. I can't keep doing this with you. I've been through multiple coaches. I've been through multiple interim coaches. I've played through injuries. I've been as tough as I can possibly be. The local media has attacked me for not playing. I've done all I can do here. Let me rock. Let me go. And then you move about it however you have to after that. But I absolutely believe the two can come to an agreement where it's like, okay, this doesn't work. I would like to stay here. There's a situation where De'Aaron could, and I can't imagine it because Wemby would still be there, but De'Aaron might look, I don't like that team. Mm-hmm. Again, you're probably looking at one player more than you're looking at a roster, and that's Wemby. And I completely understand that. You have an opportunity to play with the guy in the league for the foreseeable future. Mm-hmm. But a long ass way of answering your question. Yes, I feel like this can be salvaged.
Does this team have a direction right now?
Nope.
Because it kind of seems like, all right, we're juggling between, like yesterday, it seemed like, all right, they were confident they were going to land something for Cam Johnson or whoever it may be. Now today we're talking about, okay, all these reports now, De'Aaron Fox has his destination team, all that. Like if you're trying to prove to De'Aaron that you're still trying to like win and all that, you have a week to do that, don't you? Like you can't go past this trade deadline with Kevin Huerter and all those guys. Like, yeah, De'Aaron, we're still trying. Like at that point, yeah, send De'Aaron to San Antonio.
Yeah, if you can't get something done in the next 9 days,
this front office is directionless. It feels like right now.
And Wes and Monty, they got to go. They got to go. It's not good enough.
If they can't get nothing done.
It's not good because there's going to come a point where, and you're right. We often leave this out, but we talk about Domas. Right, in acquiring Domas in a trade in which you were destroyed for, that has worked out fantastically for you, just as it has for Indiana. But that's not the point. It's worked out good for you. We don't give them enough credit for the fact we all thought Malik was leaving. He didn't, and that could have been a simple math thing, but it doesn't matter. Malik was comfortable enough to stay here. They drafted Keegan Murray, who maybe he's not exactly what we hoped for this year, but Keegan Murray's a really good ball player. And they landed DeMar DeRozan. Those are all really positive things that the front office has done. Davion didn't work out. Devin Carter remains to be seen. You took a hell of a risk in drafting a player who couldn't play the first 2 or 3 months of the season in a win-now mode. And that Kevin Huerter deal is getting worse by the second because he got a DNP last night. and you have first-round picks hung up on him. You have second-round picks hung up on him. You have all sorts of things hung up on a player that right now isn't playing. And now that's starting to look bad. My frustration with anything about pushing De'Aaron Fox off to the offseason, or my concern about executing a trade with De'Aaron Fox right now, is I do not trust the front office anymore. They have 9 days to save their job. Because if you're marching out the group that played in Brooklyn last night on February, whatever it is, you missed. You missed bad. And I don't know how you sell that to De'Aaron. I don't know how you convince Domas not to be upset. And I don't know how you fix this. We all thought the roster was good enough this offseason because I don't think even if we didn't expect the best from Kevin Huerter, I don't think we thought he would be a DNP.
Right. That's crazy to think of.
Keegan is, I don't know. He's good. Keegan's good. And I'm fine with Keegan Murray. He has a different type of role with DeMar in the offense. And I just think we were hoping for a little bit more. You throw all of those things together, combined with whatever the hell was going on with Mike Brown, and that's landed the Kings in the situation that they're currently in.
Man, nasty work. I'm with you. Like they have messed this up in a number of different ways. And this would be this is the one I'm not even gonna say would save their job. They just got to get this right, regardless of if they're here or not. Like, for the sake of the franchise, they've got to get this one right. Now, what do you think about, so we believe San Antonio is the destination he wants.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm talking to San Antonio, I'm like, yo, I want Vassell, Castle. Give me 2 first-rounders. They're like, we'll give you 2 first-rounders, but we ain't giving you Castle. And I'm like, I said I want Castle and Vassell. No, it's cool. Do you, the scenario I laid out earlier, do you kind of bow down to what they're willing to give you because they do have the Clutch and Fox have the leverage with saying they won't accept an extension anywhere else? Or is it reckless for me as the general manager to say, all right, well, like, we're not doing a deal unless those guys are involved. And Fox, we can do this over the summer. You can come back here for another year. And then we'll trade you for a rental for somebody at the deadline if need be, but we're not going to just take anything.
So you're a very contentious general manager. You would be very difficult.
I'm Danny Ainge.
You'd be yes. You're
Danny Ainge.
You don't approach. I don't think you approach De'Aaron like that.
Well, I'll blow all this up.
I know you will, but you have a business to run. And I think what you have to do is, like, look, De'Aaron, we're trying to get this done. You're too important to us. We can't lose you for what they're asking for. We're going to continue to work with them. We'll keep you updated every step of the way. I want you to understand, like, I'm keeping you updated as to where we're at. We're trying. But now that this is public, now that there are other things that are out there, the negotiation has become difficult. We have an idea of how we can pull this off and keep our franchise functioning with the loss of our star player. They start to remove pieces from that. We can no longer do that. And so just you, Rich is obviously in the room in this fictitious conversation. We're trying to get this done. And there's probably a point where, and I don't know, that Rich has got to start nudging San Antonio. Like, come on, man. Like, they're trying to do right by, they're trying to do right by everybody involved.
Right.
Let's get this done.
Right.
How can we get this done? I'll bring in Trey Lyles in the offseason. What can we do? Because you're a fool if you don't think that stuff happens.
Right.
I'm just using Trey as an example.
Right.
But, like, look, what can we do to make this, happen? and then you start trying to use all entities to get a deal done.
Yeah, and that's
you want it to, if a deal happens, you want it to be as amicable as possible,
right? And that's how I'd approach it. Like, we talk or whatever, but I'd say, look, maybe you and Rich can help out in this situation, like you just laid out. But I'm not just taking whatever back because you're fixated on a place that you want to go. I'm willing to work with them, but like we're not gonna just take Keldon Johnson back because you want to go to San Antonio. We'll just all sit here and look at each other for a year and a half. We'll do that.
Mm-hmm.
But I got a responsibility to my franchise, not to just take anything. And maybe some of the things happen with Rich Paul and Anthony Davis in New Orleans because they were able to get back Brandon Ingram. Like, some of the talk at that point was like, it was almost kind of the same thing. Like, Anthony Davis, he don't want to go nowhere else but LA. If you don't trade him, he'll just leave. Like, do with that what you may. And they maybe work together, be like, all right, look, we're trying to do right here. You got to give us something back. That's something in Brandon Ingram and some picks for AD. Maybe they can work the same type of thing out with De'Aaron in San Antonio if it comes to that. But yeah, you can't just take anything. Like, you have to know what you want from San Antonio. And the thing that sucks about it is San Antonio's got the worst trade package of anybody that we heard previously.
I don't think that's true.
No,
I mean, it's not as good as Houston.
It's not as good.
What
as
was the
Miami.
other one?
No, the Lakers have the worst trade package, but the Miami, it's not as good as Miami. Tyler Hero is better than both of those guys. Jaime Hawkins might be better than.
But you're assuming they'd be in the deal.
Well, yeah, that's what I'd be asking.
I mean, it'd be
we're
easier.
not doing a deal.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold up.
Hey,
hold up. Hey, Eddie, you with us now, bro. You with us. Hey, go ahead, take that other number out your phone, Eddie. You with us now, boy. Huh?
Hey, man, I just love this. I love this for y'all, man.
Our man Eddie Gonzalez, our NBA insider, Eddie Gonzalez, with us here.
Yeah.
Hey, man, what do you think of all this?
I think we talked about this on the D-Lo and KC show about a month and a half ago.
Yeah.
We posed that question some time ago. Like, when do you look into, all right, we're parting ways with De'Aaron Fox? And the team we mentioned then was the team that's being mentioned right now, the San Antonio Spurs. I just tweeted this, but this is why you hire a Rich Paul, right? This is why you hire the super agent. Not only to get your contract, your NBA contracts are pretty simple. A max is a max, and we're worth what we're worth, and all this, that, and that. But when it comes time to bang the table and say, okay, make a move, a Rich Paul will do that for you. A Rich Paul will make that happen. A Bill Duffy, a big time agent. Whereas you have players in other situations in other places who want to go one place, made it very clear, and they're just being suspended and losing money and sitting there and waiting. If Rich Paul wants De'Aaron Fox to get traded, very publicly does now, he's gonna get traded. This is how this goes. So this is where you kind of earn that money. How are y'all feeling like about the Kings? Because what I heard for the price some time ago, I want to say we talked about this too. You're probably getting a couple first round picks back. You're probably getting some valuable rotation players, wings. There's a good selection of them out there in San Antonio. There's a good selection in Houston as well. How are you feeling about getting that haul for the guy who one of the more prolific players in the history of the franchise?
I mean, I don't want De'Aaron Fox to leave Sacramento. You know what I mean? I want him to be here, but just the kind of guy that I am. You don't want to be here, then all right. Like, you can go. Like, if you don't want to be here and you have your reasons for not wanting to be here, then all right, cool. We're gonna move forward and see what we can get. And I thought Damian laid it out perfectly a month ago when you talked about a potential De'Aaron Fox trade. Like, the cupboard isn't bare here. Like, you make a deal and I'm just throwing out, Houston. I know San Antonio's been the team. I'm throwing out Houston. Like, you get a Jalen Green, you get a Reed Shepherd and some picks, some Cam Whitmores to go with Monk, Sabonis, DeRozan, Keegan Murray, like that's not a bad team. It's not a bad team at all. Like I'm not saying like you're gonna be like ready for the finals. I'm not predicting that, but you're not in the slums. It's not like when you traded DeMarcus Cousins. So yeah, if it don't work out and he don't want to be here, you still have some people in place on the roster where you just wouldn't fall off the face of the earth. So
yeah, seeing reports now that the Cam Johnson stuff hit a snag essentially, but you're right. You get win now players right now. You get whether it's whichever of these suitors. People were talking about Miami. I'm not sure how real that is. You can post as many Kentucky picks with Bam as you want. That doesn't mean he wants to be there. That doesn't mean Clutch has a great relationship in the past with that organization. I'm seeing Brooklyn. Brooklyn has been notoriously stingy as of late as well. I think if you're getting De'Aaron Fox as the kind of end of your rebuild, you want to know that there's another guy, and maybe there is, but I don't think this is their big splash either. I would imagine it's the Texas teams. The Lakers are out, as it's kind of been reported. You lose that D'Lo contract, that gets tougher. But again, you look at that Rockets roster, what's available, whether it is a Fred VanVleet, maybe it's a Dylan Brooks, maybe it's something. It's a guy who has played playoff basketball and can help your team right now. The Spurs, you're looking at some young athletic wings, and again, you're looking at picks. You're looking at loading up on draft picks with a lot of great young talent coming into the league right now. You know, the Spurs plan to be good really soon. They have the best young player we've seen in 20 years. But again, first round picks without protections are the most valuable asset in the league at the moment. I'm very interested that the timing, like they did this with enough time to get it done. They did it with enough time for the Kings to decide what the rest of the season looks like. And I don't expect this team to just tank and just give up either. Not with the goodwill they've built over the last month. Not with Domantas Sabonis there being as good as he is right now. Vivek has never been that owner. And, not to relate everything back to the Suns, but when you buy a team, you don't buy a team to wallow in the lottery. When you pay that many amounts of, you even look at Fertitta in Houston, they did it kind of like didn't necessarily sign up for that. James got out the way quick, but even then they were making win now deals. They went and paid Fred VanVleet. They went and paid Dylan Brooks. They went and got the best coach on the market they could get. He fell into their lap, but they invested into that. So when you have a new team and you pay that amount of money, and Vivek is still relatively new, like it's not to rebuild. It's to win games. It's to make money. It's to be a valuable franchise in the NBA. And so Vivek's not going to start a tank. Nor should they.
Mm-hmm. If let's use the San Antonio situation, because we are very much under the belief that that's the squad. What do you think that does to this Kings team with Malik Monk here, DeMar DeRozan, Domantas Sabonis, Keon Ellis playing well. You got Keegan Murray. You've got Doug Christie, 11-4 now as a head coach. Of course, at this exact moment, he's 11-4. What do you think a potential deal where De'Aaron Fox is out and some of these role players come in winds up looking like for the Kings and their projections for the season?
Yeah, we just talked last Friday about Malik Monk and kind of that totem pole allegory of, he slides into this slot now. He can do a little more. And I think the same thing for Keon Ellis. I think the same thing for Keegan Murray, who's had an up and down season. But the ideal is we give those guys a little bit more responsibility. We feel like they're ready for it. They can grow into it, if anything. This is a team that's better than the Spurs right now. They want to remain competitive, and they will get a return if that's the team they trade with. It's still a playoff team in a packed, tight West. I don't think that's going to hurt them. I think you also kind of open up the DeMar DeRozan offense from there, and a lot of the two-man stuff we kind of do get to see sometimes, but want to see a little more with Domas. Not to say that losing De'Aaron Fox doesn't hurt you, but they're in a very unique situation to where they'll get something workable now, and it could be addition by subtraction. I mean, you would hope so. You would hope Malik Monk, a little bit more responsibility, can be even better than he has been. and really step into that role. But I don't think the Kings are looking at this as the beginning of the teardown. They're looking at this as just a revamp. You know, we're rebranding essentially, but we're going to keep along the trajectory we're on, and I think they're right.
So
I think so
we're
too.
Producing on there. Is it 28?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we're doing 28. We'll get one more here with Eddie before he goes. And Eddie, we're going to need you back on for the weekly visit. There is rumblings that somehow we could tie Jimmy Butler into this whole thing.
Fox the Phoenix.
Do we have any way to tie Jimmy Butler into all of this? I've heard stuff about like Chicago, Zach LaVine, De'Aaron going to Miami. Like I've heard a whole lot here this morning. Have you heard anything along those lines?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all open. The problem with this in terms of the Heat is they can just do this with the Spurs. They can just do this with the Rockets. I think the Rockets might be like a little bit of like contract, extra dollars need to go here, this and that, whatever. But these can be straight 1-for-1 trades. This isn't a situation where they need any help, which makes it a little easier for them, obviously. The Jimmy Butler stuff, you know, supposedly the market has gotten worse. So he's been suspended a third time now. Not coincidentally, it's 5 games, so it will end at the deadline. And seeing the Golden State Warriors name mentioned a lot, and I would say you take a hard look at that and see what they have and how realistic that is. And those seem to be the leader in the clubhouse right now, and it was reported that the Suns are right there too. But look, they're over it, and the Warriors can trump any Suns deal, to be honest. So we'll see. We have a week left to figure that out.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Yeah, it's pretty wild.
It's a trip, man.
Hey, man, good day for y'all, man. Good day for y'all. I didn't want to get involved, but I heard my name. I said, yo, let me.
Oh, well, yeah, you already know.
Eddie, all I said is Eddie with us. Eddie with us. Tell your boy Shams I'm sorry.
I just love to see the guys winning. You know how I do.
Tell my boy Shams if he ever need anything, holla at us. We got him 10 times out of 10.
So, hey,
that's our man.
Say, hey, little fella, holla at us whenever you need us. You know what I'm saying? Little bro. Hey, little bro, holla at us whenever you need us.
I'm going to relay that one.
Shoot him the link, man. Just tell him. Eddie, we appreciate you, man. Thank you as always.
Yes, sir. Y'all enjoy y'all day, man.
Thank you, big dog. Thank you. A completely impromptu visit from our man Eddie Gonzalez right there. We've got to get reset. Top of the hour. Trysta Krick will be with us. Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky is the limit at Sky River Casino. Yeah. Yeah. Thumbs up and subscribe, loved ones. Thumbs up and subscribe. Shout out to our boy Sean Cunningham. Shout out to the homie Deuce. Cam Johnson and Cam Thomas. That's interesting. Interesting message there in the chat. Sure. Yeah. Okay. I appreciate you, Leezy. Thanks, bro. Leezy, if you I'll text it just in case. Appreciate you, bro. Need to get that boy Leezy in here in the office more. Bruh, you ain't lying. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'm a fan of just NFL football, and it is a blast. Speaking from someone who does that, it is an absolute blast. You don't really get hurt. Oh, little Shams out here doing his little video. It was cute. So cute.
Nice try, little bro.
Shams gonna pull up on us one day. Eddie's just gonna send him a link on a Friday. It's gonna be Shams.
You know what I'm saying? Just stay in school, Shams,
Yes.
and you know you might
Sean,
you be
keep
somebody.
keep working at it, buddy. You're gonna make something of yourself. Nah, I don't think this is true. I don't think this is true at all. Kings aren't losing any leverage here. Remember, they don't have to trade him, and De'Aaron's not requesting a trade. Like, that is a really, really important component of this. Yeah, this is easy. I'm telling you, it's one team. Everything we have heard, it is one team, and it's that boy Wemby. It is Wemby.
And it's only Tuesday.
Yeah, right. I can tell you this. I'm glad our schedule is what it is because your boy going to be exhausted by 4. Do you think Fox plays today? Oh, no, Fox will play. I mean, the Kings don't play today, but okay. Just mention this real quick. I don't know where that. Do you think Fox plays today? The Kings don't play today, but I know what he means. You think Fox plays tomorrow leading into the trade deadline? They're not going to sit. Like, De'Aaron Fox isn't going to sit until the trade deadline is over. He only does that when they want Buddy Hield traded. Quite honestly, I didn't blame him for that. So.
De'Aaron Fox hops on the injury report with ankle soreness. We need to freak out.
Ah, that's a good call.
We need to freak out.
That's a good call if it's ankle soreness.
Maybe that's what's going on with Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, Jonathan Kuminga is out 2 more weeks. That's
just the league-wide code. Hey, he's got ankle soreness.
Yeah, Jonathan Kuminga sitting out till Draymond Green is traded.
You know what's real quick?
Yeah.
You know what's crazy, man? Is the Kings played last night. They win in Brooklyn. It wasn't like this great win. They ended up taking care of business. It's just a win. Like that's what you expect from a team that
and good.
Yeah, that you think is a playoff team, which the Kings are. So it's just a win. And then this morning was an early morning for me. It was like one of the workout mornings. And I just had this weird interaction with somebody. It's like, they said something. I was like, oh, okay. And then like 4 hours later, you start tweeting. And then the show starts. And then like out of nowhere, all this stuff happened. All of it was related to De'Aaron Fox, by the way. It like out of nowhere. There was no rumblings of this, at least that I had heard, when I went to sleep last night. Then I get up and from damn near the moment I wake up, it's just interesting tidbit after interesting tidbit. And now we've got Shams.
Well, it was from the moment.
Us.
It was from the moment I woke up. It was because I turned my phone off early and woke up to a slew of messages. And it just kind of went from there. And so it became a thing all morning where I honestly wasn't sure what to do. I was like, I don't even know if this story is going to like be a thing, but it's not nothing. Like I knew that. I was like, this isn't nothing, but how big of a deal is it? And then I started talking with James and thinking about like, why like a Cam Johnson deal isn't done yet? Why a John Collins deal isn't done yet? And then thinking back to the draft and thinking about, and then I start finding out all these other things that have happened that I wasn't privy to prior, where it's like, oh, this team is a mess. This team is an absolute mess. They're just winning more games than they were, in the Luke Walton era or in the Dave Yeager era and the Brandon Williams era and all of these different, where they were a dysfunctional franchise. They're just winning more games now. They're still fumbling. And that's the frustrating part is like, it doesn't, I'm not insinuating executing a trade is easy. It's not, but they're making it more complicated than it needs to be. And I'm sure they're all watching right now. Salute to y'all. Thank you for watching.
Everybody watching.
Hit the thumbs up while you're here.
I know we talked about do we know what this could look like if it would it just be Spurs and the Kings? I'm asking 3V in the chat right here. Talks about a 3-team trade because we've heard Zach LaVine's name kind of linger around and stuff like that. What do you think this would look like?
Honestly,
and I'm not interested in Fox goes to San Antonio, Spurs send their young players to Chicago, and LaVine comes here.
You said you're not interested in that?
Yeah,
I am. I don't like San Antonio's. I don't like out of anybody that's
I want the
possible.
young kid.
Huh?
What's his Castle? I want the young kid.
Castle's good. I don't know if Castle's an all-star.
Do you think
an all-star? I don't need him to be an all-star. I mean, work a trade where he comes here and you get LaVine or something.
But what where who comes here?
Castle comes here
and you get LaVine.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean that'd be great.
Because that's what you're talking about, right?
No. I was talking about because I don't know if it's just the Spurs and the Kings working together or whatever, or if maybe the Kings no, we want LaVine because we go forward with the guy who's already ready to go. I'm asking what this would look like basically.
I don't know. Maybe they can ramp up their efforts, to get Collins or Cam or Collins and Cam to go along with whatever pieces from San Antonio they like. I don't know.
But so what I was saying was
if I work this out, I want to start getting paid as a general manager.
Might be better than what we got.
Well, if we got a deal done, we would be better.
But I don't like out of all the teams I'm going by the teams that were talked about a month ago, right? Obviously the Lakers deal that's just non-existent. No. I like Miami, obviously Tyler Hero. Houston is number one. San Antonio's next to the Lakers. It's not as bad because I do like Vassell and I do like Castle as ball players, but I would work with those two teams first. But if they're trying to do something before the deadline, or if they're letting it be known they only want to go to one team, that's a little underwhelming that the San Antonio trade assets.
With Miami, you're probably working Hero, Jaquez, and Jovic.
Oh, hell yeah. That'd be really good. Yeah. That'd be great. I almost don't even need to take picks back.
But what are you but what is Miami in that regard?
Are you working with Bam? Bam and Fox. Bam is a top 5 center at his position, I think, at his best. You can work with that in Fox. Pat Riley doesn't like to, rebuild or anything like that. So in Pat Riley's eyes, if I got Fox and Bam, I could work with that.
Yeah, but Eddie pointed out there's, and predictably so, not the best relationship between Clutch and the Heat.
Good point.
That does not seem like a good.
And we know. Well, wait a minute. We know how forgiving Pat Riley can be.
He's only suspending Jimmy Butler every time he shows up to work.
Yeah, that checks out that they wouldn't get along. So that's something that would kind of knock them out of the running. Houston, but if you don't want to go there, you don't want to go there.
Yeah.
But Houston would be the one. They got everything that you're looking for. They got everything you're looking for.
But are they willing to give them up?
Not if he ain't willing to sign.
And that's the thing. Remember, it's not just De'Aaron and Clutch. There are other entities involved in this. So let's get there's families involved. There's a lot involved in this. So let's get to the phones for the first time. Trysta Krick at the top of the 2:00 hour. Start with our man TC 916-909-1320. TC, my brother, what's happening?
Oh boy, man, it's juicy. What's up with my two brothers?
Okay.
Well, hey, look,
settle down.
He told us to get our belt, get our heart.
Well, get a drink. Belt hard. I guess we're drinking at construction site.
Dilo, I love y'all, bro. I swear, man, y'all my boys. Hey, check it out. Listen, before we get on, listen, first and foremost, I do believe I've seen enough. If 5 was gone today, I truly believe we wouldn't lose sleep, bro, and we'll be good. We wouldn't fall off the face of the earth with Malik and Devin Carter and Keon, bro, running that spot. Let's get that out the way right now. We would not fall off the face of the earth. Okay. Now,
I'm with you.
Kenny, thank you, Dilo. Listen, Kenny, I know you like Tyler Hero, bro. Tyler Hero is cool. That's not enough for me. I'd rather go get the San Antonio package, bro. If you throwing Tyler Hero and Hindy Hot, come on, Kenny, you a ball player, bro. Tyler Hero for De'Aaron Fox.
Well,
man, I know you like Hero, bro, but come on.
Here's the thing, TC, and it's kind of a moot point because he's reportedly San Antonio is the spot. But I don't think De'Aaron Fox, this is just my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
A buddy of mine would really like me saying this, but I don't think De'Aaron Fox would command what people think he would command. If it was just like on the open market, like I think that Tyler Hero, Jalen Green type player would be what you're looking at. Like I'm just throwing out a name.
Tyler Hero's 24-5-5 right now, by the way. He's not some scrub.
And Tyler Hero can go. Tyler Hero can go. It's not a scrub. But I think people are like, oh man, Fox was on the open market. I'm just throwing the name. I know it's not a realistic trade. You could do a Fox and Donovan Mitchell swap. Like, no, you're not getting that caliber of player for De'Aaron Fox. You're just. I don't think he has that type of cachet around the league. You're getting a Tyler Hero who is a borderline all-star, probably not an all-star, but a really, really good ball player. Tyler's gonna make it this year, but I'm saying like you're getting that type of player.
De'Aaron's not an all-star, man.
Well, that's the other
like
thing.
now I'm trying to be careful. Like I know I went in on De'Aaron a couple of weeks ago. I don't dislike De'Aaron Fox at all. I think he's a great basketball player, but we do have to have a conversation about this. I think San Antonio is perfect. He is the clear number 2 guy on that team. He will thrive. It's one of the things that I think is great about Cat in New York. Cat kind of fell to the number 2 guy in Minnesota. And I think that's a little bit harder to digest than going to a team where you're not the number 1. I don't even know what number Karl Anthony Towns is over there, but he's playing fantastic. I can see something similar happen with De'Aaron Fox in San Antonio. And the better Wemby is, the better De'Aaron's going to look. And the fact is, De'Aaron's already really good. Now there's going to be a lot more eyes on them. This is a team that's right now, 3-4 games under 500, talking about San Antonio. Okay, no one cares. No one cares that team is under 500. They know that they're building. They're currently 20-23. That team is building. They still got national TV games. He is going to get all of the attention in the world. And his game, even if it's exactly the same as it is right now, is going to be recognized on a far greater level playing with Victor Wembanyama. He's a good ball player. But the fact is, when you talk about acquiring an all-star, a semi-all-star, that's basically what De'Aaron is. When you talk about guys like Tyler Hero, that's the equivalent of De'Aaron Fox. It's the same. Like De'Aaron isn't an equivalent to Anthony Edwards right now. Right. He's not.
Right. That's just the real
right.
Of the situation.
But he is to like a Tyler Hero type player. So, and that's not a knock on De'Aaron Fox.
It's not a knock at all. Like you said, I like him or whatever, but it's the reality of the situation. If it was an open market, if he was like, I'll go anywhere, like you're not Minnesota's not engaging you in an Anthony Edwards conversation.
And it's One Take Phase. That's a good name. I don't know why, but I don't know if he's a barber or if it's just that's
what he does.
Maybe it's a great name for Sports Take.
Yeah, well, or he just beating people's ass.
Well, let's hope it's not that. Why would the Kings do what's best for the Spurs? Well, because it works for them. Like that's what I think. I think the idea that this has to be contentious isn't real. It can be, they can work this out. And again, if it's a deal that everyone likes, I think the Sacramento Kings can execute it. We'll come back. Trysta Krick, the top of the 2:00 hour. Who knows how long we'll go with her. Jason Jones is set for the final show. We might get James. I'm not really sure what we're doing right now. We're kind of booking on the fly. We're calling it in the ring. Steelo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. And I'm trying to follow that trade, but it's confusing me. 3-team trade: Kingston, Fox to San Antonio, and Huerter to Brooklyn. Brooklyn sends Cam to Sac. San Antonio sends Paul and Castle to Sac, and 2 seconds to Brooklyn. I hate that trade machine, man. Y'all just out there.
Who says no?
I hate that damn thing.
That is awful.
Okay. Okay. I don't know why this looks ridiculous. I don't know what's happening, but this looks absolutely absurd.
You look at NFL Live?
Yeah.
They've been doing the virtual like Madden type stuff every week, every like they do the segment every day, I think.
So that looks cool. The view that's on right now looks really cool.
Yeah, Dan Orlovsky looks like an idiot.
Yeah,
Huh?
Dan Orlovsky looks ridiculous. Is this what virtual reality looks like?
They got
Kinda, yeah.
something special going on, but yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I got like a baseball training thing for Reese that is fire. Like it is so dope.
Once they get Madden for the Oculus, I'm taking the Dolphins to the Super Bowl.
If it looks like that, like they got a football game, but it don't really look like that.
Is that the Oculus that he's wearing?
I think so.
Yeah.
Might have to go get one, Jesse.
You gonna go back?
I'm gonna go get another one. They're gonna be like you again.
Oh, this is great. Yeah, no, this is just great. Not weird at all. De'Aaron Fox posting on Instagram just all his pictures from last night, 4 minutes ago. Like nothing's going on.
That was probably scheduled, I'm sure.
Well, maybe nothing's going. He's like, what are y'all hoes mad about?
If there's one person who's not gonna care during all this, it's De'Aaron Fox.
It's facts. Like De'Aaron is the epitome of unfazed. Unfazed. Let's get our man Leezy in here, 916-909-1320. Leezy, what's happening, baby?
Yo, what's up, D-Lo and KC? Big day. A lot of stuff going down, man. Hey, guys, I just wanted to go through a couple of the trade packages real fast. I'll try to be quick. I know you guys are up against it, but I think the Rockets have the best
Casey,
trade
Leezy, we're fine. We just got back from commercial. You're good.
We actually got plenty of time.
Leezy, breathe. We're fine, dog. We're good.
We just came back from commercial.
Cook a little bit.
My bad. I'll try to breathe and slow down.
There you go.
Hey, guys, I think the Rockets have the best trade package. I would love to see Jalen Green here. I think he has good scoring capabilities. I love the passion he plays with. I think he'd be a good, decent, almost win-now player. I think he still has a little bit more growth in him. And Casey, I'm kind of with you. I like Tyler Hero. He could definitely hit some threes. We know the Kings need that. Jaime Jaquez is a pretty good, decent wing. I think that's a good win-now move that keep the Kings afloat. But out of all those packages, I think the most realistic one might be the Spurs, unfortunately, because Stephen Castle, yeah, he's a good young player, but that's kind of a big drop-off. There needs to be more added to that. And I don't think Vassell and Sachin or whatever his name is going to do it.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Appreciate you,
The Spurs
Leezy.
don't have enough top flight talent. They've got the top flight talent.
Hmm.
But once again, I like Devin Vassell. I think Devin Vassell can play. And he lights the Kings up every time he plays them. But I think he's really good. And I like Castle, but they're not as good as those other players that are potentially in other deals. But like you've laid out, if they're, letting it be known to everybody, they're not going to resign. They only resign with one team. It sucks that's got to be the team because they ain't got nothing.
Or you go do that Cam Johnson trade. I mean, if it's a possibility of him coming back, like if that's still out there, you could still make moves and try. I don't know how real that is or what, but if it's Sacramento or it's San Antonio, like James said, Monty probably got to fight for his job at this point.
Oh, he absolutely does.
Give up that unprotected first, like now.
Yeah.
Like, what's it to you? Because you're probably,
Well,
number one,
well,
probably going to be out of a job. Number two, you can get it back in a Fox deal if need be.
I do think it's too far gone though. Like, I'm
You
not
do?
sure if you're convincing Fox with Cam or John Collins at this point. This is a lot today, though.
It really, to me, it really depends on who put this out here.
Well, it's another thing
If it's
too.
Clutch. Look, like I said,
Always,
I like those guys over at Clutch. I think Rich Paul is great at what he does. I don't look at him as some type of villain or anything. But damn, we said this a month and a half ago. We say he's starting to play. He's starting to play to leave. And this is just all part of it.
Well, there's the thing too. You can go for it, make whatever trade you need to. Hope that keeps Fox around. You make playoffs. He misses all NBA, misses out on that money, and still is like, all right, I'm ready to go. And you're kind of just stuck there.
And the crazy thing, so like I was still in the belief, because you've probably come across people as well. There are too many people and kind of random people who I talked to were like, yeah, he's probably gonna leave. It's like some not so random, like national reporters believe that, and then random people that I talked to who would know some stuff, like, yeah, he's gonna leave. Like that's what I keep hearing. He's going to leave. And when he went on that Draymond Green podcast, something clicked, and I was like, oh man, there's a play being made right here. And the funny thing about it is, even if they didn't, talking about Clutch, put this out here to Shams, the Kings might have, or I'll take this back. The Kings might have gave them the layup when he potentially called and said, hey, people are asking. We had talks with somebody because they called us. All of a sudden they go to Clutch. Oh, they're open.
Well, I think we could just dead this whole conversation because we have our answer. Sam Amick, who we can't have spontaneously join the show, said De'Aaron Fox's agent, Rich Paul of Clutch Sports, recently sent word that it would be wise for the Kings to move on from him now. I'm sorry, I read that wrong, but the message is the same. Recently sent word that it would be wise for the Kings to move him now. Even with Fox's preferred destination, widely believed San Antonio, Fox's side will remain open to all destinations. So here we are. De'Aaron Fox may not have directly requested a trade, but it sure looks like Rich Paul has put the word out that it's time for the Kings to move on.
I think we could put a bow on it.
Yeah, that's a wrap.
And so this answers a whole lot of questions, because this is all information that we did not have. This can't be salvaged. This is it. The relationship between De'Aaron Fox and the Sacramento Kings appears to be over. Again, from Sam Amick, and this was tweeted about 4 minutes ago. De'Aaron Fox's agent, Rich Paul of Clutch Sports, recently sent word that it would be wise for the Kings to move him now. Even with Fox's preferred destination, widely believed to be San Antonio, Fox's side will remain open to all destinations. In his article, Sam referenced a couple of other spots like Orlando. I think Houston was referenced in there. There were a handful of teams referenced in there. I'll take Sam's information and combine it with what I heard this morning. It's De'Aaron Fox will sign with two franchises. It was Sacramento and it was San Antonio. Perhaps now, since last night, that information has changed and he has no interest in signing with Sacramento anymore. And it's San Antonio and it's San Antonio only. I would be really, really surprised if any team referenced in this article, namely like the Orlandos, the Houstons, would take a chance on signing or trading for De'Aaron if he isn't willing to sign that contract in advance. I don't know. I don't know. You can still the good thing, and this is a now move. So if you do this now, De'Aaron still doesn't sign that contract, tomorrow.
Right.
You still wait till the offseason because of the financial ramifications. But you have the wink wink that occurs in sports. It occurs with Pascal Siakam. It occurs. It happened with Kevin Love. We know more notably the guys that it happened with, or didn't happen with, I should say. It didn't happen with Paul George in Oklahoma City. He wound up signing and then promptly asking for a trade. Didn't happen with Kawhi Leonard. They won a championship and he left. Everybody wins. Kevin Love famously traded to the Cleveland Cavaliers, couldn't sign the extension. Wink, wink. Waited. Signed the contract and went on to appear in four NBA finals with Cleveland. But man, it seems like a big gamble because Orlando's good. Houston's good. Those are good basketball teams. It seems like a really big gamble to, all right, guys, let's see if this works. You got to have that wink, wink in place.
Right. Yeah. I'm I'm stuck.
Hell,
on-
Anthony Davis couldn't sign, right? When he got traded to Los
Mhm,
Angeles, he couldn't. Everyone knew he would,
Right.
but he couldn't actually sign until the offseason,
No.
or it made more sense to sign to the offseason.
If you're a team not San Antonio, like, would you take it? Like, if you're Miami, would you take a chance on Fox? Let me try and convince you for a year.
If you're confident, you have to have Masai Ujiri level of confidence. You have to have Sam Presti level of confidence. And to Sam's credit, it worked until the Kawhi Leonard thing happened.
Right.
Like Paul George, Paul George wasn't leaving until the Kawhi Leonard stuff happened, and then it was like, hey, get me to Paul George. And shout out to Sam Presti. He saw a situation that he could take full advantage of, and he did it.
I'm still tripping off the fact he said he wanted to leave. He didn't, but the representation.
It sounds
said
like
for
it.
him. He said he wanted to
It
leave.
sounds
Well, your
like
agent works for you, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's he has his reasons, whatever the reasons are. But yeah, he said he wanted to leave.
Front office waited too long. I think they waited too long for all this. They let it blow up in their face.
It feels like it escalated really, really quickly.
It escalated, but like, let's be real. We were talking about making changes in the
message
offseason
today that the Kings and De'Aaron had a constructive conversation.
But then 2 hours
And-
later,
Well, it wasn't even 2 hours later. Shams tweeted after we got that message.
wasn't too constructive, maybe. Like, now he's gone. Now it's over. There was moves to make. We talked about it last offseason. Before then, all right, wait if you want. Wait if you want. Now you waited, and here we are.
If you the way I think about it, and this is a bit of a gamble if you're Clutch and those guys, because now the Kings are in full we got to do what's best for us mode. And if there's a team that comes along and says we'll take a chance on De'Aaron Fox for a year and a half, like, for instance, I'm just throwing it out there, I'm not saying they would, but if Toronto said, hey, we got a good trade package for you, we'll take a chance for a year and a half, we did it before, we'll do it again.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what De'Aaron wants. If this is best for my team and somebody's willing to take a gamble, pack your bags, you're going to Toronto.
Yeah, if you're the Kings, you absolutely do, but it's best for business.
Like, we're going to try and work with San Antonio, but we talking to we are open for business.
Well, give us the line. Give us the line.
Well, they don't want to do business, then we'll do business for them. Simple as that.
Always comes back to Bret Hart.
Always. It always comes back to the screw job. Always comes back to the screw job.
Well, we got trips here.
Jeremy Lamb in the meeting. If he don't want to do business, we'll do business for him.
We got trips here.
You're unbelievable.
But yeah, I mean, I know Clutch is and Rich Wall and De'Aaron Fox are doing what they can. And I say Clutch because he's the agent and he's trying to get him there. I am too. Like, he actually did it. I didn't think he would. Not, at least not right now. But he actually did it. So if I'm Monty and Wes,
God, this escalated so quickly,
bro. I'll say it.
I debated whether this was even news 3 hours ago.
I'll say it now. I woke up this morning. I went to the gym. I saw somebody that I'm really close with who would know a couple things. He ain't got nothing to do with basketball, but he would know a couple things. And I said, I ain't seen you in a while. How you been, man? He said, I'm good, man. I'm good, man. I see you doing your thing. Man, I'm so proud of you. You're doing great things or whatever. And he says, hey, you think De'Aaron Fox is going to stay? And I said, I think he is. And he goes, I think he's leaving.
What is this front office of their finger on the pulse on anything here?
Nothing.
Like, seriously,
Absolutely
seriously,
nothing. Absolutely.
Like, what are we doing here? Like, there's no control. It's Cam. It's maybe John Collins is gonna get here. Oh, like, the team's confident, and now, like I said, now we're here. What do you have a pulse on right now?
I mean,
where are we going? Where are we taking this? If you ask Monty McNair and Wes, where are we taking this? What are they telling us?
Well, we gotta figure out this Fox deal, and we're open for business, and we're gonna take the best deal that we can. If it's San Antonio, great, everybody is happy. If it's not, but it's best for us, then it's best for us. Good luck in your future endeavors.
Is it fair to word it now that De'Aaron has in fact requested a trade?
Yeah, I would.
You can't request it because you could get fined for that,
Right.
but he's gone
But,
the proper
he's
channels
gone
to do it.
Like we in not the literal sense.
There's
in
no
the
Darren,
way
you
the
should-
game works.
Yeah,
He's asked for a trade.
yeah.
He's asked out. He wants out. Some people might not like the wording of it or saying that, but no, that's it is what it. Let's call a spade a spade. He's asked out.
Do you think Darren
don't
Fox
wanna
did
be
everything he could to stay a King? And did the Kings do right by him the other way?
No, I don't think that they did. But I
Well,
also
I think Darren Fox has reached his limit. Truly,
I think so too. I agree with that. I absolutely think De'Aaron Fox has reached his peak as a Sacramento King.
They didn't do enough. Like, I've always had a problem with a lot of this. Like, okay, they didn't go get Cam Johnson, but they got the other point guard out of here and got you Domantas Sabonis.
Mhm.
The hug heard around the world.
you never finished the project though.
You went out and you got DeMar DeRozan.
You never finished the project
Is
though.
it
You
good?
got
Come
DeMar.
on,
There's
say it
more.
right. This is a perfect time for finish the story.
Finish the story. You never finished the story. Excuse me. So I'm all caught up. It's a big day.
No, I got it.
Never finished the story.
I'm not gonna say they were perfect, but I'm not gonna say they didn't do right by De'Aaron Fox. I'm not gonna say that.
Okay, that's fine too.
They weren't perfect. They had some missteps, but I mean, yeah, they gave him something to work with.
I think man, one thing I never wanted to happen with De'Aaron is, and it's difficult because I feel like, and I felt this, like lived it. We lived it 2 hours ago until Sham's tweet. All of a sudden, everybody felt different when they saw Sham's tweet. But like, I was pretty hard on De'Aaron a couple of weeks ago, and it was I felt the need to say what I did about De'Aaron because I didn't want a situation to come up to where, like, if De'Aaron leaves, it just becomes, oh, now all of a sudden, all of these local media people have these bad feelings about him. I'll be the first to admit I've had feelings about De'Aaron Fox as the basketball player for a while. You don't push that button until you're 100% sure of what you're saying and confident in what you're saying. You're not hot taking it. You're not engagement farming. You're not doing all of these things. The fact is, De'Aaron is cast as a number one in Sacramento, and he's a number two. He's
agree.
not the guy. He's very, very good. If he winds up in San Antonio, he's going to thrive there. It's the perfect spot for him. But being the guy here doesn't work, as we welcome in Trysta Krick. TK, we are on the verge of, wait for it, 20,000 people watching.
Well, TK pushed us over the top.
There are 20,000
pushed us over
people
the
watching right now as Trysta joins us.
Big
TK, what's
day.
good?
Big
It
day for
definitely is.
Sacramento sports. What a bomb. First of all, way to be on it, Damien.
Thank
Way
you.
to be on it.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm gonna tell our guy Shams the next time I see him in his little bomber, little leather bomber.
Yep.
Hey, can you give my guy Damien some credit? That he
Please,
had this first. I was making a video. I was 2 minutes late. Because I was making a video about this De'Aaron Fox thing. And I have a slightly different take. We'll talk about the actual primary, the basketball component of it and the, whether he's a number one or number two and like how this came out of nowhere. We can do all that. But the thing that came to mind was, how like you're dating two girls and they're both bad, they're both baddies. They're both really great on paper. And it's time to choose. You can't have them both unless you got some thinking out the box strategies. And it's time. They're not working well together. This little love triangle that you guys have isn't working. So you got to decide. And you cut one of them loose. And they're absolutely crushed. They thought you were going to hand them the rose. They thought it was going to be you and them forever. And they really saw you as their like soulmate. But you choose the other one that's like a little sexier, has like a little bit of a deeper bag. And then you find out that chick has no loyalty, has no plans to stay with you forever, just wants to go wherever the situation is, always looking for the best opportunities, doesn't want to communicate and make the relationship work. It was all sweet when it was sweet, and now you're like, damn, Tyrese Halliburton wanted to be a king for life. I love Domas. I love Domas, but I did think, man, if De'Aaron Fox got traded that day, would he have been despondent and had like an emotional breakdown like Tyrese Halliburton did? I don't think so.
No. I also don't think so. Man,
that's a great analogy.
It's been an interesting day. First thing, I heard Indiana ask for De'Aaron. It's the first time I've heard that was today. I'd never heard that prior to today.
Me either.
I also don't think Domas and Tyrese works. Is that wrong? Those are like you don't have the attacker that De'Aaron. Like I don't think that works whatsoever for Sacramento.
No, but you have the shooter.
It
gives
who?
Domas more in
Tyrese?
Yeah.
You've got a shooter.
Yeah, once he got over his fear of shooting.
Yeah. And what I mean by that is like the guy that spreads the floor out for you. So Domas got even more room to work with, a better pick and roll threat. We see Malik and Domas in the pick and roll. Imagine Tyrese and Domas in the pick and roll. I think they could have worked. I think they could have worked. I mean, I think Tyrese works with almost any big, like, because he is a pure point guard, and because he can shoot, handle, and pass. Like if you can't work with Tyrese as a big, like you got an issue.
Well, and on top of that, he's the exact opposite vocally, emotionally, personality-wise to what Fox is. Right? I was talking to the guys at Summer League from the Pacers, and they were like, you think about Tyrese and like you think about the word franchise player and what that means. Like Tyrese is considered a partner with everyone from ownership all the way down. They run every single decision by him. He's not just a guy that, rah-rahs in the locker room, gets everybody excited to go and on the same page on the court. He's helping make every decision from soup to nuts, what players to keep, what players not to keep, like every little tiny aspect of what they do, how long to stay in cities. Like he's a culture connector. He would have been, from that aspect, which is so lacking this year specifically in Sac, just the perfect guy for that.
It's crazy how this has all evolved in the last 3 hours.
It is wild.
It was a story 3 hours ago that felt so much smaller, and now it's turned into what appears to be a trade request from De'Aaron Fox to the Sacramento Kings, which, again, 3 hours ago, that is absolutely not what this was. But it disintegrated quickly. And now De'Aaron Fox is, I guess.
Well, and why? The question is, what happened? Because I thought everything was going to at least stay pretty stagnant once Mike Brown was fired, as just a sign of goodwill from both sides. Let's just take the rest of this year and see how things go. And then, maybe we get into the playoffs and like this team's been winning. DeMar DeRozan's been shooting lights out. Like this has been a hot team beating good teams. So you want to win and you want to have at least some confidence that this team can win. That's what you say is the reason for the holdup of the extension. Now this team is winning. You got new leadership, a new voice. Everybody's reinvigorated. And now you, what? Want out? Actually, no, just get me up out of there.
Do you, man, now this is all like on the fly. Like none of this is written. Did one of these trades that they're telling these guys that, oh, it's almost done, guys, not go through? And De'Aaron's like, dude, I'm done with you guys. whether it be Cam, whether it be John Collins, whether it be someone else, to where, again, they've been told certain things that have not happened. Hey, we're not going to be able to, we're leaving Brooklyn without Cam Johnson. All right, man. Rich, they dropped the ball again. Okay. Yeah, that was cold. I know what to do.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden it's like, look, man, you guys aren't doing what you promised us.
Yeah.
It's in your best interest to move on from De'Aaron Fox now.
That absolutely could have happened and been how that went down.
That's something that happened a lot in the years of Damian Lillard at the end of his time in Portland. Was a lot of talk about getting a lot of guys, and that just never happened. That's what we're seeing in Miami. As much as Jimmy is throwing a fit, Jimmy was promised guys and has been asking for guys, and it just never really came to fruition, right? They got Terry Rozier, wanted Dame, got Terry Rozier. And so, I think that's certainly a possibility, but I promise you we'll know more by the end of the year, and we'll have a better feeling of how we, a better idea of how we feel about all parties involved. No one's, though, without culpability, because no matter if that's what happened or not, I just don't like the way it's been handled by Clutch and De'Aaron. I just don't like it. I don't think it's very unsettling to me. And anytime you play for a franchise that's been desperate for winning, I think you have a greater responsibility to treat your relationship with that franchise with a lot of care. This is a very fragile, desperate, needy fan base. You can't just say deuces. You can't without saying anything about what's going on. You have to at least give some insight and know your mindset and why you got there.
And one of the things that I never, I just don't subscribe to, like, it's just me. I know the roster needs help on the back end or whatever, but the whole thought that, like, go give me this, go give me more, bro. Like, number one, you have Domantas Sabonis, you have DeMar DeRozan, you have Keegan Murray, you have Malik Monk. That's first. Like, you got a lot more than others have. Like, what do you need more for? Number two, and I'm not trying to, like, be disrespectful or this, De'Aaron, but you're supposed to be the franchise. We're supposed to be good because we have you, not we need to go get more. Like, we're supposed to be good because you're on the team. What is this? I need more. No, we got you. That's to me, that's what a franchise player is. If that ain't the case, then you just nothing but LaMelo Ball. Like, oh, he's a great player, but they ain't got nothing around him. I'm just using, not like he's better than him, but like LaMelo's a great player. They just don't have nothing around him. Well, he ain't franchise probably then either. Like,
that's true.
You need some other people. And if you want to be franchise, if you want to be paid like a franchise or look like franchise player, I think you got to be the one to say, no, we're going to be good because I'm here. You're going to get some other people, but I'm here. That's why we're going to take it to another level.
Think about how crazy this is, though, as you were talking about, like, just the differences between really talented players that aren't franchise. On the opposite end of that, too, and this is no shade to him in terms of his talent level because he's immense, but I don't think anyone would have ever said talent-wise he was a franchise player when he was coming into the league, but he absolutely is Jalen Brunson. If you're like, I would rather start my franchise with Jalen Brunson than De'Aaron Fox, and I think that's absolutely true right now, then that just tells you what you have in De'Aaron Fox is a guy who's not capable of lifting up a franchise, not capable of rising all ships. And that's wild because Jalen Brunson was a second rounder. He was buried on the bench. He couldn't get money from the team that drafted him. You know what I mean? And even when the Knicks picked him up, I don't think they had any clue that he was going to be this version of him.
Yeah. That's been, and this starts to feel like piling on. That's been the knock on De'Aaron for years. Like, There have been people in that organization who would tell us he's not it. He's just not built like that. It's not a fault in his game. It's just that's not who he is as a person and as a player. He's a really, really good basketball player, and the league is full of really, really good basketball players. The league has minimal amount of leaders and guys who, you know, you talk about that Jalen Brunson type, the rising tide lifts up. He's just not that, and we have heard that forever about him. But I think I'll speak for myself, but I actually think I could speak for Kenny too. We thought his talent would eventually overcome that, especially when you build a more competent organization around him, because it's difficult to ignore the incompetence of the franchise the first handful of years of De'Aaron Fox's career. But then you got Mike coming in. You've got Domas coming here. This is, you know, months after the hug heard around the world. Buddy's gone. Marvin's gone. You see Kevin Huerter here. You start to look like this looks like a competent basketball team. And you see what they did that first year together. And it's like, there he is. That's the guy right there. And then that was it. That was literally the peak of everything. A first round 7-game loss to the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, and I think there's probably
Wasn't a question. I don't know. Sorry, Trysta. That wasn't even a question. It was just talking.
There's probably scar tissue too. When you get around dysfunction from the time you come into a job, even when the pieces slowly but surely, you know, that like back to the ship analogy where they say like if you replace pieces of the ship and you end up piece by piece replacing the whole ship, is it the same ship or is it a new ship? Do you know what I'm saying? Like if you replace head coach, players on the team, but it's happened slowly but surely, does De'Aaron Fox feel that culture shift, or does he still remember the way that it was when he was there to begin with? And so that PTSD, that scar tissue, I don't mean to give him any cover because I think he has a responsibility as a franchise player to evolve and to grow and to live up to what his expectations are and to, you know, want that for himself. But I think when you're on a team like he was for so long, it's hard to be able to do that and live up to that without a new beginning. And maybe that's a place that, you know, he goes to San Antonio with Wemby and that drives him to be a different dude. But in this circumstance, in this relationship with this team, he's not ever going to be that, regardless if every single thing on the team was different.
Yeah. And
Mom, can you turn your stuff on Do Not Disturb?
oh, Mama Crick. Mama Crick, come on.
I literally was trying to do it.
Wow, we got a Mama Crick voice. Oh, this is way bigger than a De'Aaron Fox.
Let's go.
This is way bigger than a De'Aaron Fox trade request. Is Mama Crick gonna come on camera? There's 20,000 people watching. This would be the day.
No.
Come on.
Duh.
Today's not the day.
Today's not the
Oh.
day.
Man.
It's been dinging and dinging and dinging and ding. Bing, 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 bing.
I'd like to point out you are in your mama's house.
Yeah. We love you,
Yo,
Mama
we
Crick.
can't do that. Yo, we cannot do that. Okay? This is where I live now.
Just because you've rebuilt a few things by hand.
Oh,
Just 'cause
no,
you're-
we're not. That's what we're not going to do.
Okay.
That's what we're not going to do.
Man.
The Crick household.
Shout out to the Cricks.
I love that mom's super talkative today. She ain't said a word to us in 4 years, but now she cooking. Oh, they say Trysta's saving the mom reveal for her subscriber account over on Instagram.
Yeah.
Come on, subscribe, y'all. Subscribe.
Like
it.
and
Go check her out.
subscribe.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, man. And you know what? The other thing that I think about though too is De'Aaron Fox. He gave us here in Sacramento 7-8 years.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he gave it an opportunity, got us to the playoffs. It's a good Sacramento King, a great Sacramento King, and he felt like it was time for him to move on and try different things. And that happens in sports. That happens in life. It's all good. Wish it would have been different, but it's whatever. Now my mind is with the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
Like, what do you? All right, this is what it is. Go get better. Go make the best out of this situation. Go get you some ball players here. And And I don't know how you're able to do that if he's only saying, if his representation is only saying he'll go to San Antonio.
Oh, I mean, I think he's still got the rest of this year and next, right? So that's a while for a contending team. But San Antonio has a very deep bag of assets. If I'm looking at,
Oh.
they do. They've got a
Oh my
lot of picks. They got a lot of picks, tons. They've got
Mm.
picks from different teams all over the land, right? They've got Bulls picks and Clippers picks and Suns picks. They've got all kinds of picks. So I think you look at that. I think Devin Vassell is a really good player. I like him a
Yeah.
lot. I mean, you need some connective tissue guys. Like they have dudes on that team. Like one or two guys that you could try to finesse San Antonio into giving you in addition to picks. But Devin Vassell is a bucket now. He is nice. He's really nice. People don't watch him a lot because he's been injured recently, but also he plays in San Antonio, and that roster is sort of a mishmash, kind of like hodgepodge gumbo of sorts. But he's nice. Keldon Johnson's a decent player. I think he's better than probably people think. There's some players. Jeremy Sohan's like a decent player. But yeah, I mean, go out and get as much as you can. You should get a king's ransom for De'Aaron Fox, and that includes a bunch of first round picks. And I think San Antonio has, I want to say, the Chicago Bulls top 10 protected pick this year. And this is a very deep draft. So I would try to get, I think you can get probably 3 first round picks and
You think you
some
can get
players
three?
to match salary. Two
Yeah.
to three. 2 to 3.
I said Castle too. So if you got Vassell and Castle,
I
would you
think-
still get that?
2.
I think there's an important piece of this, though. It's not just De'Aaron's interest in San Antonio; it's San Antonio's interest in De'Aaron.
Yeah, and right now, because Wemby wants to win right now.
Yeah, and like you have Chris Paul there, like you have a lot of components that make the timing of this like flirting with flawless. Like it is perfect for them to potentially execute this now and know that they have their point guard big man combo for the foreseeable future. And it's we often hear trade requests making certain things work. Like the fact that San Antonio probably wants to get this done as much as Sacramento does. And the Sam Amick report, which I'm assuming is from Rich Paul, is brilliant. Oh yeah, no, San Antonio believed to be the destination. Oh, but there's Orlando and there's Houston. That is brilliant positioning on Clutch Sports' part because it shows San Antonio and in, a roundabout way helps out Sacramento a little bit. And it's like, look, we want to get him to San Antonio. We want the deal to be best for you. We're going to get this out there in a way that makes it look like the De'Aaron Fox business is open.
That's
And
how
I think
real
that
grifters
benefits
do it.
everybody.
That's how the real grifters do it. Not like the low budget Bush League version of events that took place with Damian Lillard will only play for the Miami Heat. That was real low budget. That's how you know he had never dealt with a superstar trade request before.
Oh,
Aaron
man.
Goodwin.
Oh, don't do that.
Oh, don't do that to
Aaron's our
Aaron.
guy.
Come on, man.
Aaron's our guy.
Is he? I got stories about Aaron Goodwin. Not my
Did
guy.
you decide if you were coming All-Star weekend?
I think it's a no. I'm going to Super Bowl.
Well,
Well, I would do that.
New
too.
Orleans, yeah. Understandable.
Yeah,
He's
there's
going to
just
see
more
Kansas City.
meetings, just more ways for me to get. I need to get, a sports book partner. So I'm trying to lock that down if I can.
Yeah, what's
so
taking so long? Like, you're the hottest free agent in the game.
I don't know if that's true.
Or are you? Well, I guess we'll just shut the hell up and wait to see what happens.
Might as well tell us and not Shams because
Well,
I mean, we the newsbreakers around here.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
I can't believe he requested a trade. I'm still like,
I know,
just
that's
bugged out over
crazy,
there.
man.
This show, this day
That's a trip.
started in a way where it's
That's
like,
what happened. Like that is for sure.
well, I mean, Sam Amick tweeted that Rich informed Sacramento it would be best to move on from him now. that's a
about
trade
as-
request,
yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah,
That's not the way it was positioned to us this morning
Right.
and last night. But
How was
again,
it positioned to y'all?
So it started with a message that the Kings are listening to trade offers for De'Aaron Fox. And I followed up on that, and it became more of a thing where the Kings either got an offer or had a conversation, and it resulted in Wes Wilcox, the Kings assistant general manager, contacting Rich Paul. And that was kind of it. Like, there was no, from what we understand, at least in the moment, there was no trade request, but there was also no door slammed shut on the idea of trading De'Aaron Fox. Prior to Shams being 90 minutes late on the report of the Kings listening to a trade offer for Sacramento or for De'Aaron, we had heard that the two sides had met and were, thinking about, working on things moving forward. But man, it escalated quickly. It escalated quickly.
Yeah, I'm surprised he asked out right now, at least. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you told me it happened in the summer and the Kings lost in the play-in, or even got in the play-in, lost in the first round, and he said he went, I could understand that. Almost any scenario, I could see him asking out in the summer. What are we? It's 9 days before the trade deadline.
Mm-hmm.
Saying
It's a
best
little
to
late. It's a little late to be doing that. This came kind of
Is
out of
it?
nowhere. Well, I mean, it's a little early and it's a little late. Like, it's early in terms of the time of the year. I thought this would happen in the summer, like Kenny was saying. But if it's going to happen at the deadline, then this conversation should have happened when I was still living in D.C., baby. This should have happened pre-New Year's Day so that you can get your ducks in a row and make sure to field offers. 9 days before the trade deadline is kind of like, whoa, we're here now. We need to get going, and this front office isn't exactly competent at getting deals done.
And I personally think this was in play for a while.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
For a while. So, like, if you always knew, like, this is the way you were going to move, I'm like with Trysta, like, why are we just doing this now? Maybe, but to your point, maybe you had an inkling, but you were still giving it an opportunity, and maybe some of the stuff we heard was the straw that broke the camel's back.
All right, TK, we love you. We'll let you go tend to Mama Krick.
It's like,
we love you, Mama Krick.
It's like when like the girlfriend's already out the door and she's just waiting for that one time more you F up and you don't take the trash out, or like you leave a dish on the counter. That D-Lo would probably flip too. He'd leave a dish on the counter.
Okay. Okay. I don't like the implications of that. But I'll also be clear, you're not wrong. Wash your damn dishes and put them in the dishwasher.
Also,
right.
really quick before we go.
We don't have to go. We can stay as long as you want.
Oh, Kenny told me he has 110 pairs of sneakers
around.
How do you store them?
They're all in my closet, and then there's another. So
he has a separate property.
In boxes?
No, this is not
houses.
Yeah, I keep my shoe boxes. I do keep my shoe boxes, but they're all in my closet in my room, and then in the bathroom that we don't use, we just use as storage. There was
a bathroom that doesn't get used?
Correct.
Yeah,
storage bathroom?
That's how big his house is.
Well,
they don't even need to use a bathroom.
So they have the tub, right? But if you can imagine, you know how you have the tub and the shower, the standing shower? Well, it seems like when they made this house, or whoever had it before, they didn't want the standing shower. So they turned that into a closet, and they just have so that's where I put the other shoes. But I'm running out of room. Like, I'm kind of out of room at this point.
All morning we've been discussing where to put all the shoes. And
I'm taking
how many shoes do you have?
I know Trysta got about 100.
Well, I left a bunch in DC. Like I left probably 40 pairs in DC. So I think I have like maybe 30 pairs here.
So you was at about 75 or so.
Yeah, but it's a lot of it's not, they're not all sneakers. Like I've got, hiking boots and like Chelsea boots and Birkenstocks and,
Do you have a pair of heels?
I got some. I don't wear them much. Once I left finance, I was kind of like, my calves look fine without trying to pop them up. You know what I mean? I'm okay. Yeah, I look good. I don't need to do all that.
The key to the heel game is the calves.
Yeah, keys
Okay.
the calves. Yeah, and the booty.
Yeah. Well, the booty's pretty much the key to everything. For being
The key to life.
The key to life.
The key to life. So how you mitigate that is just more squats, more hiking, more incline, so you don't have to artificially
More
boost it up
happiness.
with
Yeah.
the heel BBL, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
BBL Trysta.
Did the sales of the Fox Curries just like die in the city of Sacramento?
Yeah,
Definitely.
buybacks going on. That phenom, go take them back.
Like,
Hey,
people are
no
gonna burn
burning.
his
Hey, we
jersey.
are not burning sneakers or jerseys. By the way,
hell no.
They will. Someone will. I can tell this is like right. We're not there yet because we're day 1, hour 1. The anger hasn't set in yet. Right?
No, people are hurt. People are mad at the Kings right now. That's kind of who they're siding with. They're mad at the Kings. I don't know if
That
they'll
will
ever get to the
change.
point. Yeah, where they're mad at Fox. I just thought about something. De'Aaron Fox might have played his last game in.
I thought.
Baltimore
Yeah, I was
Center.
thinking of that earlier.
They don't come
too.
back to the 5th.
I was
Wow.
thinking that also.
That's sad. We had that series against Golden State was such good times. With the hurt finger, he was special. So many clutch
When hasn't he
moments.
had a hurt finger?
Yeah. Maybe you
I
should
think
stop
when
using it
Domas
so much.
When Domas came to the Kings, they only played 10 games together because I think he broke his finger then. Remember that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember. Yeah, I was that the finger or the sickness?
No, I think it was the finger because I remember a game somebody tried to block a shot and came down on a knuckle or something, and it was late enough in the season where it was broke. He was going to miss some time, but they just ruled him out for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
Shut
This
him
guy
down.
like Floyd Mayweather with the
Well, think about it. The way his hands are, like he might have played his last game. Period, as a King. I don't think so. I mean, they play Philadelphia tomorrow. The dude has been playing hurt. He's been playing hurt for.
If you're gonna get traded, why even play right now? Why not just shut it down?
I just don't
seems a
think
little
that.
str-
I just don't think that's De'Aaron. Though.
Yeah, but I mean, De'Aaron also might have to read the room. Like you just said, you want out, and I know it happens all the time in sports. But you just said you want to leave, and it's like, all right, guys, let's go. Get behind me. Like, bro, no, what? Like,
Also,
I don't know.
like there's a lot of things that you get from DeMar without De'Aaron. There's a lot of crossover there. There's a lot of overlap. So, I mean, he's not going to be the leader of the team. He's not your franchise guy, but he does a lot of things that De'Aaron can do. So if you can find some players that complement everyone together, like the team's roof can be raised. I'm confident. You guys knew how I felt before this all went down. I didn't think the roster as is was going to get much better because the biggest trade chip you really had was De'Aaron and Keegan, but you're not going to get a lot of players back because of the salary match with Keegan. So if you're going to get players and picks, the only guy that you could trade is Fox. And so he kind of made your job easier in terms of like the decision that you had to make.
Yeah, but
I do
ruined
think
us with that sorry team he wants to send.
I think you're sleeping a little bit.
I like Vassell and I like
I don't
Castle,
think you
but I don't
do.
like him better than Hero and Jalen Green or even Reed
But you don't
Shepherd.
even know that that's realistic.
But we don't even have a chance to find out.
Maybe you don't. Pat Riley's
I
not
would
interested
rather
in doing
have
any
Devin
deals right
Vassell.
now.
I would rather have Devin Vassell over Jalen Green all day.
Devin
You are
Vassell's
an unethical hooper.
I
You
look
like
for
unethical
stealing.
hoops.
Devin Vassell, as good as he is right now, he's averaging 16 points a game.
He's playing with Wemby.
Yeah, Wemby he's trying to get another 20-point per game score. It's like, yo, this isn't gonna work. I need more. I like Devin Vassell, but yeah, I'd take Jalen Green. I definitely take Tyler Hero over.
What's the pecking order here if Fox is out? Domas is 1. Is DeMar 2? Or is Malik 2? It's DeMar, right?
Yeah, I think it's DeMar. Malik, I'm interested to see what happens with Malik.
I think so.
I'm very interested to see what
in
the future.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think anything.
I think he's gonna be about the same.
No, I think he's gonna be better.
Mhm.
Like
That's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, no, I think he's
I
gonna
wanna
be
see
better.
what he can do.
What I meant is I saw people say, "Oh, Malik stayed for De'Aaron." I don't think Malik
Oh,
cares
no,
that De'Aaron's
no.
gone.
I'm
I mean,
talking
he
about-
does, but like
Yeah.
this is business. Like De'Aaron, like Malik about to.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, when I say interested, I mean like I want to see where he can go.
Yeah, I think he.
Like,
I think
Give
he
him
goes all
those
the way up.
minutes and see if he can cook. I
He
think
goes all the way up.
truthfully, Malik Monk is a more like raw leader. Like I get very excited and like juiced by Malik. I love watching him, and I think his personality is just incredible. A comparative to what De'Aaron does. Now I know he's not the same talent wise, and remember I got you guys on group chats saying how deep Malik Monk's bag is. I've been like stumping for Malik for a while, but this could be a great opportunity for him to turn into a Tyler Hero like player. You know, give him
was
more
that who
minutes,
you
give him more
FaceTimed me about?
opportunities.
Was that who you
Yes.
and we had that conversation? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
It was.
who is following you around, taking all of these pictures? Oh yeah. Oh okay. All right. No, it was just every time I open Instagram, there's Trysta eating soup. There's
I
and
need
it's
to
not.
get I need to find ways to continue to monetize my content.
That's not what I asked. I was like, who did you employ a photographer?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. I don't
Uh-huh.
need y'all in my pockets, okay?
Oh no, okay. I ain't trying to be in
Hey,
your pockets.
Trysta-
I was more trying to be in your personal business,
Trysta
try to
hella
figure out
funny.
who is everywhere that you are.
No, the way she
Listen,
phrased that,
my personal love life doesn't have nothing to do with my photos. I'll just say that.
Okay. All right.
I always wondered
There's
that
Trysta with
about-
soup. There's Trysta on a bike ride. And it's always like just this immaculately shot picture. It's just like, that's incredible. How come my iPhone can't do
I
that?
always wonder that about like the women on Instagram. Like, who's taking these photos?
I never thought that guys were smart enough to know that or do that, actually.
Well,
Okay,
I
I don't
always
like
thought,
the
like,
way
you guys
that
just-
came across.
I always thought guys were just like titties, you know?
No.
Like, it's like
well, at some point,
not like what's behind the lens, you know?
like, look, well, I'm because they're in Greece. And I'm like, who the hell is taking this photo?
I wanted to see Jesse's reaction to that so bad, but he wasn't even paying attention. He was on the phone. That's fine. You're good, Jesse. Don't worry about it. I think it's a cute word, isn't it?
Talking to a listener, what I missed?
No, nothing. Just a little.
Did I miss a flag? Should I throw a flag?
No, not a flag.
No, this was
no,
clean.
No, it was clean. It was clean. It was clean.
It was a
fine. Kyle told me
direct-
what she said. That's fine.
It was a direct hit. The pads hit. But
It
it
was
was
targeting.
technically letter of the law, clean hit.
Clean it.
Real quick before we where Trysta goes on for the day. Do you think De'Aaron Fox goes to San Antonio? Like, is it a done deal that that's where he's going to go, or could it be somebody else swoops in and he gets traded for them?
I think 85% San Antonio, 15% somebody else. I don't even know who that somebody else would really be. Who really wants to give up the assets? Like, Houston's really, really hot. Why would they want to mess anything up right now? Like, who would the other teams be? You know, Orlando, what do they have to give that you want? I don't see it. I really don't see it. Like, maybe I don't think Denver's got the assets to make it happen. There's no teams really that he wants to go to that have the assets. It feels like it's just kind of been San Antonio for the last month, 6 weeks, right?
Send him to Chicago.
Yeah, it's been San Antonio since the podcast.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'd look at Chicago. Because at this point, I got to do what's best for me. If I'm the Kings.
What are you gonna get?
Get Levine. And
Levine?
maybe you get a pick or one of the young guards or something like that.
That is a terrible. You would make a terrible GM. That's a terrible.
Well,
they're giving away Levine. They were literally going to attach a first-round pick with Levine.
Well, I mean, they may
Again, unethical basketball. Do you notice the type of players that Kenny likes?
They get buckets. I like Malik Monk too.
Yo, he likes Jordan Poole, Jalen Green.
Well, I still like
Jalen
Jordan
Green.
Poole, but he's not the same no more. Jalen Green can go. Jalen Green go. Tyler Hero can go.
Yeah,
he can also beat. He can also beat all former NBA players. That's what he said.
No, I just said I could beat Steve Kerr today.
You think so? Would you back him down?
I just go around him. He can't move.
Because how his spine is sealed completely.
He's got a bad back and he's 60.
Yeah, he's literally.
I'm not even fast anymore, but I'd go around him.
Brian Cruz says KC and his toxic starting five.
Yeah, give me the all Casey starting five is like Jalen Green,
on there.
Tyler Hero. Who else would be on that team?
Zach LaVine.
Zach LaVine.
Yeah.
Who's your 4? Who's your 5?
I don't really have a lot of good 4s and 5s out here that go get buckets nowadays. I'd have to think about that.
KD.
Kyle Kuzma probably got to be in there somewhere.
Kuz come off the bench. He ain't
okay. Yeah, Kuz.
I like Kuz though. I do like Kuz.
Kuz 6 man.
Michael
Okay,
Porter
we
Jr.
really have to go this time.
All right, see you guys. Love you.
Love you, TK.
Bye.
All right. We need a photographer. That's what we need.
We
We need to just hire Lazy. Follow us around everywhere we go. We'll come back. Jason Jones coming up in about 30 minutes. I think James Ham might join the show later. Well, damn. It's D'Lo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
G Money 01, you're right. That you know what it is. You like the funny thing about it is there is a lot of people no, nobody say nothing. I'm not even saying it like he's just this great basketball player, like he's a franchise or nothing like that. But there's a lot of people that were talking crazy when I said go get Shaedon Sharpe. There's a lot of people that are like, KC, you sound stupid. He's a good ball player. He can play.
Levine is good, but I'm not sure. Like, he's not how the people talk about him, but I don't know if he's helping the Kings get to where they want to be, and even if that's possible anymore. At that point, I'd probably look at younger players and just try to. I don't know.
I mean,
you think?
Go ahead.
You think Levine could get them? Not get them by himself, but if you had Levine, could they get to the Western Conference Finals?
Yeah, I think so. Here's the thing with like Levine, and here's the things with trades in general. Go look at the history of these type of trades. The team that trades away the top player almost never succeeds. And they got all these picks, and they got the assets, and this young guy, he's really good. No, you just don't know the analytics per 36. Bro, stop. Like, unless you getting like one of them ones back, it don't never work out. It just doesn't. So everybody, go get you one of those guys, Sohan. All right, bro. All right. Like, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work. You look at New York in that trade. Like, get your Cat. You know what I mean? Cat better than Julius and better than DiVincenzo. And Shea is a lot better than anybody else that anybody imagined he would be. But There's nobody talking about Vassell and Stephen Castle the way they were talking about SGA his rookie year. I don't even know who you are. I don't even know who AA is. Like, who are you? You ain't even got a face.
I think I'm stress eating. I went and got a Oreo. Sure. That's fine.
Chris, what is this looking like? You want Derek White or what do you want here? let's talk.
So this is
Derek White, Sam Hauser, and Peyton Pritchard. The best I can do.
we have we got something cooking here. I don't know exactly what it is. Hang on. He said so we got
Tyler Jennings, they give you a 6'5", 3-point sharpshooter. Sam Hauser, he's a wing. He can play a little defense too. He can play defense. Yeah, he can play defense.
Hey, thanks for the coffee, Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle, appreciate you, brother.
So
I've never had Dutch Bros before.
Me either. And coffee is never anything I want until someone says, "Hey, anyone want coffee?" Yeah, sure.
I don't turn it down.
Yeah, like who says no? So I think TK's coming back. I think TK's coming back, and Evan Townsend, who covers the Spurs, is going to join us also. No, we'll get to the calls because I think we still have a few minutes, so we'll get to calls. But as soon as we see them log in. That's a good call. And I don't know what I don't really know what we're about to do or how long we're going to be here. Okay. 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 All right, we got a couple of things cooking here on the live stream. I think TK is going to jump back on here in just a heartbeat. Give us a few minutes. We got some things brewing. Let's get to our man Phil here, 916-909-1320. Phil, what's happening?
What's going on, man? What's going on?
What's up, Phil?
What's up? Hey, so I have a sleeper team that Fox might go to. What do you think about the Warriors? They've traded for Pod, Kaminga. He's close to Curry and the Curry brand. I've always said he's going to go to State, do like a Kobe and LeBron thing, take over after Curry retires.
No.
I don't think
I can't envision it.
I don't think that happened. It's not the craziest idea. Like I see Phil cooking, but
sit down, Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle Madsen's for that, by the way.
Yeah, sit down.
I see Phil cooking, but I don't think Phil said Pods. All right, man. Give me Vassell and Castle.
Oh, wow. Wow. Let's get our man Kamara in here, 916-909-1320. Kamara, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? First of all, I apologize about that earlier. I had to take another call. So
no problem, big dog.
Don't
It's
need
all
to-
good.
Yep, it's cool, man. It's cool. We don't know what you're talking about, man. It's all right.
Oh no, I called early and I was on hold. So I didn't
Oh,
know.
okay.
Yeah,
All right. Nah,
Yeah,
we
yeah,
get
yeah.
it. You make a lot of money per hour. We understand. You buy $100 body lotion.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, body cream
Relax.
or body butter. Or what is it again?
Relax.
Okay.
Relax. That was a private conversation. By the
Oh,
way.
you got to know better than that. You got to know better than that. You sending me show material, I'm going to use it.
Okay. Man. Jesse, where's the flag at? Where's the flag?
Okay, leave it alone, man. Come on, what you
Play
need?
on.
We got people ready to talk, man. What you need?
All right. Anyway, the whole thing. At first, when I saw the tweet earlier, and I thought about okay, well, this is just a negotiation ploy by Rich Paul, and I still kind of feel that way. At the end of the day, all the cards are still in Monty and Wes's hands. At the end of the day, I just feel like, they've been saying for years, oh, we have all our assets, we have maneuverability. What can stop them from just cashing in, throwing all their draft picks or future first rounds, whatever, trying to get a backup wing and a backup big and going for it this summer? Okay, it doesn't work. You still have to trade De'Aaron. You can still get those picks back. Casey's always said he doesn't worry about future picks because if you trade somebody, you can always get those picks back eventually if you have a marquee player.
Okay. Yeah, no, you're 100% right
I
on that.
agree.
And that's
I
something
agree.
we've been talking about here for a few minutes. So let's bring in our brother Evan Townsend. Evan Townsend covers the San Antonio Spurs. Evan, what's up, baby?
What's going on? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we
hear you.
got you,
Just,
big dog.
we hear you just
What's up?
fine, my man. Thanks for joining us. I think TK going to jump back in here in a heartbeat. Obviously, you're probably following this story as closely as we are with De'Aaron Fox, Sacramento Kings, and his desire to come to San Antonio. What have you heard out there?
Yeah, man. So it's interesting. There's a lot of I'm in a lot of group chats. I'm in a lot of just NBA insider group chats. And in October, I got told, I was like, De'Aaron Fox is choosing between San Antonio and Houston, right? And I was like, what are you talking about? And then one of my friends was just like, hey, his wife is from San Antonio. And I was just like, okay, let me do some more research. And after they played, I think it was in November. It was in November or December. There was you always have to just be on Jersey Talk watch after the game. Wemby and De'Aaron shook hands, talking under their jersey for a bit. And I don't know much about Mike Brown. I thought he was a great coach. He's had a great long tenure in the NBA, a well-respected man. I thought that after you guys got on your little win streak, after everything was fine, coach, you beat Boston and home without De'Aaron. Everyone was saying you guys or people were saying that y'all are better without De'Aaron, and I don't know, man. I don't know. So what I've heard is that it's coming down to San Antonio and to Miami for the past few months. And when it comes down to it, San Antonio has the best packages by far. I don't want to just label and throw guys in there that aren't all-star caliber, but like a Stephon Castle, Trey Jones, and as many picks as you want is probably going to be the best that you can get. Miami is probably going to offer you like a Jaime Jaquez, a Jovic. I don't know if Jimmy Butler's going to be in the 3-team trade. These feeder teams like Utah, maybe even Portland can get in the mix to make the money match. They don't have a lot to offer that is like screaming star potential. I don't want to throw in Devin Vassell just quite yet. I hate to even throw in Stephon Castle, but like a Stephon
Too bad,
Castle.
Evan.
Yeah.
We better throw them both.
We don't have a deal
dog.
then. We don't have a deal.
a Stephon Castle, Keldon Johnson, and Zach Collins. I think that can possibly get it done. And that's just all I've heard. I haven't heard anything significant, but his growth being from the city, him being just close by from Houston. I don't want to say the writing's on the wall, but I've heard these things for months now, and I didn't believe it. I did not believe it. I was just like, this is just smoke screen season. Obviously, when Mike Brown got fired, there's a little bit of rumblings going around, but I think that today is kind of a major day. We'll see how it plays out.
First of all, Evan, take that stupid little smirk off your face, because I know y'all look, y'all already have an embarrassing amount of riches out there with the face of the league,
man.
and now you're getting a guard to go along with it while we're left to pick up talking about, I don't know, we're going to include Devin for sale. No, we're not doing that.
And see, Evan, I'm gonna just keep it a stack. I don't want to say I don't like San Antonio's trade package, because I do like Devin Vassell. I do like Stephon Castle. I think they're good ball players. I forgot about Trey Jones. He can go to, and you got picks. But and it may be a moot point because he may not want to go to any of these places, but I'm looking at Miami. I'm putting.
Well, I mean, Evan just co-signing that. That's the first. That's pretty. It's the first time I've heard that from another person. That's pretty. I mean, I know Sam threw it in there, but we speculated as to why that might be. That's a good little nugget from Evan right there.
I like Tyler Hero. I think Tyler Hero is better than anything that San Antonio has to offer. And then I don't think this will be the case. But if Houston got involved, Houston got everything.
Yeah, Houston
current
has
players, young players, draft picks, all this other stuff. But like we've been talking about earlier, if Rich Paul and them are saying it's a no-go to re-signing anywhere but San Antonio, it's gonna be tough to get a deal done with any of these other guys.
CK, what do you think?
Yeah, I was wondering, Evan, like, what was the first time that, and like, who did you, like, was it somebody in the media that you were hearing that from? Was that agents?
Yeah.
Was that players? Like, what would, like, do you remember the first moment that you heard De'Aaron Fox to San Antonio rumor get mentioned?
It was in November after they had played. Now, to my understanding, GMs have like lunch table like relationships. Like Danny Ainge is probably sitting at by himself, the old like disgruntled man that nobody wants to talk to. He's like bullying people. He's kind of maybe a little bit, right? It doesn't like certain GMs, a certain type of demographics, whatever. But I feel like the Spurs. I feel like the. I'm so sorry, but I feel like the Brian Wright has taken over for about maybe 6 years now, and he's been on the phone with almost every single team, every single trade package, the Russell Westbrook trade, the 4 or 5 team mega trades. He's always been in and around in, and when it comes down to it, he's been kind of holding on to a lot of these picks. The DeJounte Murray trade. Last year, there's rumors about unloading all 4 of those Atlanta picks for Trae Young. Didn't happen. Trae Young switched out of Clutch Sports when that didn't happen. It's just like the writing on the wall can be kind of obvious, but you always have to go back to the GM relationships. It's not just, will this GM finesse me if I offer him this because they're desperate, or is it on the lines of, can everyone be happy and can we just move on? And we helped you guys with Doug McDermott when you guys let go of your crew. What was his name? The EuroLeague guy that you guys lost?
Sasha.
What was his name?
Sasha Bazenkov.
Yeah, Sasha. Man.
Yeah, we appreciate that, Evan. Good looking. We still need those 2.
Hey, we gave you Harrison Barnes, Evan. All right, you got Harrison Barnes.
Weren't you also involved in the DeMar DeRozan? Didn't you guys also get the Chicago pick? You had to facilitate that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they stole our
Yes,
2031.
And we with these picks that have like their own destiny controlled by other teams, that's a leverage move with this new CBA. You don't have to make this trade right then and now. You can wait until after the season. You can literally wait until like May, or not May, like when was the regular season over? Like 2 or 3 days after the regular season. Like I think it was OKC and the Mavs, they made a trade, or the Jazz, they made a trade last season. And I was like, was that in the rule book? Is that in the rule book? So if it doesn't happen during the trade deadline, just wait until right after the regular season, and some wheels can start to turn a little bit. So yeah. And Harrison Barnes, shout that is low key my twin. When I wear my glasses, I look exactly like Harrison Barnes. So shout out to him. He's done great for the Spurs this season. Whenever he has a great game, the Spurs win. Whenever he's 0 for 6 from 3, can't make a layup, we lose by 20. So
it sounds about right.
We're familiar with
exactly how
we're familiar with the Harrison Barnes playbook out here. Very, very familiar.
That's hilarious.
At least he's rebounding for you out there. That's a big net positive.
Evan, so what's your percentage like confidence level that Foxy ends up in San Antonio?
I would give it like a 65-70%. 60 to 70. Here's why. when this stuff, I've never heard of any type of like star level, all-star level player, the number one guy on the market saying he has a target of choice. That is a very, very, very like keen choice of words. And then a couple minutes later, San Antonio, and then the odds go from San Antonio to Miami. You know, it's weird. I don't think that it's going to turn to a Dame situation to where he's really hiding in Miami, like he's going to be hiding behind the Alamo or something like that during All-Star Weekend or anything along the lines of that. I don't think it's going to be like that. But I think that if it were to happen, it's going to happen before All-Star Weekend. It's going to happen probably by the end of this week or this time next week. And, you know, I want Chris Paul to stay in town. Maybe he's go back to a backup. If it's a Stephon Castle, Keldon, and a couple of disgruntled bench pieces on our team that aren't getting any minutes to make the money match, I think that the Spurs are in that tier, the 5 to 12 tier, if I'm not mistaken. A couple of days ago, it was only separated by 4 games. 4 games. That's you know, a lot of teams can get injured. A lot of teams can put the foot on the gas and solidify themselves as an actual playoff team. So, yeah.
Sir, you keep forgetting to say Devin Vassell. Yeah, Devin and Stephon. Yeah, we got to deal if that happens. Thank you. Anything less is uncivilized.
I don't want to just add both of them. That was it's either going to be one or the other. It's
no. Your wants and desires in this conversation are not needed right now.
If y'all can give us back Trey Lyles, how's he doing?
Oh, okay. All right, Evan. All right, Evan. I'm gonna need you to take it back a little bit here. What is happening right now? I got the 2 worst general managers.
Trey Lyles. Let me tell you a story. Trey Lyles was in a photo with DeJounte Murray, Keldon Johnson, Derek White when we dropped the Fiesta theme, and people were like, "Well, who is this guy? who has this guy to be in this photo?" He was just sitting there, arms crossed. I'm like, man, that's the big LTL, man. Trey Lyles, man.
Excellent.
That's the guy right there.
Evan, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for.
We'll probably be hollering at you soon, Evan.
I think we'll be talking a lot moving forward, dog. We appreciate it.
Hey, I'm gonna follow you guys. Best of luck. I'm gonna have all my group chat. I show love to y'all. So,
all right.
Much love, my guy.
Thanks, Evan. Thanks for hitting me up.
Yeah, Evan Townsend right there covers the San Antonio Spurs. We'll be talking to him a lot moving forward. Good.
That's value added to the show.
Good show booking right there, TK. It's good show booking.
You know how we roll. You know how we move. I got y'all.
I mean,
was that good? Was that valuable? Is that okay?
No.
I'm about to no. First of all, he was sitting there with this stupid little smirk on his face, all happy because he's just little Spurs fans on top of the world, and talk about, I don't know if we're going to include Castle and Vassell. It's like, okay, player, hang on a second. Now, hang on. I know you're feeling good right now. Yeah. But we're going to get a deal done.
What are we talking about here? What are we talking? Almost hung up on him like I was a GM.
Man.
All right, y'all.
All right, thanks, TK.
Good luck.
Appreciate you.
Guest and producer. That's family right there.
So, all right, man. I'm thinking, man. I'm thinking. And Evan's talking about Evan's talking about, end of the week, maybe this time next week. And I'm sitting there. I'll just ask you. I've been asking you and Jesse a lot today, but can he come back home, or can he come back?
Of course he can.
I'm not saying like they boom or but like that's awkward. Yeah. Like that's awkward for him to on February 5th. De'Aaron Fox out of Kentucky.
Night. Like, I know.
Talking about like De'Aaron Fox is like being here past the trade deadline or just playing these last few games until he gets traded.
Here to Golden One Center on February. I guess I'm talking about that.
The next home game. Playing the next home game.
I think you should him, to be honest.
What day is the day? Oh, the deadline's it's the next day.
Yeah.
I'm working actively. If I'm the Sacramento Kings front office, I'm actively working right now to work something out with the San Antonio Spurs. I'm sitting you.
If they get a deal done to trade De'Aaron Fox before John Collins or Cam Johnson goes through, that is insane.
There's a lot of insane things without they move.
Yo, I gotta to help. Tell me if I'm doing too much. How does he play tomorrow? How do you have him out?
If you're actively working to move him right now, you don't. It's done. It's over.
But there's there's an important component to that. He's hurt. He has been playing through injury for weeks now. Mm-hmm. Are you going to continue to do that? Like if you're De'Aaron or you're the other team? Well, It boils more down to De'Aaron in Sacramento. Like does De'Aaron want to continue to play hurt? If De'Aaron Fox, man, if De'Aaron Fox plays tomorrow, I feel like there is an outcome that results in him being a Sacramento King this season.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, I feel like the thought of him, I feel like the possibility of him not being a King past the trade deadline is significantly higher.
Yes, I agree.
This sucks, by the way.
Yeah.
This absolutely sucks.
I know it's pro sports and people do this all the time, like request a trade and still play and all that. Like, I understand, but like, what are you doing playing for the Sacramento Kings tomorrow? You talking about you don't want to be here? Like, what are you doing? Like,
the vibes are cooked. There's no playoff run. Like you don't want to be here. We're not even necessarily trying to keep you here anymore.
What do you mean 6'3" out of Kentucky?
If the Kings have any balls whatsoever, they'll say he's out with a sore ankle.
Yeah. Play into the bit at least.
Just
if anything, play into the bit.
Just play along at this point. Just say he's out with a sore ankle.
And like I said, I'm literally saying it as if I can't imagine how it's pro sports. It happens. These guys play, but how does he play tomorrow after what's going on today?
Because I don't think they want to trade him. It reminds me, and the reason I wanted to jump in here real quick, it reminds me, I also didn't realize how small that coffee was going to be. That's my bad. I would have gotten you a bigger size if I knew that was going to be a 3-inch high coffee. I did the Brandon Ayuk thing because remember Brandon Ayuk when that whole the saga was going on last offseason? Mm-hmm. And it was like, yeah, the Niners might trade Brandon Ayuk if the Steelers call and say, how about our next 3 first-round picks and George Pickens and TJ Watt? It's like, yeah, then they're going to trade him. If the Spurs call, and they won't do this, but follow me. If the Spurs call and say, hey, Wemby for De'Aaron straight across, they're doing it. Like with that, or if the Rockets call and say, hey, here's Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün and all these dudes for De'Aaron, like, yeah, they'll do it. But they're not going to just go shop him and be like, hey, whatever deal we can get, we're just going to take it. No, if a deal comes in that knocks their socks off, I think that they'll do it before February 6th. But I don't think they're like itching to do this where they're like, hey, we got to get a deal done now. And if we don't get one done now, it's never going to happen. There's no incentive for them to do that by Thursday, next Thursday.
You know what the saving grace is as I think about this too while Kyle's talking is it feels like conversations that I've had, you've had, Evan has had, everybody's known he doesn't want to be here. And he was going to leave. Everybody's known that. It's kind of in the circles.
Yeah.
It seems like the worst kept secret out there.
I don't know that that's true. Like he doesn't want to be here.
He wants to leave. Evan said that was in October or November.
Well, November was when the Rich Paul meeting happened.
Yeah,
like so that's going to start discussion, right? Like anytime, like Rich Paul is the boogeyman. Like call it what it is. Like he is the boogeyman,
and it's a star in a small market. We've been conditioned to assume that Rich Paul plus star in small market,
San Antonio, which is spectacular,
which is right. But Rich Paul has his meeting for a star in a small market like Sacramento. People immediately go, "Oh, he's out of there. He wants out." And I don't think that was the case.
I just keep the thing that I'll say is. We've heard this multiple times from so many different walks of life.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just your NBA insider. It's from so many different walks of life. Like, oh yeah, you gonna go. I bring that up to say, if we were hearing that, I'm sure those guys in the locker room know, and they've been able to play with him for the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm thinking about, like, how does he play tomorrow? He plays like he's been playing the whole entire time. Like this, I don't think this is news to them.
Yeah, they're not. If they were actively shopping him, I think he would get a personal 3 days or whatever Zach LaVine's getting. Like I think they would do that, or what is it? The John Collins illness or his hip? Is it his hip? Whatever. It's his hip, quote unquote. Yeah. Just it'd be like that for a 27-year-old dude.
It's the weather.
Yeah.
Cold, that hip getting to him.
Yeah, man. I think if the Kings were actively shopping him, but they're not. because I don't think they want to lose him necessarily. So I don't think they're going to signal that they're shopping him, because I don't think they are.
Why does everyone just stop tweeting? Just all of a sudden, just everything is stopped.
It's too quiet.
Just a flurry of like Sam Amick tweets and Shams and Chris Haynes, and now everybody's done.
Was the next
I
shoe to
checked in with
drop?
Biederman, by the way. He got you with the retweet. It can come off the list now, I think.
I don't know.
Take him off the list.
I don't know.
Yeah, you're right. I
Let me
don't
take a
know.
look
He
at
is
what
an
old
Ohio
Chris
State
Biederman-
fan, so
Okay.
maybe that.
Well, he's a
maybe
smart
keep
man.
him there. Keep him there.
Okay, he got
He's
it.
not an
All right,
Ohio
no,
State
no.
fan. He's an Ohio State alum.
No. I see. No one has the Daniel
Tomato,
Barling
tomato.
alerts on, so it's fine. Shout out Chris. Chris
Checking
Biederman
Blue
is
Sky.
off the list.
Who's
Right
on?
here. Well, Deuce is off. Chris Biederman. I think. Let me check to see if Jason Anderson is still on it. Jason Anderson still on the list. Jay still on the list.
Has Sean Cunningham even tweeted?
He did. I think he quote tweeted Bobby Marks's numbers. And he said something, a good breakdown of the numbers as it pertains to De'Aaron Fox and his future in Sacramento or elsewhere. And then he noted we've been all over this possible scenario unfolding.
All right, very good.
Fox under contract for 2 seasons, 34.8 and 37.1. He is eligible this summer to sign 4 years, $229 million. He can sign the same extension 6 months after he's traded. There's a $77 million difference if Fox played out the 25-26 season and signed with a team that has cap space. Bird rights, 5 years, $296 million. Non-bird rights, 4 years, $219 million.
Well, here's the other thing that I would say, like, especially if the San Antonio playing hardball like Evan was, Fox, you can stay here for another year. And I know it's not super max type deal, but miss out on $80 million if you want. You better go talk to them and tell them to make the deal that we're looking for, because we're trying to send you where you want to go.
You
but they
keep
don't wanna
talking
work.
to De'Aaron. You got to start talking to Rich.
Well, I don't think they'll ever talk to De'Aaron.
Yeah,
Rich, tell them to go make the deal that we're looking for.
They're both watching, so.
Well, there's a good chance.
Oh my God, that number's huge.
That's crazy, right?
22.
Wait, here it comes.
Hit that.
22, wait.
Oh, somebody.
You have an unnatural allegiance to losing.
Nobody knows what we're looking at. 22,000 watching.
This is like WrestleMania 3.
22,173. Give yourselves a round of applause.
But that's the other part of leverage that the Kings kind of have here. You got $80 million that he needs. Or maybe you don't care about it at all.
And that's the other thing. I don't know what De'Aaron does care about. And I genuinely don't. Like, he says he wants to win. All right. Your number one target, by all accounts, appears to be a team that's 20-23. Like, I know their future is bright. Like, I get it. Like, Wemby is him. Like, we've seen it. We see it every time the man is on the floor. I get it. You have more confidence in the San Antonio Spurs organization. Okay. All right. See what it looks like.
We're
blowing past the break, so go ahead.
Are we certain that I was wondering? So
Yeah,
thanks.
it's fine.
Are we certain that it's a I don't know.
Basketball? No.
Okay.
It's a part.
That's
It's a
what I
big
was-
part of it. Like, he want
right.
It's
If
a
they didn't
huge
have
part.
Wemby, I don't think they would be
Correct.
on the table. But
Correct.
Like, it was.
I think there's life reasons and there's basketball reasons, and
Sure.
they intertwine perfectly in San Antonio. I know that confuses some people because he's from Houston. That is far out of the realm of anything I'm willing to discuss. But San Antonio seems like the spot, more than Houston. So life meets basketball in San Antonio in a perfect way.
The other thing on it is just with Houston specifically. If I can drag them into the conversation here for a second, they're cooking right now with what they've got. I would understand if they were like, "No, we don't want to," because Kenny, you were right when you were talking to the Spurs guy. What was his name? Evan.
Evan
When you guys were talking to Trista's friend, how like it's going to be Devin Vassell and Stephon Castle. Like they're not just going to give him away,
right?
And so if it was the Rockets,
Trey Jones ain't gonna get it done, buddy.
The Rockets is not going to be like Cam Whitmore and Reed Shepherd and some picks. Like no, it's going to hurt. Like they're going to have to give up some of what makes them really, really good. So that's the other thing with Houston is I don't know how willing Houston would be to make that deal because I don't know that they need him the way San Antonio does.
That's the other thing about this. Once again, not to shade to De'Aaron Fox, but San Antonio might be the team that needs him the most. Like needs him. Who around the league is like, yo, we need De'Aaron Fox outside of San Antonio?
Among contenders, not that many.
I don't know if any. Maybe like
Yeah,
maybe the
I don't
Clippers.
think so.
Maybe I don't know. And then once again, that's not to shade them or whatever, but that goes
I think
back
the
to
Clippers. I think the Clippers were referenced in Sam's article, if I'm not mistaken. Because I kind of was taken aback a little bit by that. I'll look at it right now. Go ahead. Sorry.
But no, just this goes back to like what we talked. I think TC was calling like the demand for De'Aaron Fox may not be what some people think it would be.
Miami, Houston, Orlando, and Los Angeles Clippers. Sorry, the Miami Heat, the Houston Rockets, Orlando Magic, and Los Angeles Clippers have all previously expressed interest. I believe the previous is following the Draymond Green podcast, and that is so important to note because it felt like no matter what he thought was happening, it was that podcast that started a lot of this.
Yep.
Wasn't he on another podcast first?
I think he was on like
was it the Run It Back?
Yeah,
or
the one with Michelle Beadle and
yeah. Didn't he say the same thing there? Was that where it originally started?
It felt like he was on a media tour.
Yeah. The Draymond one.
The Draymond one was the most recent.
It was the most recent, but
it
was
wasn't
also
the first time he said it though,
he
was
said
it?
it all summer to a certain degree. But the Draymond one kind of took off. I think that was also the first time he said we need more. And that played into it as well.
Okay, that's right. Yeah. Well, he didn't he do that at the podium? Didn't he basically try to trade the roster like in a press conference?
Yes, I think it was after the Detroit game.
Say?
Was it after the Detroit?
Was
game?
it Detroit? Yeah, I can't remember if it was Detroit or it might have been Doug Christie's Lakers game. Like I can't remember. It was a really bad stretch for Sacramento.
Yeah.
I can't remember which one it was, but yeah, he's like, yeah, we don't have enough, right? And it was like, oh, that's
I've never
okay.
liked that from De'Aaron. Him saying that. I've never liked him saying that.
Why not?
That's not what you say as a leader. When like I said,
no, it's a good
earlier, like I said,
imagine going. This station just doesn't have enough to win. This station just doesn't have enough. Like that's crazy,
right?
Like that'd be crazy,
and
especially since we're winning by a lot,
right? But like to use that analogy, we don't worry about what we don't have. We just get it done to win. And to a certain degree, we say we're gonna win because we're here,
right?
And De'Aaron, if he's your leader, if he's the franchise, he wants to be paid like franchise. He wants all NBA like franchise. All them all NBA guys, they look at it like we're good because I'm here. That's why we're good. Like, yeah, some little ancillary pieces here and there, but my team is who they are because I'm here.
We don't have enough. What are we missing? And how can I fix that individually?
And I just never liked him saying that.
It
said
him?
something.
Wow.
Crazy.
Kenny Caraway running De'Aaron Fox out of Sacramento.
Hey, you're a newsbreaker.
Wow.
Don't say that. It'll gain traction.
Well, you instigated all this.
It'll gain traction. But I never liked him saying that. I was like, nah, Fox, don't say that. Dog.
That's fair. That's fair. I hadn't thought about it that way. He was right.
Kyle, do you think he can, like, he should be playing
De'Aaron
with the Kings?
like tonight? Yeah,
I can't guess.
You have to. If the goal is winning, like you're not. Well, I mean,
Philly is tomorrow, right? I don't have that wrong.
Yeah,
Philly is
tomorrow.
Okay.
OKC Saturday.
That's right. All right.
That's big, getting a couple days off before OKC. But yeah, you have to play. You have to, because if you don't trade him, you're still trying to make the playoffs and try and make a little run this year. You still might trade for John Collins or Cam Johnson. and you still might try and make a run this year. So yeah, you have to play them. They've dug themselves in such a hole. Every game's going to matter here down the stretch. So you can't just give away a game.
You guys probably didn't see this, and it just came across my timeline. It's content. Let's see what you guys think. Kevin O'Connell, the NBA writer, he's weighed in.
Kevin O'Connell is the head coach of the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah, no, we know. I prefer to call him Kevin O'Con, man, but
it's more
Kevin O'Constantinople.
I've learned like in my talking, like on the court and just in life, when you don't say somebody's correct name, it infuriates them.
I get so mad when people call me Madison.
See what I'm saying?
There's no I.
So like if I was like trying to like it's a passive aggressive way of being a jerk. If I was like Kyle Madison, I mean,
oh, that just made my blood boil. I knew you were doing a joke. Oh,
so Kevin O'Connell
got him.
He has a who says no type trade. Spurs get De'Aaron Fox. Kings get John Collins, Colin Sexton, and 2 firsts. The Jazz get Keldon Johnson, Zach Collins, Kevin Huerter, 2 firsts, 2 seconds.
What first do the Kings get there?
He didn't specify.
That would matter to me. But is John Collins and Colin Sexton?
Mm-hmm. I don't think that's a bad deal.
I don't hate that at all.
Yeah, it's not a bad deal.
Part of me wonders if you do a deal with the Spurs, could you still wind up with John Collins anyways? But I don't know. I'm counting on the front office to actually do something. Leave it up to this front office. Only thing they do is trade De'Aaron Fox. Hey, get De'Aaron Fox help. No, we'll just trade him.
Help him by sending him elsewhere.
Jesus Christ. Matt George tweeted, curious your guys' thoughts on this and everybody watching. All 22,000 of you. If the Sacramento Kings trade De'Aaron Fox to the Spurs, San Antonio will be a better team than whatever the Kings put together with the pieces they get in return. You agree with that?
One more time, right there, one more time.
If the Sacramento Kings trade De'Aaron Fox to the Spurs, San Antonio will be a better team than whatever the Kings put together with the pieces they get in return.
I don't know about that.
I don't agree with that at all.
I don't think so. I don't think
agree
that's
with
right.
that at all. De'Aaron and Wemby's a hell of a combination. I still think the Sacramento Kings. I think even more so. I still think the Sacramento Kings still have a good basketball team. I'm not trying to discount De'Aaron Fox. I think, but you know what?
You've been saying that, and I agree with you. That was a great point. Like you're not, the cupboard's not bare, and you're adding players.
We just watched them win a bunch of games without De'Aaron.
Can I say something that has not been said one time today?
No.
Yes. Oh.
Go ahead, Dame.
Thanks, Jesse.
Go ahead.
Thank you. 21, 22, and 10. It's not a locker combination, dog. 21, 22, and 10. DeMontis Sabonis put those numbers up yesterday. No one cares.
And we had a field day, and granted, they were fantastic numbers, but we had a field day last week when Jokic put up his numbers, and it was only Wilt Chamberlain. Last night, would you say 22, 21, and 10?
21, 22, and 10.
On 80% shooting? Only Domas and Wilt. Ever.
Yeah.
But we've been busy.
It doesn't hit the same.
Today, so we hadn't been able to
it doesn't hit the same because they got beat 25, 13, and 12. Those were his numbers against those are his 2 box scores in New York.
How can
he might not be recognized as one of the best players in the league, but one of the best players in the league plays here, whether De'Aaron Fox does or not.
That's facts.
Kyle can't hear me, so you ask him, I guess. Who's your number 1 in the playoffs?
Who's your number 1 in the playoffs for the Kings? Like, if you make the playoffs and Fox is gone, who's your go-to?
Who are you playing through?
Ooh.
At that point, it's probably
Malik.
Malik. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry. There's a Hall of Famer
it's
on the
Malik.
squad
It's
too.
DeRozan. That's why I think that's why I disagree with what Matt George said, because you still have ostensibly your starting 5. You move Keon Ellis into the starting 5, but now you have Devin Vassell as your 6th man. Maybe Stephon Castle's in your starting 5, and you got Keon Ellis coming off the bench. Maybe you got Jeremy Sohan coming off the bench. You have the Spurs have a lot of dudes that is like your 7th, 8th, 9th guys. You feel really good about them.
Yeah.
It's right now they're cast as 2, 3s, and 4s, and they look terrible. So I would disagree with that, because you'd still have a really, really high quality team if it's just De'Aaron going out and maybe Kevin Huerter or whoever else. I think you'd still have a really, really high quality team.
Here's
your bench depth would be way better.
Here's the one thing that might infuriate fans more than doing nothing is trading De'Aaron Fox and nothing else. Like everyone's frustrated because it's like you're on the doorstep of something. We all know it. We've heard it. You've told everyone you're on the doorstep of something. You told people within your organization you're on the doorstep of nothing. And you're ultimately not going to do anything except for trade the franchise's best player for the last 7 years. That was your move at the trade deadline?
Yeah.
Like, how do you can't, we're getting to the point where you can't even take this front office seriously. They have to execute something, whether it involves De'Aaron Fox or not.
Not trying to stall him out, but does this throw a wrench in everything?
Oh, probably.
You know what I mean?
For sure.
Yeah, probably.
Now your
1000%.
focus is like completely shifted, and now you got to figure out what direction it is. So if you miss out on a Cam Johnson or a John Collins, because now you got to deal with this,
you better not.
I said this earlier.
You better not.
I said this earlier. If the De'Aaron Fox wanting out thing hinges on whether they make a trade at this deadline, and you're like, oh, Cam Johnson's not worth an unprotected first. No, but it is if it means De'Aaron Fox is going to stay here. If it's take my 2029 unprotected first, we can keep De'Aaron Fox around. We'll take Cam Johnson and we'll make a little run this year and we'll keep this thing going forward. If that's really the case, and maybe I'm oversimplifying it, I could definitely be wrong. But if that's the case, then send out that whatever they want, give it to them.
Yeah.
Like I'm doing whatever to keep this train moving forward.
I'm with you. I agree 100%. What you hear, bro? What you hear, bro?
We'll be back.
Nice.
I love this. You punched into commercial. You're a genius. You're a genius. Yeah. Hang on.
Hey.
Go.
It's so funny. The chatty house is saying exactly what I was thinking when we were talking about the De'Aaron Fox. Like if they trade him and nothing else, if Feb 6 at 12:01 p.m. Pacific time, if De'Aaron Fox is not on the roster and Kevin Huerter is, that might be riots.
Yeah, that is crazy.
They got to scramble because they made a trade. They got to scramble for their starting lineup. G1C starting at shooting guard. 6'7" out of Creighton.
Damn, what a day. Wow.
There are
Dame,
5,000 more people watching this than would fit in the Golden One Center right now.
Standing room only.
We sold out G1C.
Dame, how many followers did you gain today? Let me guess if you know. I would say 115.
115?
Yeah.
We follow watching?
That might be a little low, to be honest with you, because it was cooking.
Yeah.
I got a bunch of follows by tweeting your name earlier, so
it's a couple hundred.
One time I said
this isn't quite
Johnson.
Of course, it was a 2-day thing. It's not quite what DeMar did. DeMar kind of took me to a different but
like you're in a different tax bracket. Yep. Yep.
Hey, real quick, because I'm just real quick. This is nothing major. Yeah.
Oh, appreciate you, family.
Yes, sir.
I already know what I can say. It don't matter. She don't care. I already know what my wife's gonna say when I get home.
Trade his ass.
She's gonna be like, good.
Yeah, yeah, she is not a Fox fan. Not.
Sometimes those are the best people to talk to this kind of stuff about because she don't care about the Kings or De'Aaron Fox. She just kind of people watches everything. She's like, you're not it. I know what it is, and he's not it. And she's like, okay, you guys can keep him if you want to. I don't care, but he's not it.
I'm kind of relieved. I can confirm Christina Warner doesn't hate me. That's a relief.
Christina,
I was worried. Do this Johnny Jennings read when we get back.
Oh, we got prize picks too. Was it in there?
Probably would do that. I'm sure it was. You see a prize picks bubble in there? I'm sure it was in there. We'll do it at the end. What's up, Hammer? We're in commercial. We're coming back in just a second. We'll do a quick read and we'll be ready to cook. Here we go, James. James Ham, kind enough to join us. I got great news for De'Aaron Fox. If he is in fact headed to San Antonio, we can help him sell his home. My man Johnny Jennings at Made for More. He could take care of you. Absolutely no risk or cost to the Foxes. You can get a home warranty, top professional real estate photos, and a 3D digital home presentation are just a few of the tools that they will provide. They'll provide these tools for De'Aaron, provide these tools for anybody. They will treat you like you're a franchise player. The Made for More team maximizes all you need to sell your home fast and for top dollar. And when you get traded to San Antonio, you need to sell your home fast. When you list your home with the Made for More team, you get the area's highest rated team and all of the tools you need to sell. If plans change, no problem. If you get traded to Miami, the Made for More team will tear up the listing agreement and you guys can part friends. No risk, no stress, just the area's most professional real estate team in the market. Expect more, get more with Johnny Jennings at Made for More Realty, California, DRE number 0198-2171. Just Google Made for More Realty today and get more for your home. De'Aaron, we got you, baby.
We got you, big dog.
We got you. Johnny
Yes,
Jennings, we'll take care of you. James Ham, kind enough to join us.
Also, real quick, I told him to give a shout out. Shout out to our guy Elijah. He's on a beach in Hawaii.
God knows where he is.
He sent the picture. He
Good.
says he's on a
Of
beach in
course he
Hawaii.
is.
He's been listening to us the whole time.
Okay.
I told him I'd give him a shout out, man. He's just all right. Thank you.
All right, man.
In Hawaii.
Yeah,
Thank
okay,
you.
live your life, bro. You look like you changed. Are we gearing up for an NBA TV hit today?
No, I'm in the same clothes I was when I left.
Oh, wait, I don't remember. The morning is kind of a blur.
Yeah, you kind of like.
don't
You might want to
remember.
go back and rewatch that one.
James, what's done is done.
Note to self.
What's done is done. Man, I feel like we saw you 3 hours ago, and a lot has happened in those last 3 hours, including the fact it appears that De'Aaron, in fact, did request the trade.
I don't know if that's
Which is
actually
not-
happened.
Well, I mean, we're looking at
yeah.
Sam Amick's report where Sam says Rich Paul has informed Sacramento it would be wise to trade him now, which is not something we knew earlier this morning.
Well, I mean, I think at the end of the day, like the way that this franchise has been moving lately, expecting them to trade a player in 9 days is like a complete impossibility. Like they need at least 4 months to pull off a trade. That's me being sarcastic and facetious. Like, look, expecting this group to pull off a trade in 4 days, like 8 days. I don't know. I don't know that can happen. And like, look, this is a weird situation. Like, you have to maximize value if you're the Kings. And maybe that happens right now. Maybe it happens this summer. But I'm not doing anything just to do somebody a favor, and I'm doing anything just because an agent is twisting my arm. The way the Kings can approach this is they can say, okay, we understand it's over, and they can go try to take a really good deal right now if one like shows up, or they can wait till this summer when more players become available for trade. When draft picks are there, more draft picks become available because that happens July 1st, or all of a sudden 2032 picks are available. You can take a cautious approach and sort of like decide what you want to do. But you can also hope that somehow you win a bunch of games and that De'Aaron Fox like decides that this is somewhere that he does want to be. And I think we've all heard it like multiple times that Fox would still consider signing an extension here. He would. He just like the things have to change, and that's something that they've been telling the Kings for a while. And so far that hasn't happened, and now things have kind of spun out of control. So I don't know what the next week is going to bring, but I do think that like there are more options on the table than people just think right now. That there are a lot more options, and we all have to just take a step back and say, okay, the Kings need to do what's best for them at this point, and De'Aaron Fox needs to do what's best for him. And sometimes those two things can align. But again, I like if you're going to make a deal with a team and you're limited to one team, I'm going to want a ton from that team if they're getting him, especially now, even this offseason. But San Antonio, they're running around with like a Santa-sized sack, like Santa Claus, like filled with presents sack of draft picks. I mean, they've got all the draft picks. They've got 2 unprotected picks from the Atlanta Hawks, and the Atlanta Hawks are not very good, and they're very beat up. And those picks are going to look better and better and better. So hey, look, there could come a point where you do just make this deal because the options are there. And I'm not saying that you do that deal so you can go draft those players. Those Atlanta Hawks picks are going to have a tremendous amount of value. Like you might be able to go get your number 1 outside, or at least a number 2 out there on the open market with just the package of picks and players that you get back from the Spurs. And that's where like you got to do what's best for you as a franchise. And then the other layer to this, Vivek Ranadive has some decisions to make because he needs to do what's best for his franchise, and he needs to make sure that he's in line with players and with management. And the guys that are making decisions on this trade right now are the guys you want making this decision right now, and that you don't want someone else to be that person who's actually making the ultimate decision on whether you're trading what has been your franchise player for the last 8 years.
James, you got any idea how we got here? And like Dane was talking about, over the course of like 3 hours, like I was telling the story earlier about how last night the Kings won, beat the Nets, moving on to, Philadelphia. And I wake up and it's just one thing after. I woke up at like 4:30, and ever since 4:30, one thing after another, and all of a sudden De'Aaron Fox went out. Like how did it escalate so quickly in your opinion?
It started happening last night. Like I went to bed and all of a sudden I started getting text messages and like, oh, here we go. And then was up until well after midnight. In all honesty, I don't know how we got, I mean, the buildup to where we are today, but I don't know how we got to this buildup point. I know that there was like, they were pushing buttons like saying, hey, go make a trade, make the team better, like help us, right? They've been doing it since the summer, whether it's Rich Paul or De'Aaron Fox directly, like, come on, like we have got to get better, right? And I think everybody was a little bit like, okay, you added DeMar DeRozan, let's see how that looks. But it very quickly, this season spun out of control. And, when you get to 6 games under 500, you have a choice whether you bail on the season or whether you try to fight. And somehow this team has fought under Doug Christie to climb out of that hole. But at the same time, they still have the same roster construction issues. And it's exactly what Fox has been asking for. Like he wants wings. He wants help. He wants help on the wings, small forward, power forward, whatever it is, go get some more pieces. So how we got to where we are, like, in all honesty, I don't even think that, I think what happened might even be misconstrued. Like a general manager, an assistant general manager, it sounds like, from what I know, got
Mhm.
a team called and said, we would give you this, 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 and this for De'Aaron Fox. And I don't know whether he cleared that with other people or whether he, talked to ownership about it or anything else, but he decided to go to the agent or Fox himself again. Like I believe it was the agent, and say, hey, we were given this offer, and then it spun out from there. Like, oh, you're taking offers on us now. And it's like, well, yeah. I mean, you are the same guys that said we might want to leave, right? Like at some point you do have to actually listen a little bit to the offer, but at the same time, I don't know the exact handling of all the information and all that stuff. But from that moment on, this thing spun out of control. Like, hey, they're out there shopping us. And it's like, I don't think that that's the way it totally happened. But that's kind of like, these things do escalate quickly and get out of control quickly.
Hammer, is the most infuriating scenario for a Kings fan the only move the front office actually makes is trading De'Aaron Fox? Can't acquire John Collins, can't acquire Cam Johnson, can't acquire Kyle Kuzma, but God damn it, if we can't trade our franchise player of the last 8 years, man, no problem. Meet Devin Vassell and 3 future first-round picks or whatever they wind up being.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, we're all getting different information at this point, and like, certainly there are reasons why people would say, hey, all options are open. You can't have everybody in the world say that he has a chosen destination, and when the chosen destination is put out there, like, try to go back and change that. Like,
Well, that's great. It's great work by Rich Paul, though. I argued that's almost a solid for Sacramento. It's like, no, there's a couple of teams out there that have already inquired. Yeah, no, San Antonio, don't try to get stingy here. Let's get this done. Like, he'll come in there, he'll sign that extension, and everyone will be happy. It's good work there by Rich to do that. It'd be far more damaging if he said, no, it's San Antonio and San Antonio only. Like, that'd be a huge problem.
yeah,
It's just a question of whether anyone believes him or not.
yeah. I mean, that, I think it is going to be a huge problem for the Kings. Either way, you're going to ask for like a ton in return. It doesn't matter. Like, if not, you just hold on to him, and they can say, well, we'll just wait a year and he can sign here. It's like, yeah, but you might not have the salary to go sign him to the deal that he wants, and then we won't work with you on a sign and trade because that'll just do nothing but do something silly like hard cap you again, potentially, and like all of these things. So it's like, hey, everyone needs to work together at this point. And I think it puts the Kings in a really weird spot, because do you trade for a guy like Cam Johnson or a guy like John Collins if this is hanging over your head? If you don't know if you're going to trade De'Aaron Fox or not, would you trade for those guys if De'Aaron Fox wasn't here? What if you were able to get some of those pieces that you were getting, that some of the players that, like an equivalent of a John Collins or an equivalent of a Cam Johnson, by making the trade now? And then you wouldn't want to go make those trades because, again, that's going to tie up, like, man, John Collins owned $26.5 million. That matters today a lot more than it mattered yesterday. You know what I mean? So if I'm the Kings, you got a lot to figure out, and you don't have a lot of time to do it. And you have not proven to be lightning quick on your feet in these situations. And so I'm intrigued to see how it all plays out.
Yeah, hearing you talk about it earlier too, Hammer. As much pressure as there may be right now, as awkward as it potentially could be in that locker room, I would probably say the best thing to do is just wait till the summer. That's the best course of action. Don't be bullied. Don't be forced into making a rash decision in a week that will have ramifications for your franchise for a decade. Like, unless somebody just has a clear cut, like, no, it's clear as day, this is a great deal for you, just wait till the summer.
Yeah, I mean, that's always a possibility, but you always have the other problem that, what if De'Aaron gets hurt? What if this whole situation just becomes a distraction the rest of the season? Like, there are a lot of what ifs. But Also, what if you do just carry on and make a John Collins trade? John Collins comes in and is absolutely spectacular, and the team goes on to win, a bunch of games and make it to the second or third round of the playoffs, and then maybe De'Aaron wants to stay. So, there are a lot of what ifs that are here. It's just wild that we're in this situation. Like, realistically, we can talk about how this was building and the writing was on the wall and all that stuff. Like, realistically, this came out of nowhere. Like 2 days ago, there was no holy cow, De'Aaron Fox is about to get traded talk at all anywhere around this team. For it to pop up like this again, there's been enough murmurs that whether he wants to stay or not, there's going to be a lot of conversation about that. But the way this is played out in the immediate is really wild and crazy.
It feels like there is just so much to figure out between these two groups over it. I mean, it really feels like not just the next 8 days, the next 24 hours. Sacramento Kings play a basketball game tomorrow, and by all accounts, De'Aaron Fox has been playing with a finger that needs to be rebroken, reset, and not do anything for months. And then some sort of fracture or injury or something on his other hand, not to mention the fall he took against Memphis. He's been playing through a lot. Do you continue to play through that stuff when you have a very public trade conversation now that's, on Sports Center, that's leading NBA Today, that's all over social media? Of course, it's buzzing locally, it's buzzing in San Antonio, it's buzzing around the league. Do you just continue to play as if nothing's happened? I don't know how this gets approached as soon as tomorrow, much less a week from now.
Yeah. I mean, this is, again, I don't think it was expected to. I think the Kings front office was working to try to make the team better. They were. That's where their objective was. It was how do we get, again, one of these players? And, we've heard all of it this week. It's John Collins. It's Cam Johnson. It's Jonas Valanciunas, possibility for Zach LaVine. All of these things are right back here and in the conversation. But how do you get those things done? And I'm not sure that we know how those things get done, especially now that you're kind of thrown into this big, giant ball of craziness. And to me, it's tough. I need to know how we got here. And I need to have some really difficult discussions with everybody within the walls and say, how did we get here? Was this avoidable? And then I have to step back if I'm an owner and say, how do we get out of this in a positive? And are these the people I've surrounded myself that I want to go through this with? Because that's the biggest question for me at this point. We got here a very specific way. We got here by inactivity for the better part of 3 years. How do you trust that that's the same group that you're going to move forward with? And if you don't, you got to make moves quickly. And again, that's not easy, but if you do trust them, then you got to get busy, repairing everything or making the right trade very quickly. And either way, there's not a super simple pathway here to just okay, we're back and this thing is out of the doldrums. The only way that I think the only path forward that does happen is to just try to see if you can ride it out through the rest of the season and hope that it takes care of itself. And again, even that's not great because you could have reduced value this summer when De'Aaron Fox only has 1 year left on his deal. I still think he's going to have a tremendous amount of value, but still, it's tough.
One of the things that I'm thinking, and I hate doing this because I'm not trying to disparage De'Aaron Fox or anything else like that. But I mean, everybody else has been fine. Domas, whatever's going on in the franchise or what's you guys are spot on with some of the things you're saying, but Domas just signed. Everything was good.
Mm-hmm.
Malik Monk signed. DeMar DeRozan decided to come here. Everything's fine. One person has had a problem with everything.
Yeah.
And maybe a sense of calm will come over this franchise if things are different. Everybody else around him is, for the most part, been fine in the last 2 years or so.
I get that, but there's also the thing that players never stand in the way of another player getting paid, right? And that's something that, De'Aaron said it a million times. Hey, look, I love Malik. I want him back. But if he doesn't come back, it's because he went and got more money somewhere else. It's not because he doesn't love us. He doesn't want to be here. I still have his phone number. We'll still see each other. We'll still hang out, all that stuff. Domantas Sabonis got a massive renegotiation and extension. Like that's so, but now it's De'Aaron Fox's turn, and he needs to make sure that number one, this is where he wants to be long term, but also like there's a big, big difference between being all NBA and being and not being all NBA when it comes to that money. And at this point, like if like your money's getting messed with, then you're gonna want to go to the place where you want to be. And that might not be here. And so, like all things considered, I think again he's more than willing to like stay here, but it has to be in the right situation, and that situation just went south. And like the whole season has gone south, and there's been again from the beginning, from like you missed out on a couple of deals like right away this summer. You thought you were trading your draft pick. You didn't trade your draft pick. You didn't get the first or second free agent you're going to go after. You did get DeRozan. But then you get into the season and it's like, hey, this thing's not right. We need help. And like, here we are 8 days or 9 days before the trade deadline, and still no help is there. And so like, just because there's a trade deadline doesn't mean that there was ever a day where you couldn't make a trade. Like December 15th is a day that we all talk about as that day where magically players that were acquired during the summer can be traded. Well, I mean, that was months ago now, that like over a month ago now. And that even that date isn't a real date. Like you could have gone out and made moves early in the season when you knew you had holes. And of course you have to have a partner to make those trades with, but that doesn't mean that you didn't have some things lined up. Like none of these trades that we're looking at right now happened overnight. They all happened months ago. Like the groundwork was laid for all of these things, whether it was at last year's deadline or during the summer at the NBA draft, whatever. All of these trades have been discussed for a while.
What do you think ultimately happens, Hammer?
Man, I don't know. I'd like to tell you I got some.
I don't either.
Glorious way that this whole thing changes. If I were betting right now, I would say that De'Aaron Fox is not here by the end of the trade deadline. And pains me to say that because I really have enjoyed covering him as a player and as a human being. And, I like his family, and, his wife and kids are, great. I see him all the time after games. I love his mom. She's been around a ton. She's a good lady. But like, if I'm betting, that's kind of where I would be. And I did not think that we would get to this point.
Yeah. Man, oh man. It's going to be a busy couple days.
Insert the Ron Burgundy meme. Boy, that escalated quickly.
That's
crazy, man. That is crazy.
Well, James, we were right. James, like, what do we do with this? Well, here we are. Beach Shams. Yep, we lost.
Chicken or the egg, though? Were we right, or did you cause all this mess, Damien?
If I have that much influence in the Kings organization, we got far bigger problems than De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
Well, Kings play Philadelphia tomorrow. Kings won last night, by the way.
Kings won.
Kings
Light the beam.
It took 45 minutes to play Light the Beam, but it happened.
9-16 now.
It happened. Make sure you. I hate to end the show. Are we running it back? Like, what is next? All right. I really hate to end this show. We'll get you caught up on anything you might have missed. Coming up on Run It Back. If not, tap in 10 a.m. The Insiders tomorrow here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, I don't know.
Man, KSFM is a fucking mess over here.
Yeah.
I think James. We've
Wilder.
never ended a show with 1,300 people on YouTube and 23,000 overall. That's never happened. The last thing in the world I want to do right now is hit stream. Y'all want to ask some questions here real quick before we end this, because our KSFM show is fucked. So y'all, it's just an absolute mess over there. So y'all got any questions real quick? Going
I will
live
tell
if-
people.
Sure.
We do have a King's Beat podcast that just got recorded. Will go up in a few minutes. So
Okay.
if you
There
guys
you go.
need more new content, Sean, Brendan, and I, we just had a long discussion.
There you go. All right, good stuff.
Yeah.
Proper question here: who's going to win the Royal Rumble? James, I have no idea. I love the little Punk stuff they did. Think Monk stays if Fox leaves? Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
Thinks you're starting point guard.
Absolutely not, Carlos. Absolutely not. This team is still put together, ready to cook. They are absolutely ready to cook if they execute this trade properly.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know, Tony. I don't know. I feel like it. James, what do you think? I don't think this team is blowing it up at all. Absolutely
No,
not.
I do not believe that that's even in the cards at all. I
No.
think that they're going to try to reload right here, and then again, potentially, if you do trade him to a place like San Antonio, and people go look at San Antonio's draft picks, it's absolutely wild to look at. They have so many picks, and they have good picks, not the crappy picks. They got all kinds of good stuff, and that's where I would be aimed, because I think you can really, really go out and get better if you do that. And I'm not advocating for trading for De'Aaron, but once you got those picks in your pocket, you can go figure out if you want to use them yourself, or if you want to go out and be super active and go try to pick up the player that you kind of need here. Because if you lose Fox, it's tough to lose a 1A. Like once you lose a 1A and you don't have another one, that Malik Monk can step up and be something bigger. But after that, it's a little tough. You got Sabonis.
Eddie said it best, man. It's a rebrand. It's a rebrand.
Yeah, I like that. We talked about this one earlier. Hammer, you think Fox plays another game at the Golden One Center? The next one is the day before the trade deadline.
So tough.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. Well, I believe San Antonio comes back through, don't they? Or am I wrong?
March 7th.
Oh, yeah.
March 7th.
And
That'll be
I
tough.
mean, that's not the only one that you have to look at. Like, I think it's very possible that, that other teams will be involved, but I just don't hope. I hope that they don't do something really silly as a Band-Aid solution. And, for me, that's literally it's trading for Zach LaVine. So
yeah, this is a great question. They've got. I said it to James and Kyle. Said it to Casey. They got 9 days to save their job, in my opinion, or 8 days, however many days till the trade deadline.
Well, and to that point, how do they keep their job after this? I mean, obviously you got to make a deal as well, but you do a good job on the Fox trade if it happens. Like,
I don't think the only move you can make is the Fox trade.
No, yeah, I agree. You got to do something else as well, but do a good job on the Fox trade.
yeah, I mean that's a complicated thing, and not only that, but you got 9 days to save your job, but then probably another 2 months before we know the outcome, right? So whatever we think is going to happen here, it's going to take the full to the end of the season to know what you have. And again, what if they figure out a way to turn him into gold and keep winning, and next thing you know, they're in the playoffs and they're doing something special. And so there's always these possibilities. I just think that like a dark storm cloud. We talked about Doug Christie with a little umbrella, and he's got everybody under the umbrella. Like it's gonna take a whole lot more than an umbrella at this point. Like Doug's walking around with like I don't even know, not one of those pop-ups that get taken away by the wind. Like this is a full blown like chaotic situation.
All right, y'all. Again, I hate to do this with 1,200 in here, but we're gonna shut down. Hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button. Follow us. We got you throughout this whole story. Thanks for being with us today, and we will see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow.
Holla.